only one, only one.
Patience, I'm running out of patience. There's gotta be somebody who can save me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. I can't be the only one, only one, only one. 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 I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. Lonely, tired of always feeling so lonely, with nobody around to come and hold me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. I can't be the only one, only one, only one. 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 I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. I can't be the only one, only one, only one. 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 I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one.
There's something about your face, can't stop looking your way. What do you do to me? You make it hard to breathe. Ooh. I'm tired of the people that talk about nothing, and I'm not wasting this moment. Even though I know that letting you go would be crazy. Thinking, no, I want you for myself. I don't need anybody else. Wanna leave this place. Meet me in the dark where we can both hide. No one's gonna steal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the last and final set of the playoffs. It's Gore, it's Chelly one more time to Sherpa you through this one as we get to watch the Ferrymen take on the Leviathans, the first seed, and I believe the third seed coming into this tournament, with the Warriors, who were the second seed, now fighting for first and second seed going into Worlds. And Chelly, a lot of pressure, it feels like, right? I mean, you got money on the line, you got seeding on the line, you got a chance to completely skip the Warriors in the Worlds bracket on the line. There's a lot that can go right for you if you win here. And realistically, losing isn't necessarily the worst case scenario in the world. You're all still going to Worlds, you're still the top two seeds, but it does create just a little bit of difference, as well as that power of choice. I keep mentioning it, but in a few weeks, we're going to be going into the SCC for Europe and North America. We're going to be getting 2 champions from Europe, 2 champions from NA. They are going to be playing up against the Kings, the Ravens, the Gladiators, and the Hounds. Those 8 teams will get dwindled down to 4, and the 4 teams we've chosen today, with whoever gets first here, will have a chance to choose whoever they want out of the 4 that qualify from that group stage just the week prior to Worlds. So a lot of Smite still to be had, and a lot of power for these teams to be fighting for, but we're up there in that top bracket, Ferrymen and Leviathans, as they take each other on.
Yep, this is going to be not only the match that we've all been waiting for, but one that's very, hard to predict, right? Both of these teams have been so dominant throughout the regular season, throughout leading up to playoffs. They have so many, overlapping god picks. They have so many different ways that they like to play the game. It's just going to be, you couldn't have asked for a better finals as far as I'm concerned. This is just going to deliver on all fronts. It's going to be very competitive. I don't know why, but for some reason I'm predicting a 3-1. I don't know which team's going to get it.
know.
That's just the vibe that I'm feeling.
Well, it is worth mentioning, not too, well, I guess I say not too long ago, but about a month ago, these two teams fought. It goes 5 games. Leviathans win 3-2. And so there's definitely some precedent, maybe some pressure there, but it goes 5. They were the only loss that the Ferrymen had throughout that phase, and so we'll have to figure out how exactly this one's going to shake down. And who knows better how it might go out than the carries who are standing by ready for an interview.
That's right. I've got both Cyclone Spin and Panda Cat here with me for the pregame interview. And I kind of want to open things out for just kind of general vibes and how you guys are feeling. Cyclone missed out on a chance to go to Worlds last year with the team. Now you get to jump back with the boys. How's the team feeling and how are you feeling right now?
We're feeling pretty good. Making Worlds is great. Obviously, we want to get first, but yeah.
Yeah. And Panda Cat, for you, now jumping with a new team to come up to Worlds this time, now with the Leviathans around your squad, how are you kind of feeling coming up into this event?
I feel terrible.
You feel terrible?
Yeah, I'm just disappointed.
Well, for y'all's matchup specifically, being in the same division, you got to play against each other a couple of times over the course of the phase, and now no 1-1 between the two of y'all. So Panda, how are you kind of feeling going into this match, knowing that your series at the moment is tied, but maybe you can come out with a win on top?
You always got to feel great when you're done playing against the crutch pressure players. No Zanamis today, hopefully. No Oleron. No, I'm excited. Yeah, these guys are obviously really good. Every time we play against them, it's a good series, and yeah, I'm just excited to play against that.
And for you, Cyclone, again, 1-1 between the two of y'all in record now coming into this event. Potentially the last time you guys will face off until what would be, I believe, Grand Finals of Worlds to be the next potential time you could even see. Knowing that this could be the last time, you want to go out on a big win here.
Yeah, they're a really good team. I can't wait to play them. Also, I can't wait to see them in the finals as well at Worlds. Yeah.
For the finals. So any final words you have between each other before you go into this matchup?
Lots of soul around today.
What do you got to say about that one?
Only pressure.
Only pressure. Sol Oleron, only pressure for the two carries out here. Guys, I'll let you get back with your team. Thanks for coming out for the interview. We'll throw it back to the desk.
That's all you need to hear. Only pressure. That's going to be coming through. It is really interesting to think, Trelly, though, right? So, month ago, October 13th, mine and Kitty's 9-year anniversary. Beside the point. But
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
just a month late, it's not like I've been waiting the whole time just for you to say it. But okay. 3-2 between these two teams. You go back a few weeks, the beginning of the phase, week 1, it's 3-0, Ferrymen win that. So it's tied 1-1, but it is 5-3 in terms of maps in favor of the Ferrymen. And so this is the last time that we could see them, as J-Mac mentions, until finals, if they make it there. So there's some pressure. I mean, on seeding, right, doing well in this tournament. I've never met a team that doesn't really, like, you could ask Aurora and Cyclone and a lot of those guys in the Ferryman booth, like, hey, do you care about the prize pool? Do you care about the seeding? Do you care about any of this auxiliary stuff that you get for winning? And they'll just say, yeah, I mean, that stuff's nice, but, like, I just want to win. And that's every single time. Every time I've asked them about any of that, even when it comes to Worlds, you could ask them stuff, and they just say, you know what, I just want to win. And that is the mentality that team seems to have. You have some energy, though. I feel like this Leviathans team as well. I mean, you rewind this back a year ago. They catch the Kings, who became world champions, in this exact kind of moment right before going to Worlds. That's where they ended up getting second seed and ultimately choosing their demise. So for them, maybe a chance to kind of redeem themselves in a similar scenario.
Yeah, maybe right that wrong. And as you said, that's the competitor mindset, right? Money's great. All that's great, but we're here to win, and then all that comes later. I do think that it's very possible, considering the confidence of what Cyclone's been said and how both of these teams have performed up until this point. this could be a World's Finals preview, Gore, and that's an absolutely big deal. Not to say that all these other teams that are going to be putting in the work during the season, the next month and a half leading up to Worlds, can't just completely change the power rankings. But as of now, these are the 2 best teams in the world, and they may just give us that preview. Because as J-Max said, and I love what Cyclone Spin said as well, this could very well just be not only the last time we see them until Worlds, but a preview of our World Finals.
And that, man, gets the tingles
Little
going,
tingle,
right?
yeah.
Because it's starting to sink in, and I think for a lot of you at home, right? Like, this is still about a month and a half, maybe actually a little, it's just slightly under 2 months until we are at Worlds, right? That's January 12th through 14th, so you want to make sure that you're either watching, whether it's here, wherever you're watching now, or in person. But for these teams, they're not going to get to be seen, like nothing in December. For many of the Pro League teams, we're going to have the SEC teams. So a lot of grinding, maybe changes, like who knows? I know there's at least the bonus update that's going to be coming, so who knows what the game is going to look like the next time that we get to see them. But then on top of that, you don't have that qualifier lead-in. We don't get to see them until they're on the world stage. And so it's tantalizing, Shelly, to know that it's A, as close as it is, but B, that we're gonna be missing them for a little while, and then we're gonna get maybe swiftly reminded how good they are. Of course, today they're gonna show us exactly how good they are. And this matchup, it feels like the jungle one is relatively big, right?
For
Sino, facilitator, adapting, highlight player. It feels like so much that can go right in the jungle. The carries, I think, bringing in Panda and Cyclone Spin, these two impact the team incredibly. But of course, mid, Paul, Shinto, man, there's not a bad name matchup on that list. And it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Picks and bans for Game 1 roll out. Ferryman first pick, and it will be Poseidon that gets banned first and foremost. Ratatoskr is the response, with Origen in third. So now we're starting to see, Trelly, again, a little bit of the... I'm going to call right now the Sino effect, right? Rat, Naja being the lightning rod for the Leviathans. He is more or less staking his own claim on the Leviathans ban column.
I mean, throw Pele in there, and that's just a good portion of Sino's god pool, right? That has just been what he's been playing recently. There are still so many gods that you have to consider when talking about the Leviathans and the Ferrymen. Just by way of meta, the Chernobog still available, the Outwash. Yamoja is still a pick that
Athena.
Aurora doesn't love. You have the Athena as well, these Guardians that are still very highly contested between these two supports, and also many other roles, as you would see. But with that, the Styx Ferrymen don't want to try and first pick that Cherno. I wouldn't be surprised if Outwash was on their minds at the very least as that first pick selection. Can flex between Basket and Paul, and it's very valuable as a flex, because if you want to try and counterpick your solo lane matchup, if you want to try and put Paul down, you don't know who you're up against, right? Especially since only one pick that's been revealed, so it would be valuable if the Atlantis Leviathans took that away. But are they just trying to focus out Sino? That's the question. They definitely showed that in the top two, but I can't imagine a Pele ban comes through. Not with everything that has been, so highly contested so far in this tournament. The Ferrymen don't scream to me a team that want to go to Maman that often, but I'm sure if it got through as well, that could be something they look towards.
We don't see it too often, and admittedly it is kind of trailed off the last few weeks. But Paul's Baba Yaga, grand scheme, career-wide, 65% win rate, which is high. You go to just the road to Worlds, Trelly, his KDA did tank at one point, finally, right? Still ended 10.9 on that god and had a 100% win rate with Baba Yaga, so that's another one of those mid laners that is just absolutely available. He had 11 gods this last phase that he had played, so who knows what they're going to go to. As you had mentioned, the Opwash, the Raijin, or no, sorry, not the Raijin, the Morgan Le Fay, all still available. Athena gets banned out by the Leviathans in that last slot.
Yeah, I'm surprised
and
it took that
Opwash
long.
is there.
I'm surprised it took that long. I would have insta-locked the Opwash from the Ferryman. Sure, you know what you're giving up, but it's a valuable flex pick. The Leviathans don't know if that's a matchup that Final has to worry about, or if it's a matchup that Shinto has to worry about. I'm amazed it took that long, but I think they were just, okay, if we pick this, where do they go? Obviously, Shinto has the ability to look towards that Maman. He's been going to it a little bit. There is still the Baba Yaga, the Morgan Le Fay, as you said, so there's options, but for me, the Outwash is a no-brainer there. It shows me that the Ferrymen are still taking this slow and trying to, play as smart as possible. But with that, a pick that we saw completely banned out the last set we just watched was that On Her. We're talking about crutch pressure. On Her is going to bring it.
Yeah, and honestly, it has just been so fun watching On Her fights lately, right? It feels like he brings an aggression to the lane. I mean, you had mentioned pressure, but and we've talked about it, both me and you and me and Mifflin, where you really aren't picking the On Her for his late game team fight. He's good in late game, and he's going to be able to kill towers, kill people. But realistically, his main goal is 1v1s in lane and pressure early to mid. And so it'll be fun to watch what he's going to bring. Specifically for Panda Cat, because that guy's not going to have any chill. He wants to fight through and through, and I feel like him and Cyclone Spin will definitely box each other. But Maman picked up early up in this lineup, and we've seen her priority. I know you favor her in the jungle, but does this scream adapting style to you?
Oh, that's a Shinto pick through and through. There's no way adapting goes towards it. He is a traditional jungler through and through, right? He likes his Thors, the Alquongs, the Susanos, all those picks, and the Rat, like all those traditional junglers that he can go to. That is adapting's way, and he does not stray far from it. So I would be willing to bet there's no way that he takes that Maman. I'm sure he can play it, but Shinto has shown the propensity to want to go to it more often. So yeah, I'm locking in the duo lane and mid there, unless things change. There is a world where I suppose Fine OK could play the Baron, but doesn't have the best matchup into Morgan Le Fay. It's fine in Outwash. In fact, you can get very good value from Life of the Party, but Wrong You has went to that Baron plenty of times, and he's looked great on it.
If I remember correctly, you like the way Baron plays into Yemoja, right?
Yeah, exactly. The Riptide does not get you away from Life of the Party unless you're at the end. If you use Wrap It Up, step forward as much as possible, Riptide's not going to get you out. You better beat and Riptide, and then you still might not be lucky.
You're still in a little bit of danger. And we've seen, you wall out the Baron, he'll just pull you against the wall until he has the opportunity. The vortex that is Life of the Party. But it does lean and showcase something the Leviathans had in a lot of their sets, which is relatively squishy compositions, right? In the sense that they don't have necessarily maybe a true warrior guardian. They're going for, maybe triple mages, carry and an assassin, things like that. Of course, we'll see where they end up going. As you think, it's dual lane and mid, so we're still looking for a solo. We're still looking for Adapting's pick. They ban out Erlong Shin and Uhl. The Ferrymen ban out a Wheelish, since they realize they're going to have some struggles there, and the Amaterasu to try and limit it. And Charlie, what a weird day it is. AMC is getting hovered right now. While they look to lock that in, I'll tell you, because I still have Paul's numbers up. Morgan Le Fay, since I was locked in for the Ferrymen, and presumably is going mid. It doesn't necessarily have to. Like you said, we've seen him play the Opwash, but I think we've had enough discussions that Opwash solo usually is the way to go. But Morgan Le Fay played 8 times, which is the same amount as Baba Yaga, 62.5% win rate, so pretty good for the Ferrymen overall. And while we wait for them to lock it in, I will ask that question. Opwash, Morgan Le Fay, do you like solo Opwash mid Morgan?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's hard because I think the Alpwash does so much better with the tank stats, but it's not like Morgan Le Fay can't be a disgusting solo laner as well. There was a lot of different hovers in that last spot, and it ends up being the Cabrakan. Like I said earlier, if Fine OK is confident he's up against Alpwash, I could see a world where it's him on the Baron. But I'm going to wait. I got to see the last pick before I completely lock in. Because Wrong You loves Cabrakan. Hasn't loved it recently, but used to love it. Back at the start of the season, it was very consistent that he was going towards it. Not to mention, Cabrakan has been played on and off in multiple different roles. So let me see the full 5 before I truly commit to where the mountain man's going. And then we could talk about, I think it's still up in the air, but I don't hate a world where Paul takes the Outwash either. Like, it is just whatever Baskin and Paul are feeling on the day.
Well, they played it a couple times up to this point, playing through the Road to Worlds, and they've got a 25% win rate on the Cabrakan. So we'll see how well that goes.
Get my hands dirty again.
And Charlie, the thing I wanted to ask Especially now that we see Serket locked in alongside Ishtar, so there's going to be questions about the Ferrymen. But for the next pick, Thor is one of the most picked gods. It's one of the most iconic. Could you see that potentially going into the jungle for the Levi's, or do you maybe like this hover where they're over a new wall right now?
I mean, that's what I was talking about. So when they hovered the AMC, that told me that we weren't exactly sure everything was going to go. Now that we see the Hunbats, yeah, you still give Shinto the Maman. It's just the flex potential between, Fino taking the Baron or the Kabrakan. And in this meta, with the amount of clear and the amount of sustain you need to have to exist in that lane, I think Fino should definitely take the Baron. It's just now the Ferrymen have their choice, right? That was the benefit of taking the Outwash. You look at your matchup. Okay, if I'm Outwash, I'm not going to have a great time into the Baron. He's going to get value from life of the party every single time. So maybe we do that swap where Morgan Le Fay, she's got her CC immunity. She can get out of life of the party. You give that to Baskin and let Paul just take the Outwash mid. Sure, he's going to have a hard time, traversing around the Kabrakan walls or the Hunbats blink, or since we've seen how this Maman plays, also the Maman blink. Like, it is usually double blink early when you have a Maman mid. It's going to be difficult, but Paul, one of the kings of positioning for a reason. The man doesn't die too often.
Now, the biggest question I have, especially looking into the Leviathans, how do you feel about the Serket pickup? We don't see Serket a whole lot, period, let alone in such a maybe heavy, important set.
Yeah, there's a reason we're not seeing too much Serket, and that's because her full burst build is consistently getting better, like buffed towards the way you want to build her, and the tank Serket has been falling off. And the way that most junglers want to build Serket is tanky, right? You want to be able to survive. All of her kit, up close and personal. Her ult, you have to sit there for a solid 1.5 seconds while you cast. Her 2, you need to get right up to their face. So yeah, you have extra crit chance. You have extra 100 to 0. You do a lot of damage, but you can also die very quickly. So it's all CC. That's the way that Sino likes to play anyways. His Erlongs, his Rads, like he likes to play to facilitate his squad. Serket can do that, but you got to build her a little bit survivable. You need like a breastplate or some sort of tank stats to get in there, get out. I don't see Sino as the guy that's going to slap a Rage and a Deathbringer and try to 100 to 0 you, like that's not his game plan. I assume this is going to be a slow burn sort of tanky Serket that is just trying to set up for, the carries on the Ferryman, which is pretty much just Baskin, Cyclone, and Paul.
I thought it was really fun because the minute you said, you were like, yeah, her items have been buffed, so like Serket's good. Sino's not going to build any of those.
No.
That's not even on his mind right now. And it's going to be a fun Serket to watch and a fun game to watch. Again, winner of this gets first seed and a pick of anybody they want out of the group stages, but it all starts here in Game 1. Ferrymen Leviathans, potentially the last time we see them play at all this year. Maybe the last time we see them until potentially World Finals. We'll have to find out how this one goes as we jump down to game number 1 with your casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Trelly. Game 1 in the battle for first seed between the Styx Ferrymen and Atlantis Leviathans kicks off here and now. It's J-Max Mifflin and Doug here to bring the action for game number 1. We do get to see the Kabrakan come out. I think that's the one that probably stuck out to me the most whenever it came down to the drafting phase on the side of the Leviathans. We've been seeing a little bit of Kabrakan over the phase, but seem to have really fallen off by a lot of players, has traditionally stuck towards this support role. How do you kind of feel about the Kabrakan into the comp that the Ferrymen have built?
I mean, it looks good into what the Ferrymen have got here, J-Mac. I'm seeing one answer in kit, truly, and it's from Sino. Otherwise, that cage going to find a whole lot of value until Phantom Shell's picked up. Decent auto attackers, though, so maybe some potential for the Styx Ferrymen to just bust their way through it. But otherwise, keep your eyes on Rongyu as primary initiator for the Leviathans. And I've gone on record in saying that year 10, no more warriors, it's essentially a no initiation meta. People are really struggling to figure out how they want to start fights. Looking at the Leviathans draft in particular, I don't think they struggle to start any of these engagements. I really like how Hunbots fits into this meta right now. It plays well into what Charlie was saying on the desk. Just a standard OG assassin. He's been doing it since 2011, so I'm sure adapting maybe in top 5 players for hours on Hunbots in general. So expect him to get the party started pretty frequently. And then speaking of getting parties started, Final K also an initiator on this Baron Samdi. The Leviathans have a composition that is very, very good in PvP. Imagine they'll be the ones getting aggressive, so long as they're not playing from too far behind come to the fight.
I think this is one of the EU composition's really over, of course, this weekend. And the Leviathans drafted F, where you got an abundance of initiation possibilities. You mentioned Final K adapting, wrong you can all get in there. And then we've seen just about every mid laner loves going with, on this Maman Brigitte, the blink usually fairly early in the build. If you don't go up first, you go with that second. Alternate timeline has been such a prevalent factor for the Mamon's mid. And maybe it's why I've been kind of enjoying the Mamon's mid. You get that second chance of life. We've seen some crazy plays come from that one. So excited to see what Shinto brings in this game. But kind of going to that flip side, talking about the Circuit that the desk was bringing up. Feels like we're not really in much of a Circuit meta. Not many people are still going to this. I think maybe Oath, one of the few other junglers who still kind of go towards this pick. Is it just that the way that you itemize Circuit isn't as strong right now that's maybe kind of led her away, or is it that there's just other picks that are stronger than Circuit at the point?
My thought process on Circuit is pretty simple. The meta is kind of dictating this new full burst style, air quotes new, it's originally how she was played. Full burst style, maybe a bit of crit, Deathbringer, Circuit, hit my taunt, hit my one, pray that they're dead before I can leap away. You don't really want to do that though, at a competitive level. There's so many gods that are just better at that full burst style that's why we saw Circuit shift her playstyle over towards Tank Initiator. High mobility starts your fight well. But Tank Initiator Circuit has been nerfed by itemization throughout the years, so a little bit of an awkward position for her. Still certainly capable of absolutely dominating a map. A Circuit with a lead is incredibly threatening and then can still leverage that mobility to be threatening everywhere, but it's not as consistent as it once was.
I've seen both junglers show face on the right side of the map already. Not going to get too much out of it, though. We did see Sino try and pull beats from Final K, but Final recognized he's got enough HP to be able to deal with that. So we'll still hold on to them. I haven't seen any presence towards the left side from them, though. Instead, still kind of holding around right, waiting for that second round of blue buffs to drop down. Vibes on the horizon for both these two teams, and I guess the next question I have for you for these junglers is, where's the best option for Sino and adapting on the map to get active early?
Well, Hunbots is fortunate in that Fear No Evil works against everybody, always incredibly good. So adapting, you can go literally anywhere, and if beads are down, it's going to work literally anywhere. I think the question of where does Sino go a little bit more interesting, is he's a bit more limited on that Circuit. Hold on, Roar. It's a tough spot.
Got no Omi, use the beads. Curse on Q, slowed down by the tremors, but not going to have enough chase. Cyclone now level 5 on the Ishtar, poses just enough threat from Wrong You, and Panda Cat don't want to chase into those blades of light that Cyclone now has access to. 5's now achieved for both of the junglers. Adapting heading over to the left side of the map to join Sino. Shield buff will go to Styx Ferrymen, but maybe without having gone back to base just yet, neither jungler want to use those ultimates before their cooldowns come up.
Yeah, so like I was saying, Sino, I think, maybe a little bit more so wants to play in mid, has interesting interaction to Maman Brigitte. You know, utilize that taunt, go immediately into the ultimate. Maman can dash away if she immediately feeds, but I'm not sure that she'll be able to get onto the Circuit herself. And even if that's the case, if you utilize any of your other mobility to close gap and you instantly back towards Paul, could just be delivering a Maman Brigitte to an even tougher situation. So shutting him down, I think, very significant, would be a great usage of his time. Sino also gets the additional benefit of having significant 1v1 presence up against adapting, at least for the next few levels. Circuit just deals a bit more damage and does it much faster. So if you can find adapting in the jungle, send him back to base, or force out Fear No Evil defensively, be a great use of his time. And then back to adapting. Anywhere. Anywhere you can land Fear No Evil, it's a good place to be.
So you go towards Aurora, no beads on him still for 80 seconds. Could be an option, but never fun ganking. Never fun ganking into a Rivers Rebuke, though. Instead, it's over towards Final K, trying to pull Basket back to the coffin. Does get the stun and adapting with the ult right after. Seals first blood for the Levianthans. Sino gets a nice double taunt, but he's rooted in place. Has to jump out from the heal coming from Final K. Levianthans, they strike on the right side of the map. Perfect startup and setup for Final K.
Yeah, Fine does it all. Wins out on the 1v1 up against Baskin. Baskin, of course, nearly able to return a good deal of damage. Would have just needed a little bit more. Maybe that corpse explosion, excuse me, connects with adapting, and all of a sudden Sino's got a bit more kill pressure. But Final K winning out so significantly simplifies the engagement. Adapting rolls through, and Fear No Evil is just a good ability, man. I mean, drop it on the floor. Sino even utilizing the CC immunity in his own ultimate onto adapting, does not last long enough. Gets ticked by the fear on the tail end and is forced to retreat, where he would have loved to chase out the rest of those kills, considering Final K had nothing left in the tank. Unfortunate stuff for the Styx Ferryman soul laner. It's the Leviathan striking first.
Heal buff confirmed by the Ferryman. Ultimate expended by Wrong U to try and take it away, but just a bit too early on the damage from that. With that first blood, Leviathan's not really pulling ahead of the Styx Ferryman in gold. Still nearly dead even, only a couple hundred between them, if even that. Same in the experience department for the Leviathans. Getting that first blood onto adapting can be a great look for the team. That extra gold bounty can start to expedite his build a little bit here. We've been seeing a little bit less of the Transcendence jungle. I think if we come into this matchup maybe 2-3 weeks ago, Transcendence jungle for adapting has been something he's been common to go towards, but been seeing a lot less of that so far this week.
Transcendence is just so slow right now in a pressure meta. I think adapting, the adaptation's there. Sino, no beads, teleport forward, Sacred Monkey looks good. Use your beads earlier on. Get hunted in your own jungle, adapting. Always looking for plays exactly like that. Puts himself even further ahead. Was already nursing about a half-level lead, maintains it, and keeps Sino away from farming on map. That's not exactly what you want to see, especially considering it seems to me Sino's going for a bit more of a utility build.
Big
Whoa!
burst damage, not going to get it immediately after. A little bit of extra dot puts Paul at critical health, but Shinto playing aggressive on this Maman Brigitte. And something we keep going back to is Maman's early game isn't great. Her laning phase is not fun. But her 1v1 capability, even this 1v1 matchup, has just been so strong.
And you know, there's an adaptation in build from Shinto here. We were seeing a lot of Book of Thoth first slot from Maman Brigitte mid. I like this a lot more. Bancroft's Talon early. You're not getting penetration, but you are getting a lot more lifesteal. It's a little bit faster. It's massive power infusion. But primarily it is that lifesteal, I think, that changes up that laning phase a bit. We've seen Tiamat bully Maman. We've seen Morgan Le Fay bully Maman. But if you haven't got sustain, Maman can just trade out HP bars, back up to wave, heal up, try and control those mid camps, heal up there too. So we're in a position now where Shinto is allowed to play a little bit more aggressive in this lane. Paul, of course, has got the ranged advantage. We'll be landing more damage abilities than Shinto will. But it doesn't matter because the damage won't stick.
Attack monkey!
2 kills for Leviathans. Both of them on the jungler. That last one started up by Shinto, trying to even get a kill of his own against Paul. Sends him back to base at the time. But even with that, Paul's still slightly ahead in farm, hitting that level 11 before Shinto. Sino trying to get active against Shinto, use the ultimate, but fast dash out. Shinto will be just fine. So now an ultimate down for Sino. Decent bit of cooldown in the build, so he'll have that back up soon, but Shinto didn't even feel threatened. Held on to the beads the entire way.
Yeah, does use his ultimate though, so kill pressure onto Paul takes a pretty significant hit, but that's a trade you're willing to take. Shinto loses out on his own pressure in lane, but alleviates pressure everywhere else on the map until Sino's ultimate just back off cooldown. Good stuff to him. And a nice read at that. Generally, you'll see Surcat start the gank with the second ability. Shinto says, I know what you're going to do. You're going to ult me immediately, you're going to try and deliver me to Paul. It's not going to work. Just drops the Spirit Bomb on his feet. And walks himself out of there scot-free, maintains those beads, so maybe not as much 1v1 pressure, but could still make rotations over towards side lanes and still be a massive threat.
Impale tags Roar, he's got a Riptide to bail himself out. Sino, he's gonna do Sino things, not go towards damage second slot. Instead,
classic
Relic Dagger from Sino. Starting out beads, so the 50 seconds removed off of that pretty hefty cooldown that beads are afforded, but whatever relic ends up going second, also going to get the benefit from there.
Blink.
Not just that, I mean, massive health infusion you get from it. Just feels like it's almost like a Sino style of item.
Yeah, just picks it up a little bit early. Had he had a faster early game, likely would be benefiting from the blink relatively soon. Unfortunately for him, has to wait a few more levels until 12, but even just keeping that beads cooldown shorter, certainly valuable, and will allow him to be a bit more of an initiator. When we had seen the OG tank Surcat build, there was a lot of bruiser items. Back when Glad Shield had power and defense on it, things along those lines. Now, this new age utility, still pretty decent. And something we don't talk about enough about Relic Dagger is it is a movement speed infusion. And that is going to be very helpful for Sino finding priority targets in the backline.
we saw the stats that got pulled up. It was health, CDR, CCR, movement speed, and then the passive on top of that. That's a statted item right there that we just really didn't see a whole lot of. Now it's a recent buff. I'm honestly surprised we haven't seen more from it. It's typically been the supports kind of picking this one up, but now seeing what Sino might be able to try and do with this one as the game continues to progress.
I mean, it's not without weakness, J-Mac. Wait till we see him jump onto somebody and
he's
he's
not gonna
doing.
hit very hard.
Yeah, he's hitting like a pillow right now. Fortunately, though, Surcat uniquely suited to utilize that item in that there's true damage in the kit, so don't exactly need that power scaling as much.
We're sitting at about 1,000 gold between the two teams. 2 kills up for Leviathans. No pull towards an objective just yet, though. Pyromancer not quite up on the map yet. Gold Fury been chilling for a while, but really there's been not any pressure on the left side of the map. I mean, we saw Aurora try and go for an invade to purple, but the dual lane's kind of been playing it a bit passively over on the left side of the map. Haven't really seen the junglers try and get active over there compared to what we've seen in sets of past and really in metas of past with them. Instead, it's been a lot of focus over towards the right and the middle of the map. Sino really trying to get active up against Shinto specifically, try and keep this Mamon down, make it difficult, but Shinto, being the map-aware player that he has and the game sense that he's got, has really been able to keep himself safe on this god.
Next hurdle for Shinto is how he wants to address this beacon spawning up. Seems to me Leviathan's unconcerned for now, and so we'll just go ahead and let that one go. I wonder which team's going to be first to Gold Fury, because generally around this time, right before the Pyromancer comes into play, teams will try and desync the neutrals before they're both up. And looking at drafts alone, I really do like how the Leviathan's DPS on objectives starts to line up. They've got great space control as well, so finding a pick here could be massive. Unlucky bounce, though, for Adapting. It gets him a little bit further in that back line. I think we might have seen that fight start up.
Had that toss hit Cyclone Spin instead of the shield buff. Might have seen that fight break out, but fortunate for the 6 Ferrymen. Don't need to worry about that. Don't got to deal with how they have to handle a Fear No Evil from Adapting. Well, their answer has been beads across the board for them, all 5 players of the Ferrymen picking that up. The only one with them down at the moment is Baskin. Actually used it in that 1v1 up against Fino-K. So it could open up an option if Adapting wants to go to that side of the map. Still no physical defense picked up by Baskin, so Adapting, wouldn't be surprised to see him get involved over there, but I think as you mentioned, this is that perfect time in the game where Gold Fury is no longer something you have to really sneak. You can just go ahead and take that one.
And especially the Leviathans with the burn potential of an On Her and Maman Brigitte. So if one side's got to be more cautious about it, I'd say it's the Styx Ferrymen concerned. Ferrymen will have a good deal of objective burn a little bit later on, assuming Cyclone Spin picks up some crit. The shotgun blast auto attack of Ishtar with crit, very strong.
Fine, okay, uses the ultimate, still has beads. Uses them up against Sino, but that's Adapting on the way. Fear No Evil hits Sino, gets the beads from the jungler. But Adapting keeps chasing out onto Baskin, jumps over the corpses, but will still keep the pressure on. Fine, wrapping in, and Shinto on the way. Blink there for the mid laner. He goes right into the tower line with it, and he gets used by Baskin, but Shinto gets one and Adapting
insane
to the back line, takes down another one. 2 kills for the Leviathans. Might cost them a tower unless Wrongyu shows up and makes sure that that one stays alive. Dual lane for Leviathans keeps the fort down in mid, while the rest of the team just farms up and right.
Adapting just knows his limits perfectly, tanks up the tower, allows his teammates to get a little bit further in, finds the perfect bounce on a Sino in the back, dodges out the taunt, and smashes his skull in overhand style. Adapting is looking amazing this week. We are back in prime. I've been saying all year, man's just side questing. Old man's already finished up, you know, the primaries. He's got his rings. Seems to me he wants another one with the play he's been having. Great stuff to the Leviathan's jungler. Nets him a little bit of a neutral objective on the map. Not the bigger of the two. At this point, you'd really prefer to have Gold Fury, but Runic Bomb in pocket will help you out with that.
Leviathans, where's their next option? Could be Gold Fury, but still alive and healthy on the side of the Ferryman. With Aurora still maintaining his ultimate. Make it a bit tricky to try and go for the objective with this many players still up and moving around the map. The Leviathans with their kills push themselves up to now about 2,000 gold. Will head towards gold. Panicat gonna pull that one. Leviathan starting up the burn. Remember, Aurora's got ultimate, so does Cyclone Spin. The rivers are up. The Gold Fury's being burned. The Ferrymen steal that one away. Cyclone and Aurora get it done all their own. So from Cyclone Spin is done out of Daphne. He's pushed back, but he goes right back in. Fear No Evil will just be his dying breath. It's the damage from Cyclone to steal the Fury and to pick up the kill on the jungler.
Yeah, that's a really awkward commit for the Leviathans. Once you're stuck inside River's Rebuke, it's Panicat saying, okay, well, use the bomb. I'll put it in range with Desert's Fury. You've used all of your ultimates to secure the objective, and you come up empty 4 at Cyclone Spin. 184 damage on the Rolling Thunder. Secures the objective, and the team fight afterward looks simple. Adapting force to fully engage after he's caught by the ultimate from Cyclone Spin. Drops a decent Fear No Evil in the back line, but the rest of the Leviathan's too far away. Not able to follow up. That was nearly a back-breaking play. If Leviathans grabbed that Fury and disengaged cleanly, their gold lead and a control on map would have just been ridiculous. So the Styx Ferrymen fighting back in, wrestling back control.
Not just stealing the objective, getting the shutdown on Adapting.
Massive.
3-0 going in there, and now Paul getting the credit for that kill, has spiked up that gold all the way back to only a 300 lead for the Ferrymen, but closed up that near 2,000 that the Leviathans had. And it keeps Paul in a comfortable spot in mid. A lot of pressure was coming from Shinto, but that kill should help him out. Along with this third item that he's picked up, we've been seeing kind of the fall off of the breastplate for the mid laners. And Paul, let's see if he can help out Sino on this pick towards Shinto. Ultimate's traded out between the two. Shinto, though, misses the stun and the snake immediately afterwards. He's not going to have too much fallout damage from there. All the while, Aurora can walk in, just keep the team healed up.
Good adaptation from Sino, switching up how he's initiating onto Shinto. Waits out the ultimate, make sure that his is able to throw him back, so burns away the ultimate and the beads this time from Oman Rashid. Bit of an easier target now in a few moments. And that blink cooldown is real short for Sino. 100 seconds left on Shinto. Sino's only got 30 on his, so another initiation going to be coming his way shortly. And a Runic Hammer tells me that Sino is going to commit fully to the defensive style of build. Really wants to be the one starting up these fights. In a world where your solo laners aren't exactly initiators, someone's got to do it. Sino's picking up that mantle.
He's also got Scorching Blink now.
That hits hard.
That's a very early pickup of that relic. I mean, typically we see, relics like this upgraded usually last for the junglers. Get your full items, then start on your relics. But Sino now with the relic dagger, 50 seconds off that. The cooldown you get for upgrading for upgrading your blink. Now you add the true damage to it. And he still has a minute to play before Shintos even comes back up. Want to see him maybe try and use that, get a bit active, and couple that with the Rune Force you were talking about. That's a lot of extra damage that Sino's going to output.
Will be. And a tight window now, if he can find a pick. Pyromancer spawning up very shortly, catching out Shinto in that time. Would be amazing for the Styx Ferrymen. It's whether or not Paul is going to have the range to follow up, something you had brought up briefly. It's not the breastplate anymore, instead Mantle of Discord. And look at how the damage is applied from the Leviathans. I've seen a lot of melee picks. Adapting Shinto, wrong you if they want to stick to him. Even Final K to a certain extent with that ultimate pulling him back towards himself. Could expose him to the passive of Mantle of Discord. CC immunity afforded to Paul as well. It's just a massive stun around him. Could be very disruptive.
Group up around Pyromancer, Leviathans. First there to try and see if they can force any of the Ferrymen forward. Just a roar for the time. Using up some of that Omi, throwing out the bubbles, throwing out the moon strikes after. Just to see what damage, what CC he can get. Let's maybe see if a fight kick starts, but it's a dance around this Pyro, and now a dance inside the Fire Giant pit. Blink by Sino, gets the beads from Adapting. A Riptide from Aurora bumps him back, but no follow-up from there. Easy resource. Look at Sino's blink, 60 seconds, that's back up. At 100 of that for Adapting's beats.
Yeah, Adapting going to be really mitigated in his efficacy in the next few team fights. Or can still all in and just say, look, I'm going in with Fear No Evil. I'm probably not making it out alive. Let's make it work immediately. Those are the two avenues for the Leviathan's jungler. Either passivity or a full-on commitment. Leviathan's grouped up significantly around that Pyromancer, and it's burning fast, but Aurora's nearby. We saw this win last time.
Tries to go for the stun, but misses. Forces the hand of Leviathans to back away, but Paul in the ultimate. Swing away at Final K's health bar, puts him at half of the Riptide from Aurora, catches out
That's
Final
good.
K, forces the Phantom Shell out, wrong into the front of the fight, but Shinto trying to collapse him. Aurora being pulled back to the coffin, and he'll be the first casualty of the fight. The fire gets picked back up by the Ferrymen and stolen away by the Leviathans. Taunt from Sino keeps Wrong You away. And in the 5v4, the Leviathans will keep up their chase. Panda Cat standing his ground, but taking a bit too much damage.
Love that. Final K pulls Aurora in, and adapting keeps the entire team separated with Fear No Evil. Leviathans immediately afterward with the help of Wrong You able to walk themselves forward and steal away the Pyromancer. 6 Ferrymen similarly separate the fight. They empty the crypts, but unfortunately for the Ferrymen, nobody's on their side of the engagement, so the Leviathan's just happy to avoid it entirely, knock down the support, and grab themselves a fortuitous objective steal, putting the Runic Bomb in pocket of Wrong You. Will help out a good deal on this next round of neutrals. Fire Giant 21 minutes in. Pretty feasible, I'd say, but gold lead, not exactly massive. Experience lead, not exactly massive either. Leviathan's going to want to really find a pick first. If either side's going to be looking for picks, you got to think it's the one that's got the minute-long blink cooldown. Keep your eyes on Sino. Blink's already back up, and we're still a minute out from adapting speeds.
Who Sino's next target is, being level 16. He's tied with the lowest level right now on the Leviathans. Hasn't got that same level of farm as some of his carries. Cyclone 19, Paul hit level 20 already. Hasn't had a chance to go back to finish up his starter item though. You look to the opposite side for Shinto. Alternate timeline has just become that staple for the Maman Brigitte, already picked up by Shinto. Now gives him that second level of safety. Should he commit a little too far into his dive?
Should do. As well as just getting a little bit more penetration in the build as he finished up that Typhons. Will help out a good deal. Probably don't want to force a fight on the Leviathans until Shinto finds that power spike. So we keep my eyes on him. Where does Shinto go to find that farm? Seems to me Leviathan's really concerned about this Fire Giant pull for now. Both teams posturing on that right-hand side. Time spent in the jungle just hovering is not time spent farming, and so the Leviathans missing out on a few opportunities here, whereas the Styx Ferrymen have pushed out a few of their own waves. Neither side's got the global presence that we've become accustomed to so far this meta, so split push not an option. Might just be a true fight on the fire. Leviathan's in first. Not exactly burning fast, though.
That sky lighting up, the Leviathans know somebody was at that beacon. Start up the Fire Giant, half health on it now. Ultimate's up for all sides on the battle, and nearly every relic as well.
Low.
Fire Giant's down to a quarter, and the fight breaks out. Final K tries to pull back into the company, only grabs a roar, and a Fear No Evil from adapting is massive. That Cyclone Spin falls down into the double for Final K, as a roar claims another death onto his side. Panda Cat with a kill onto Sino, but Baskin and Paul still alive, and Paul healthy as health bars are chipped away and nearly dropped on the Leviathan side.
Look, we're 23 minutes in. There's plenty of Smite to be played, J-Mac. I am confident in saying this is the best game Adapting's had all year. These ultimates are perfect. He's everywhere on the map. I couldn't track him with the bird's eye view. Sacred Monkey is turning him into an after image that I'm chasing as a spectator. There's no world the Styx Ferrymen know where he's going. 1 second he's dropping a 3-man Fear No Evil. The next second he's on the other side of the wall. The next second he's jumping back over it. And all the while the rest of his team is just running down the Styx Ferrymen. Fire Giant pulled again. Ferrymen in a way worse spot.
Baskin and Paul even get to the pit is the question. Final K is playing zone duty. Drops about a third of Baskin's health, just pulling back in the coffin, but that gets the beads from one, and the beads from a second one. Paul gets caught out, but able to walk away. Riptides from Aurora, make sure there's that extra safety net of an escape. And all that Fire Giant cost the Leviathans in the final push was Final K's ultimate, and what does he get from it? 2 different sets of beads.
So, keep my eyes now on some of those timers. 150 seconds for Paul, and just about the same for Baskin. Baskin, a way more difficult target to knock down, but certainly not difficult to kill. Clearly, Leviathans made short work of him just previously. Let's look at the siege potential, though, of this composition from the Leviathans. Fire Giant on all 5. You better believe they want to knock down all these remaining towers. A lot of that's going to lie with Panda Cat. Initiation's good, but it's an all-in style initiation. We're not seeing a lot of non-committal CC. It's all in all the time. Really, it's only Final K that's going to be displacing anybody on the Styx Ferrymen. So if Aurora's beads ever get burnt, simple. Paul still safe with the CC immunity ultimate. Won't be an easy target for Final. Okay, Baskin maybe a bit. Could be pulled in. It will be a great start for the Leviathans. Otherwise, it's going to have to be adapting into that back line with his ultimate or wrong view right in their faces just the same. And under Phoenix, the Styx Ferrymen have got so much damage to play with between Cyclone Spin, finishing up his Deathbringer. Paul, of course, Obsidian Shard and Pendulum done as well. Baskin, massive no-play zone with his own ultimate. Could make it tough.
Cyno, fast speeds away from the Fear No Evil of adapting. The 120 seconds on those relics. Cyno still has access to the blink. Adapting
can't catch
doesn't
him.
realistically have a way to chase him down, but can't keep him from going back to base immediately. Cyno just walks back through the jungle. The rest of the Leviathans creeping up over on left, but not really having that tower push capability just yet. Managed to get an Oni Fury during all of that one, so Oni Waves now pushing forward down the lane. There's an initiation in towards mid. Cyno gets some beads away from Shinto at the least, so it's another carries relics on cooldown, but Styx Ferrymen, they're holding out on this defense.
And they're doing a good job, but the Leviathans haven't commit to an offense just yet, have they? We've seen a two-man push in mid, and Final K and Shinto aren't exactly threatening the towers, and on left, it's just been poking and prodding. Finally on right, it's adapting. Breaks the seal. Tier 2 tower taken. The door in mid. Paul, bit scared there. Goes in the ultimate immediately.
15 seconds on his beads, though, so not going to stand around the tower. Aurora gets caught up in the walls from Wrong U, but able to break through with the help of the team. Didn't have access to any means of escape elsewise, but Tier 2 tower in mid. The Leviathans will use up the last little bit of their time for Fire Giant, clear out the jungle, and start heading over towards left.
You know, my heart goes out to Cyno, J-Mac. He's done a lot of really good work, starting off these fights, burning through multiple sets of beads this time before the engagement starts, finds Shinto. And that's ideal, taking the beads off of a short-range mage like that, but the rest of the Styx Ferrymen are struggling to find any form of initiation. And when I look at their draft, it becomes evident as to why. Aurora could do it with Riptide, but that's not exactly guaranteed CC. Pretty difficult to land that one. Long-range stuns, not exactly guaranteed either. Baskin, inconsequential CC that isn't guaranteed unless Final K is landing a heal. Paul, Sigil Mastery's okay, but that fear is also pretty difficult to land. So Cyno has to be the one to go in, burn the beads, and then make use of the burnt beads. Maybe in a true 5-on-5 engagement, once we're under a Phoenix or once you're in the Fire Giant pit, you could trust Cyclone Spin to be the one burning some of those relics. His ultimate really good for that, but can't really be choosy with who he's ulting with, right? It's whoever's in front of him. So it's not even up to Cyclone Spin to make use of Cyno's good work. A lot of it cut out for the Styx Ferrymen's jungler. And so far, the Leviathan's response to it has been okay, well, Shinto's beads are down. Let's wait. Why take a fight? There's not really a whole lot of rush to it. It's not as if the Leviathan's composition is going to fall off anytime soon. Exemplified perfectly by the last minute or so. 30 seconds left on Shinto's beads and nothing coming of it.
Not just the beads, though. Alternate timeline coming back up, using that last fight before the previous Fire Giant was taken. Now about to come back off cooldown. Typically, we see maybe, at best, one use of this item, and then it's either game over for the guy who got alternate timeline or game over for the enemy team because they committed too much to try and go for those ones. But now we get another chance for Shinto to be able to utilize the item in this team fight. As the Fire Giant is spawning back in, just under a minute from it being enhanced. I don't imagine these two teams try and commit too hard before that Fire Giant does get buffed up.
I don't know, there's really decent pick potential, I should say. Cyno really, really wants to get in there. Really, really wants to burn some of those beads. Because even with Relic Dagger, 50 seconds off your cooldowns doesn't work if you only use your cooldowns the once. So wants to get either his blink or beads on cooldown sooner rather than later. Instead, has lined up in mid. And here's the thing about Cyno hovering mid. Generally, the four-man grouping from both sides in the pit with a 1v1 in the mid lane between the junglers is a little bit more nuanced. There is not a whole lot of nuance to it this time. Adapting would just win that fight, but adapting similarly, very important to the engagement of the Leviathans. Fire Giant's up and enhanced now in 2 seconds. Neither side pulled it just yet. Finally, the Leviathans pull that trigger. Styx Ferrymen have to walk in fast.
Six Ferrymen going in. Wrong U cuts off one path, but it's immediately opened up by the Ferrymen. The Fire Giant's getting low. It might just be a coin toss. Let's listen to the Levianthans. They go for the fight.
Destroyed the fire giant. Killing spree.
Able to pick up 2 and Fire Giant. A coin toss there by the Leviathans, but one that they win out on. And it's now the Ferrymen on the run. Too low. Baskin trying to zone. And Leviathans with the objective. Enhance attack and march down right.
30 seconds left at nearest respawn. No ultimate for Baskin. And Cyclone's been similarly without. The Leviathan's healthy. And they're going to work through this bird quick.
They still have one Runic Bomb if they want to go for more birds, or they can find another pick, go for a fight. Wrong U, aiming for Paul, but stunned out by Cyclone Spin, not able to close in that gap. Heals from Fino, keeping the team alive. And middle Phoenix, an afterthought for Leviathans. They walk in, knock that one down in a matter of seconds. And now beeline over to the left side.
And let's talk about that confirmation on objective. It's another massive ultimate from Adapting. Hits 4 with Fear No Evil. Commits to it immediately afterward. The communication from the Leviathans, incredibly good. Fine, okay, can you guys help me? The rest of the team, yeah, of course. We're going to make sure you get out of here alive. Jump onto a roar afterward. Find their pick and find the objective. 2 birds down now for the Styx Ferrymen. Only 1 remaining, and simple for the Leviathans to figure out where they're going to put that aggression. Grab the Primal Fury, maybe grab the Beacon, maybe you don't want to. Either way, head back to base, spend up your pockets, finish up all these power spikes, and get ready for what could be the last siege of game 1 here. The Styx Ferrymen, I mean, it is not pretty. Only 1 kill so far this game. Paul's KD's looking good, 1-0-0, but the rest of the team's suffering. And I just gotta think it's that lack of initiation. You're right, J-Mac. That chart, it tells a story.
That happened fast, because we were approaching near 20 minutes, fairly even in the game, kills looking pretty modest. But it started to spiral against the Styx Ferrymen, 18,000 gold up, and still a very important 18K up against the Ferrymen, because no full build for Sino just yet. Baskin's only on tier 2, Cyclone's on tier 2. And Aurora still actually holding on to one of his at the moment, waiting to see what that last item will be from him. So lacking in the damage and the defenses on the side of the Ferrymen, as the Leviathans only have 1 Phoenix left to go for. Have Adapting, split pushing over in mid, keeping those minions at bay, and making sure to get the fire minions pushed forward. The Ferrymen are going to have to go for a full-on defense and hope that nobody gets picked off. Panic Cat's doing so much damage to this Phoenix. 3 autos, it's down half.
Down to half HP. Styx Ferrymen realize now they cannot allow the Leviathans in again if they want to maintain their bird. But it shouldn't be the focus of the Ferrymen. Play around the Titan, I'm thinking, unless you can keep poke up like that. Fine, okay. Dropped real low. Has sustain to play with, but it's not exactly easy to find.
Every set of beads up for the Ferrymen on this defense. So eyes go to Adapting to see if he can pull some, or maybe exploit a few of them can get taken away before that Fear No Evil. Minions pushing in mid, Adapting and Shinto wrapping to the fight. Left side Phoenix 1 hit away, and fine, okay, starts off the coffin. Adapting with 3-man ultimate, lock 3 behind the wall. Wrong U, Aurora is low.
Is he out?
But Cyclone is the one down first. Baskin, the second casualty, and an alternate timeline from Shinto gives him second wind in the fight. It's Sino, Paul, and Aurora left to defend.
Titan's low.
The Titan's health is going fast. The Firemen are chipping away at it. And the Leviathans with all 5. They can walk right back in. No ults available to them. Paul's got to put on a hell of a defensive damage, but Fine OK is locked him down for the Leviathans to take game 1.
Leviathans came to this one with a game plan and execute on it perfectly. Adapting legacy game, of course. Fine OK finds a good deal of pressure in his lane. Everything that could have gone well absolutely did, barring 1 Gold Fury steal that the Styx Ferrymen find that essentially buys the rest of that game. I think that gets them maybe 6-7 more minutes, because if the Leviathans were allowed to push the lead that they were already starting to build at that 15 or so minute mark, I mean, this game would have ended 10 minutes faster.
I mean, the 1 Gold Fury steal and then the death onto Adapting, the only blemishes for the Leviathans in this game. The alternate timeline getting a lot of value from Shinto in that last fight gives him that second chance to keep pushing forward. And the Leviathans just felt comfortable, got everything they wanted, and played it out perfectly. Game number 1 to the Leviathans here in the set. We'll see if the Ferrymen can bounce back in game 2 right after this.
Get this party started. I got the music playing loud. How you like my outfit? I have to say, I got my dancing shoes on, and I'm feeling dangerous. Let's get this party started. Yeah, we gon' be adventurous. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. Another usual. To pick myself up, nothing's wrong with me yet, but maybe this bow tie was too much. I just have to be cool, looking like I'm Clint Eastwood. Ain't the bad or ugly, my mama said that I'm the good. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. Another usual.
Patience, I'm running out of patience. There's gotta be somebody who can save me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. I can't be the only one, only one, only one. 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 I can't be the only one, only one, only one. Only one, only one, only one. Lonely, tired of always feeling so lonely, with nobody around to come and hold me. Gotta be someone who feels the same. Cause I've been all by myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind. I feel so lonely, so goddamn lonely. Can't be the only one. No, I can't be the only one, only one, only one. myself, got nobody else to help ease my mind.
That's right. That's what these teams have been playing for. That's what this year has been all about. January 12th through 14th at the beginning of 2024. You'll be able to see us there, but it'll be the Smite World Championship, whether you're watching on YouTube, on Twitch. If you're there in person, it's going to be a fantastic event. And doubled up, the good news is, and you can go at any point to shop.highroadstudios.com/SBL or to shop.smiproleague.com, whichever one. It'll lead you to some fantastic merchandise, things like that you can pick up. In fact, if you do shop.highroadstudios.com/SWC, instead you'll get worlds-specific merchandise, whether it's hats, joggers, hoodies, t-shirts, jerseys, etc. All of that will be there. Even that tote bag looks fantastic. So if you just want to rep the SWC as it is, or if you want to represent your favorite team, you can do all of that by going to shop.highroadstudios.com/SWC. Support them whether you are at home or in person. The team will feel the support, of course, every year. This is very important for those of you who maybe don't have tickets. If you tweet in pictures, we usually do this. I'm going to go ahead and assume, there's no guarantee on it, but I'm going to assume you send us pictures for how you're watching at home, and of course we always want to see that. So make sure that you're repping your favorite team so we know who you're rooting for in the process. Of course, Trelly, you and I will be there, and who knows, we might be seeing these two face off against each other in the finals. It's the only way they could play against each other one more time. Otherwise, guaranteed we're at least going to see them again. But now, Leviathan's 1-0 victory, and it's a pretty good one.
Oh, yeah. You got to give shout-outs to Adapting. I tend to agree with what Mifflin said, something along the lines of this is the best game Adapting's played all year. He just was always in the right place. He was always hitting these massive ultimates. You couldn't track where this Hunbats was if you tried. A lot of plays like that, where he was just able to follow the sacred monkey toss. I just want to see a highlight reel of Adapting at this point. It wasn't as if, Final K looked great on the Baron. In fact, he pulled a lot of relics, which makes Adapting's job a lot easier. But this was just ridiculous, this sacred monkey toss here, where he's like, we got one. Can I get the other? Oh, you better believe I can get the other. They clean up the double kill, and he makes it out. Just ridiculous, man. The Leviathans looked real good, and I think from picks and bans alone, they set themselves up for a pretty darn good game. Sure, you give up the Outwash, you give up the Morgan Le Fay, the Yamoja, but it just didn't matter, right? The Leviathans did not care. They had the CC. Paul was virtually dealt with. Baskin was sat on as well by this Hunbats. It just seemed like they knew exactly how to, and this combo was disgusting as well. The triple Fear No Evil into the Kavarakan walls. They were just playing lights out, man.
You know what? Sometimes, especially in moments like this or in games like that, there's a certain point where it really does have that feeling of just like, you know what, we got a little outplayed, boys. And I feel like that happened just kind of often there. Unfortunately for Sino, Baskin 0-3 and 0 for Baskin, 0-4-1 for Sino. Just not able to find a lot, get the ball rolling. The other side, 4-1-8. Adapting has a stellar game. Your carries, in fact, he's the only death for the entire team. The carries plus Ronghyu go undying, and a 008 there for the support. And so they set themselves up, as you mentioned, for success from the draft, and then they played to that success. And now, Charlie, you have to imagine they've ignited a little bit of a fire, because the Ferrymen hate losing. That is the one thing they maybe hate more than anything. And so it does make it really intriguing to me to see what they're going to do to adapt. And that's what I want to ask you. I mean, you're not banning the Hunbats. Where is it that things go wrong for them in draft?
I don't think that banning the Hunbats is so wrong. I don't think they have to, right? You just need a little bit more of that presence around the map. The Circuit was not it for me. Sino, from the get-go, didn't really seem like he was going to have that same level of impact. Of course, he built exactly what we assumed he would. Things like Arc Druids, things like Relic Dagger, not much damage. There was a few times where I saw Last Breath ticking. And I was like, oh, maybe this is the comeback. That Last Breath poison is going to spread. It's going to pop. And then you realize Sino built no damage, and it's just not going to get value. So if you're going to just be a CC bot like Sino likes to be at times, you got to prioritize getting that Erlong Shen. You know, that's the kind of pick that he likes to play. It just doesn't seem to work any other way. And if he wants to camp solo lane, try and get through Bastion, which is exactly what both junglers did, Adapting and Sino met many times over in solo towards those blue buffs. I just don't think you can show up as Serket. But this time around, the Leviathans take away the Naja and the Erlong. And they say, nope, we're just going to keep focusing on Sino. The Ferrymen don't look as clean if Sino's not on one of his signature picks.
You know, the Rat gone, the Naja, the Erlong. Meanwhile, like you said, Alpwash, Raijin, Poseidon on the other side for the Ferrymen, who are first pick, and they opt into the Athena, who is left open at the very top. Global presence, taunt, CC, it's all good. A little bit of flexibility, but Charlie, do you think in this day and age, does Athena have as much going for her in, you know, let's say jungle? We've seen it in mid, we've seen it in solo. Like, can it play any of the other roles that we've seen in the past?
I mean, it can, but I don't suspect that's what we'll see. At the moment, I'm going to lock that one in for Aurora. That there's probably... there's a world where Sino would take it just because he likes, you know, setup, right? He likes CC for his team, but I think, yeah, that one's going towards Aurora. We'll wait to see how the rest of the draft goes. But interesting that they chose, you know, let's not put priority into the Chernobog. We've already seen time and time again the Ferrymen don't prio that mom on. They just let that pick go through. But the Athena can have a lot of explosive presence. There's a reason it's been banned so much. So we'll see if that was a mistake for the Leviathans to let it through.
Face the wrath of a sorceress scorned.
Morgan Le Fay locked in. Still, Paul piloted it last game. Looked good. Top damage. 1-0. You know, it's not like it was a bad pick. Just not enough to, you know, carry the game away. But still, with Outwash, Raijin, and Poseidon banned,
12.
looks a little more like a solo pick. We'll have to see how the rest of the draft peers through.
Well, that is a bit of a surprise because we don't get to see too often, Charlie. Xbalanque, A, and then B, locked in the top 3. But that is something the Ferrymen have opted to go into here. Something Cyclone has been able to pull out. And if you go at various points in history, of course, Cyclone's been playing long enough that Xbalanque has been a solid pick. You know, Morgan, no idea where the Mamon's going to be going. Presumably, as you had said, Shinto, since he likes playing it. But has that flexibility for them still. Chernobog versus Xbalanque seems like the matchup that is going to be very likely, though, and it's Xbalanque Athena. How do you like that matchup in the duo lane?
I mean, it's not going to net any kills, I don't think. As far as just X-Ball and Athena, what do they bring early on? Not much. Sure, there's taunts, there's setup, and if they get beads, they get relics. Sino might be able to go over there, but I imagine you're picking X-Ball for that ultimate, right? It's a pick. You got to remember, Cyclone's been playing this game since it released, right? Like before then, even. Like it's been a while, and X-Ball has been a staple in his god pool, even when he was playing solo. And this man just played anything, so has always liked to go back to the X-Ball time and time again. This is no different. Just a pick that, you know, can be very annoying in the middle of a team fight. You turn the lights off, can sort of stop exactly what the Leviathans might want to do. So I don't hate the X-Ball. I think it's a good pocket pick to have ready at any moment, and this is one of those times when if you want to try and shake up the comms of the Leviathans, if you want to try and shake up the momentum of this set, X-Ball could be the way to do it, and throw the global presence that Athena brings into that. Can be very annoying to deal with.
Talk about rough picks left for the jungle. You've already got the 3 up top, the Rat, the Naja, the Erlong Shen. Depending on who you are, you maybe want to throw Poseidon into that conversation. I don't. Then you get the Nemesis, the Hunbats, and potential for even more than that to come through.
Yep.
For both the Ferrymen and the Leviathans. The Leviathans are spending their time thinking about it. But, Charlie, we are definitely going to the point where your assassin lock-ins, granted we just saw Serket, so it's not like we aren't used to getting a little further in there, but like a Wheelish, I believe, was on the last one, or the last line. It's going to be a little rough for both these junglers to lock in whoever they want. Amaterasu is what the Ferrymen opted to ban, and Baba Yaga takes the last one from the Leviathans. A strong Paul pick, and then a strong Fine OK pick, and I guess in a way what we've seen kind of pseudo-adapting pick. So we saw some Ama jungle earlier this week. Thor still available, things like that. What are you looking at if you're looking at the assassin pool right now?
If I'm looking at the Leviathans, I mean, the Mercury is still something that adapting could
True,
go
he loves that.
towards. He loves that pickup. You've got global presence with the Chernobog, so maybe you don't want to stack too much crit, though adapting has never really cared about stacking too much crit.
They will learn to
The
fear me
Camazots?
now.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I'm thinking the Merc or the Camazots, but the Ferrymen, if Baskin does take the Morgan Le Fay, I mean, Thoth Pele, I suppose, would be a decent look here just because it's a pick that Paul can go to, but he also could just take the Morgan Le Fay, and then we're looking at a Baskin matchup, which, considering Alposh, Raijin, Poseidon, Morgan Le Fay are all missing, it becomes more and more difficult to dive into that solo lane God pool. So I would just let Baskin take that Morgan Le Fay for sure, and Tiamat, Thoth, Pele, like those are the gods that come to my mind first. Sure, Sino has things like the Warriors in the back pocket, but we haven't seen them in a bit, and that's probably for a reason.
And yeah, the one that we've seen most recently is the Erlong, and it's banned for good reason.
Yep.
When you look at like the Bologna, it didn't do too hot in a lot of its games. It had a couple of big wins though, so who knows? Ferrymen are willing to go out on a limb, and as they have gone on record, sometimes Sino asks for something, you don't think about it,
Wow.
and you just give it to him whenever he asks. The Cirquette seems to be the run back,
I'll take 50%.
but you'll get 50%. Yeah, the Thoth locked in alongside it. He's been doing a great job, it feels like. I mean, you see a 43% win rate, so maybe not the best of jobs, but it feels like a lot of the damage that we've seen a Thoth put out. It's never been a doubt that he is looking good. It's just what you have around him. Do you like going back to the Cirquette and the face of what the Leviathans already have locked in?
Not full tank Circuit. Don't like it one bit, but something that Sino is just going to. Right? If you have enough damage from Baskin, Paul, and Cyclone, which I can't lie, the Ferrymen had the best record this season, which means a good 90% of their matchups, they did have enough damage, and Sino didn't have to carry, right? He just had to CC for his squad. Then that's probably why he's okay with going back to the Circuit. But last game they didn't have enough damage, right? That you have to see if they can still dish out with the Thoth. You have to have Peel, which the Athena can have. You gotta have Setup, which the Circuit and the Athena can have, and you gotta have Dive. That's the issue there. I don't see too much Dive here. It's just hopefully Thoth can handle it, right? He counts as your Dive because his range is so far. Besides that, it's just Sino. You have no one else going to the backline because Baskin has consistently been going Beads Aegis. He doesn't get Blink. You have the ability to on Morgan Le Fay. Blink Dragon Fight is one of the best initiations you can ask for because it's so instant. But Baskin doesn't do that. He gets Beads Aegis. So you're counting on Aurora for Dash Taunt and Sino. We'll have to see if that's enough because if you look at the other side, Mamon's going to have Blink almost certainly. Wait, hold on. I didn't even realize. Is that just going to be Mamon Jungle finally? Do we see Adapting Pilot it? Yeah, I was so focused on the...
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I was so focused on the Circuit Thought. Yeah, it looks like Adapting might finally take that Mamon.
So Charon, Chernobog as the long lane? Mamon, you're thinking jungle?
No, Panda Cat's the only one that plays Marty. Literally the only one in the world that plays Marty. Yeah.
Oh, and Shinto also has had a pretty nasty Chernobog in the right hand, so realistically, it could be devastating. So you're thinking Charon, Marty, and then the duo in mid would be the Cherno Mamon. Do you like Cherno Mamon in a 2v2 for the early game?
Not to get aggressive and look for a first blood, but you're not really looking as a Chernobog mid to get that aggressive, right? You want the second, and we've seen this so many times. Level 5. The second you get level 5, you put a point in your ult, you fly up, and you look towards duo lane. You say, are they like past the halfway point? If so, we're getting first blood. Like, I am going to kill them. If not, we're probably confirming like shield buff and a purple invade, which could be enough to just win that lane. So that's probably what Shinto plays for here. Just how do I get as much farm as possible to get level 5 and then just ruin duo lane, just ruin Cyclone Spin's whole game.
But, and I guess maybe the more important question, Mamon instead of the Hunbats last time up against the Circuit, like, do you think Adapting is going to be able to make it look admittedly as good as Shinto's made it look?
I have not gotten the pleasure of seeing Adapt and play Mamon. So either A, he's been cooking it up, which I'm sure he has. Let's be honest. You don't, when Worlds placements are on the line, I doubt this is the first time he's played the character. But there's a reason that Shinto's been playing it, right? He's been liking it a lot. We'll have to see how Adapting can pilot it. He's one of the best jungles in the world for a reason, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
And I'm excited to watch it. The Leviathans lead the set so far 1-0. We'll see how the Ferrymen answer back with the casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Trelly. Game 2. Now the Ferrymen and the Leviathans. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here one more time for that second game. And I want to go back maybe to the circuit from Sino. Saw a lot of struggles in game 1. It was really good for Sino. Go in, blink, taunt, burn beads. But it was always that follow-up after, or the fact that it was always Sino going for that. Do you like the switch up for Aurora getting the Athena to maybe make that job a bit easier for Sino, or to have somebody else be able to follow up once those are down now?
J-Mac, I am a simple man. So simple. I've been described as simple by my therapists, by my doctors, by my teachers growing up. I'm a simple man. When I see Athena on one side, I like her to be the core of CC on her own. That question of, can you burn beads and make use of burnt beads? Yeah, Athena does that on her own. So having Sino also helping out, likely will go that Relic Dagger build again. I really do like how the initiation of the Styx Ferrymen starts to play out once they're allowed to group up. The only issue I could see the Ferrymen running into is if Aurora or Sino are the ones that get focused out throughout the early game, and it's something Trelly had brought up really well on the desk, is Chernobog's ability to just fully duo. Just go up into the air, you're more than 50% up the lane, what are you going to do? You're probably just going to get slowed, killed, and maybe even lose out on some of your camps. So long as Aurora is tanky enough to be allowed to initiate, and so long as Sino is keeping at least a 1 to 2 level pace with Adapting, where there was a point in game 1 where we saw that level lead start to stray towards that 3, maybe 3.5 level range. That's when things start to get really dicey. If you can stay within 1 to 2, be that facilitator, and trust that the Thoth is going to have the damage behind him, I really do like what the Ferrymen have got.
I'm excited to see what Adapting can do on the Mammon. We've been seeing it exclusively in Shinto's hands for this team. We've been seeing a lot of the mid. Seen a few junglers get their hands on it. Panatom did a great job over the course of this weekend on the God, once he got a little bit of time to warm up on it. So now seeing what Adapting can do. He's been sitting by, watching a lot of teams, watching his own teammates kind of play this pick. And I think more than anything, I'm curious to see what his build path on this jungle Mammon is. We've been seeing a few different ones, but it's primarily been do more in Depend, and then we get either something like a Magi's Cloak. But we've been seeing a lot of the Polynomicon out of the jungle. Haven't been the biggest fan of that one, so wonder what Adapting kind of goes to for his build path.
We've seen Panatom doing the Polynomicon Magi's, and then we've seen everyone else doing something different. So long as Maman Brigitte has Spear of the Magus somewhere in the build, I am generally pretty okay with it. Polynomicon's not my favorite. Would love to see literally any other item, but otherwise I think just fine. Doomorb, of course, a jungle staple. Get that movement speed, get that power a little bit faster. Massive infusion of power early on. But I don't think you need to go too crazy. And it seems to me that Adapting will be going Doomorb in that first slot. Has picked up the Lost Artifact already. It's a fast start. It'll definitely help out. That does generally lead you towards Spear of Desolation in second, which does CDR slant you a little bit more towards the late game. You got to wait on that starter upgrade. But good power infusion, good damage output. I'm not going to argue against it.
So now immediately into the duo lane. Aurora and Cyclone getting a bit of the advantage in the wave clear. I'd like to see what happens then. Through this level 2 point, as Aurora goes dash, as he goes taunt, answers taunt right into damage. Cyclone left from Panda Cat. Aurora's just standing right in the face of Rongyu and Panda Cat, taking quite a bit of damage from it, but trying to keep up that pressure in duo lane. The last Cyclone's been the most comfortable time on the Xbalanque. A pick that we're no stranger to seeing from some of the older heads of Smite, from some of these older Hunter players, but bring it out here in game 2 in a meta where we haven't really seen him a whole lot. Not necessarily a risk, but do something a bit strange from Cyclone.
Yeah, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what is it exactly that makes Xbalanque appealing. We saw Barracuda playing it in Phase 1. We've seen Cyclone break it out here or there throughout the year. I believe Zapman has taken it for at least one game as well. Vote was going towards it pretty consistently too. It's good poke in lane. Global presence always going to be pretty decent. It allows him to get some assists from across the map, so just a little bit of free farm for him, so long as he's on time with that cooldown. But it is also very telegraphed dashes that can be canceled pretty easily. Has a good amount of pre-fire on it. Poison darts is a decent ability, but it's generally short range and up against what is essentially the current meta of lots of damage on the board. It's pretty difficult to utilize poison darts in some of those later game engagements. I'll be excited to see what he does. It does certainly have boxing potential, though. But here's the thing. Panda Cat's on the god of anti-box. I'm not here to fight you. I'm going to throw out Acid Rain halfway across the lane. Like that.
Yep. But immediately responds back from those poison darts onto Panda Cat from Cyclone. Do you think maybe it's just maybe more of a communications flutter kind of thing? Because there's very few gods in the game that really do muck up the comms compared to a Shibalanke. You turn the lights out for the entire enemy team for a few seconds. Makes it almost impossible to see anything around you. Do you think that maybe that's one of the big factors with a comp like the Ferrymen have built up?
It could be, especially for maybe Thoth Ultimate. When Shibalanke was at the top of the meta 2012 to 2014, it was generally, hey, we've got a Thor on our side. We don't want people knowing where the Thor is coming from. So we throw up a Shibalanke Ultimate, and it just works out like that. Also had the added benefit of being a stun if you weren't playing heads up. Doesn't have that stun on it any longer. It could be that it's a decent answer to the dive potential of the Leviathans. Darkest of Nights, Shibalanke Ultimate also gives you enhanced range on your auto attacks. And if we see Cyclone Spin go for like a crit build, could be that he tries to remove adapting from the fight very early. And that could be it. It's really hard to say. I'll have to ask some of these ADCs exactly what it is about Shibalanke, but he's also a niche pick. We're not seeing him every game or anything like that. Maybe it's got something to do with the Athena Ultimate, similar to that Thor Ultimate strategy. Well, you don't see him coming.
Yeah, Cyclone uses the ultimate throughout the course of this game when we start to see some of these globals get active as well. Roger's having a taunt on the wrong U, takes a heap of damage from Panda Cat. It's all his own for the shield buff. Make sure that one goes over to Cyclone Spin and get the XP. Try and keep themselves afloat there. We've already seen Paul fire the ultimate once in this game, but just to clear out the wave. Now met by Shinto adapting in the middle of the lane. We'll dash back to safety for the time being. This is still a very slow-paced game. It was similar to what we saw in game number 1, especially from the junglers. Didn't really see either of them get involved until that first full item was online.
Yes, and I don't think that's going to be any different here. Adapting's on a much slower pace on a Mon Brigitte jungle. Really want that 2 or 3 item power spike before you get too active on map. Already starting to see some of the strength of what Athena can do. I am such an Athena fan, man. Dash Taunt is just a ridiculous series of abilities, so hard to deal with. Guarantees you a bit of damage. Aurora, one of the better ones at it. Certainly be allowed to throw around his weight in this lane. Even Cyclone's been alone. Confident enough that he's just going to sit on tower line here. Dangerous. Stopping some backs.
Wow.
That's why he did it.
That's just toxic. You used an entire ultimate to throw one auto at wrong U to cancel a back. Is that value to you? Is that value? You use an entire ultimate just to delay a support back by 15 seconds?
I'd sacrifice 3 days of my lifespan to stop a support back. So absolutely.
I challenge you.
Shinto. The use of the beads give away from the taunt from Aurora and the ultimate out of Sino. Response along with it. But now, without beads, they can just keep walking up and doing this. Dash taunt should be up shortly from Aurora. A wrong U on the way might mean that Stygian tidal wave that comes out from that ultimate might be enough of an attractor. Wrong U able to secure his green buff that was being stolen away by the Ferrymen. Make sure they don't lose out on that XP.
Yeah, that's good for him. Sino, I don't think, had his one backup just yet, so was not able to secure that one for himself. We'll see if Ronnie can get that magic rolling again over the shield buff. This one's a little bit less likely with Aurora walking him down. So a little bit more pressure over towards the Styx Ferrymen's duo. But that's generally what you'd expect now. Trelly brought it up briefly. There's one guy on the planet playing Martikaros, and his name is Maxime. That's Panda Cat. It's not exactly a pressure pick anymore. His ultimate doesn't do as much as it used to. This god really has been hit by the nerf waves throughout the years. So I'm surprised to see Ronnie hanging out in lanes so much. I thought the strategy around Marty was leave him alone, let him farm, and he'll be able to hold his own because of how much safety he's got thanks to death from above. But instead, just hovering the duo lane, and the Leviathans are slowly losing out on farm already. You can start to see it in net worth in particular. So many of these waves shoved in towards tower. Do some quick math for you. 200 gold loss on Panda Cat already to tower, Cyclone Spin. benefiting from that. And about 100 or so for Aurora. 7 minutes in, not massive, 300 gold difference, but it is starting to build up. It'll stop building up once Transcendence is done stacking. Once Soul Eater gets picked up, all of a sudden Acid Rain is just going to clear the wave on its own. But until then, opportunities for the Ferrymen.
Or Sino, pushing his wrong use. Taunt will connect. The taunt from Sino, ultimate available for the Circuit, but not going to use it. Maybe without Cyclone Spin there, not confident in their damage output.
He's smart.
To be able to kill the Charon this time. Ultimate was still available for wrong you as well, so maybe just seeing if they could try and bait that out of him, but come up empty-handed this time. Six Ferrymen still trying to play aggressive in that dual lane, giving Cyclone as much free farm as he can, just to try and get up and ahead of Panda Cat. But with this kind of sitting around and waiting style of game that's being played here, at least by the Leviathans, is this something that benefits them? Is this a composition that is fine not taking these fights, just waiting till that 25-30 minute big team fight moment?
I mean, the scaling on the Leviathans is incredibly high. Adapting Shinto, Panda Cat, making up the bulk of that analysis. But I could see a bit of a struggle for the Leviathans in initiation come late game. A lot of it's coming from Final K. Wrong U's in your face the whole time. Not exactly an initiator on the Charon, though. Ultimate great at disrupting Fire Giants or Gold Furies, but starting up your fight consistently, not exactly his job. So hard to say how the 5-on-5 looks for the Leviathans, but I can see them saying, hey, look, Adapting's just going to be really strong, and he's gonna look for 1v1s or isolate Paul, or Shinto's going to be really strong, and he's going to split the map and force responses, and we'll have numbers advantage because of Chernobog ult. That could be the answer for the Leviathans. But as stated earlier, simple man. Athena for the Styx Ferrymen just gives me so confidence in their ability to win out on those engagements later on.
Aurora playing aggressive, maybe just to stack up that sturdy stew, but walks up to two people with no fear, double taunts, hits him with a shield wall after. Good point out there by Doug. Adapting, not finishing up that Doom Orb instead. Going down the pen tree immediately after, just holding on to only that Cursed Orb. Do you think this is beneficial for Adapting? Is there enough stats in just that tier 2 to warrant holding on to here, or would you have liked to have seen him maybe finish that up first?
I mean, Cursed Orb is really good. I mean, 2% movement speed, penetration's there, power's there, finishes up the Desolation, gets his CDR online a little bit faster. I think maybe the most significant part of it. It's a personal preference thing. I don't think the stat lines on one or the other is so significantly better, or the timing of it so significantly better that it's something he'll go towards every single time. I don't hate it. It's not even as if like a full stacked Doom Orb is something you're super excited about. Doom Orb to me is a stat item, whereas Desolation is a passive item. So getting that passive available a little bit faster might be the value Adapting was looking for.
Maybe also just a byproduct of the pace of the game. Haven't really seen any fighting outside of some potential purple buff invades or attempted invades or fights around these green buffs. Paul charging up ultimate, but he'll just keep canceling that one out. Keep putting a bit of fear to Leviathans when he's going to pull the ripcord on that one. Aurora the taunt on Adapting. Fine for now, but now it's Sino jumping in, gets an ultimate in response, plus the beads. Both down for Adapting. Aurora left Dash on here shortly to go back in. And now they've got a perfect target in the Maman Brigitte.
Yeah, but Sino's been dropped low too. So turnaround potential there for the Leviathan should the Styx Ferrymen decide to fully engage. Paul hovering mid tells me even if Aurora did find what looked to be a potential 2 or 3 man taunt there, wouldn't have had the follow-up he needed, so thinks better of it. Both teams taking a very trepidatious pace here to game number 2. Don't want to be the reason either side starts to fall behind. Don't want to be the progenitor of that bleed out, so both sides a little bit conflict averse, risk adverse. Maybe the best way to word it. And again, it is difficult to say which side's going to have more of an advantage come late game. So I think all right pace for both sides. Gore. He loses out here. Thought Wrong you would dash through, try and block out and dash. Instead, is it a turnaround?
It's an ultimate from Cyclone in response, but Aurora does get bailed out just barely. Under 100 HP, the tidal wave comes through, but it misses Aurora and only tags Cyclone. A 4-man commitment from the Leviathans, not enough to kill the Athena with Sino nearby. A dive on the Cyclone spin, not the wisest from the Leviathans. but that was thin margins for Aurora to make it out.
It was. Adapting was chasing out Cyclone Spin, maybe trying to get in range to catch out the dunk from the ultimate. Adapting narrowly avoids the ultimate from Paul there as well. Not certain that would have even put him in kill threshold for Sino, who has gone a little bit more damage early on. It's not an immediate relic dagger this time. Runeforged second slot, but still certainly not a whole lot of damage from him. That said, Adapting definitely prefers not to have been slammed by a Thoth ultimate, so happy to dodge it. But as I was saying, I wonder if Adapting, had he decided to just go to Aurora immediately as opposed to chase out Cyclone Spin, whether or not that would have been first blood. Hindsight's 20/20, and even now I'm feeling like 15-15. Can't exactly say one way or the other. End of the day, moot trade. The game remains at a complete stalemate.
0-0 on the kills, 13 in. Gold is double-digit difference between them. Panda Cat no ultimate now. As Aurora walked up, forced that one away from him. Still maintaining beads. Cyclone Spin, man, every time we pan back to this duel lane, it is Cyclone at tier 1 tower, and there's just been no response from Adapting. The first chance that we see Adapting go over to that left side was to try and kill Aurora. Comes up empty-handed, and Cyclone just gets to sit at this tier 1 tower line time and time again, so much so that we haven't really seen Wrong Yu leave this side of the map. I don't even know, outside of just walk up mid for a wave with Shinto, if we've seen Wrong Yu be able to do much of anything. He probably doesn't get much of a chance now as he's taunted out of the road, picked up by Sino, thrown back for the Yeoman. He doesn't even get a chance to fire off the wave. First blood for Sino and the Styx Ferrymen.
So first blood at 14 minutes just about. What can the Styx Ferrymen do at this time? 20 seconds left on Wrong Yu's respawn. And healthy HP bars on the Ferrymen. Thought maybe we'd see either an invade attempt, Aurora, the only one here for that, or perhaps a Gold Fury. Instead, content with just the kill, seems to me. Aurora will be stripping away that purple. And a lot of vision for Panda Cat on the left-hand side, so concerned that maybe Cyclone Spin had passed through Gold Fury towards him. Won't be defending that one. So another significant win over to the Styx Ferrymen. Death of 1,000 cuts begins at the 13.5-minute mark. Levianthans, for the first time, starting to play at a bit of a deficit.
See the Pyromancer pulled by Leviathans in response. Baskin's already here. Ultimate from Aurora on top of Sino. He jumps into the middle of 3, but immediately has to bail out. He may have just delivered Aurora right to the backline. Sino low, and instead it's turned on instead. It's the Leviathans getting a kill on the jungler. Baskin able to turn one back to Adapting, and a fly from Shinto. Hits him into a whole bunch of CC from Baskin on landing. The Styx Ferrymen still in control as Paul dashes forward, gets piece from Fine OK, and Baskin didn't pop his own just to keep the pressure forward, but now the health bars are low on the Ferryman. Talk from Aurora hits Shinto, but with Cyclone nearby, not sure how far Shinto wants to push forward.
Shinto does just enough damage on the tail end of that fight to threaten the shell out of Aurora. So strips away that defensive relic and puts a stopper to the Styx Ferryman's aggression. Cyclone Spin last on the scene, absolutely stops any remnants of aggression that might have been in the sight of the Leviathans. The fight fizzles towards the tail end. Styx Ferrymen grab themselves the first neutral objective of the game. Pyromancer over to them, and in the pocket of Sino resides a runic bomb. Could help out a bit when you start to imagine siege on either mid or left. I don't imagine we see it start on the right side of the map. The only thing that could prevent that siege towards mid is the presence of Wrong Yu, and Shinto been doing a good job of keeping those minion waves out too, but generally that's where we see it go. Take away that most valuable tier 1 tower. You can get rid of the mid tier 1, Gold Fury, Pyromancer both become a lot easier to secure or even take a fight afterward. But instead, it's a reset back to neutral. Everybody happy with how it started.
Cyclone trades ultimates with Panda Cat, who immediately cancels his ult as soon as he gets back at tier 1 tower line. And a 2-level difference between these hunters. Only that 1 assist on Cyclone Spin. Pyromancer and now Gold Fury, started by the Ferrymen, the Leviathans. I'm not sure if they even know that this is going on or if they just don't care. At this point, the Styx Ferrymen get themselves another objective, this one of their own accord. Gold Fury to their name, and a 2,000 gold lead over the Leviathans.
It's so smart how Cyclone Spin had used his ultimate just there, J-Mac. Ults early, then dashes into range of the ult. Panda Cat only hears the dash, only sees Cyclone Spin, and just assumes someone else has to be here. There's no way this monster is jumping on me alone, and immediately goes into the death from above. Without death from above, Panda Cat is not a threat to steal Gold Fury, is not safe enough to step up towards it in the 6 frame and make an informed decision. That'd be an easy, neutral objective to grab for themselves. They stuck around a little too long. Cyclone Spin drags Aurora out of the fight. Shinto's already used his ultimate. I think they're out.
The ultimate from Wrong You thrown towards the side of the map into the lane. So Aurora and Cyclone Spin bailing themselves out, but another command from Adapting, and Shinto to the left comes up empty-handed. For Leviathan, didn't even get beads, only just got the 2 ultimates. Actually, not even the 2, just the 1 from Aurora to fast bail out. Now we have a group up around the beacon for Leviathans on that second spawn. By the way, Paul level 18 on the Thaw, 3 full items deep into his build. When you see the damage number start to pop for him. There's all you need to see. 1 shot on a fine, okay. About 15% of his health.
Think of the build too. Goes Mirrodin in 3rd slot. When you have this much CC on your team, Paul realizes I can start off the fight with my ultimate every single time. Aurora's going to start it with taunt. I'm going to hit whoever he taunts it, and I'm going to benefit from that passive immediately. So I like this itemization from Paul. 2-1 mid tower, taking some damage early. Not a commitment just yet. Sino's not on this side of the map. Instead, hovering the right-hand side. So no rooting bomb in play here for the Ferrymen. So just slow play. See if you can poke him out. Final K being on the center of the map, though, has left some farm to be grabbed, and Sino could use it, take it out himself.
Head that direction, team up with Baskin, tier 1 tower. For Cyclone Spin, continues to hold up that lead for the Ferrymen. Leviathans, even with a whole lot of nothing going on there, managed to break in a few hundred gold in their favor. Shinto to the left side of the map, but there's Darkest of Nights with Cyclone to turn the lights out for a bit. Aegis used as a double commit under the tower, and Cyclone without that Aegis means he's an easy target for the combo of carries and Leviathans. But now to turn on a Wrong You ultimate from Sino, throws it back after the wave, but he's able to roam himself right back out. 6 Ferrymen not able to get anything in the fight, but they're tasting from Final K. Trying to turn this one back for the Leviathans. He'll pull in Aurora, but Aurora's still healthy in the fight. Final K, no beads now as Baskin's made his way towards the mid lane. It's just the 1 pick for the Leviathans.
Really smart play there. Panda Cat forces the dash from Cyclone and says, someone please murder this guy. And Shinto's up to the task, jumps into the shadow. Makes it look simple. It does leave you exposed in mid. Final K, no beats now, taunted back in, but Aegis just perfect.
Be sure to keep him alive, Paul. Fast dash away. Final K is low. That ultimate fire maybe is a bit sooner from Paul. Could have gotten that potential kill, but wanted the full charge and Adapting, I should say Final K, able to get that Aegis weaved in just before the taunt duration. Pyromancer started by the Ferryman, but Shinto is nearby. Seal potential low, but not zero, and he does just that. Takes another objective. This time it's Leviathans getting a Pyromancer.
Leviathans have now evened up the game. 1 kill on left, a tier 1 tower, and a Pyromancer steal. Shinto clearly ecstatic in the player cams. And how can you blame him? Man was surprised. That is low odds steal, especially with Paul hovering nearby. Leviathans right back in this match. I wonder now, how do they play it? This is the portion of the game that most Chernobog team comps are really aiming for. You can send Shinto over towards the left-hand side, have him pressure that tier 2 tower, while simultaneously keeping up threat around the Fire Giant itself. Speaking of, Fire Giant has been pulled here, down to about 80%. It's going slow. Paul should know. He sees the Ring of Fire. Sino, Cyclone Spin also nearby. But in a game of globals, both available on the left side of the map.
No channeled ultimate from Aurora just yet. Fire Giant dispersed as Leviathans give up the objective for the time. Still too many of the Ferrymen standing by. With Shinto over on the left, all it would take would be a double global from both Shinto and Aurora to make it a full 5v5 around the objective. Leviathan showing that they are willing to pull it, even despite the fact that we're sitting 500 gold between the two teams here, 21 minutes into the game, 4 kills total. This is a slow-paced game for the both of them. Was it 13 minutes that we saw First Blood happen? Since then, only a few more in the pocket of both these squads. The objective game hasn't necessarily been high either. It's been 2 Pyromancers and a single Fury that have now created the lead that the Leviathans have. Moving down a Primal Fury to that, and Shinto and Adapting walk up. And they should be able to take this one together. No problem there, unless Aurora can maybe show up in time.
No way.
Now he's spotted that it's happening. Shinto might have to get this one in. Taught back by Aurora, and he'll take one for himself. They trade out objectives, a Pyro Steal for Shinto, and Aurora takes one out from under him.
Adapting's got to be ready with ultimate to prevent that from going down that way. Cyclone spin, first in, dashes forward, but will not commit under the tower, and I cannot blame him. Big commitment in mid, though. Wrong you now on the chopping block. That's Scorching Blink and Defender of Olympus. 6 Ferrymen, they grab the neutral objective, but that's a big commitment of cooldowns. Both their globals now off the map. Levianthans might be willing to take a fight.
I know, though, not content with just the one attempt, goes towards Final. Okay, Taunt hits him, but it puts him to wrong view. And now the coffin to pull back in. Tidal Wave hits Sino, pulls him back for the damage. The basket's falling low from Panda Cat. Shinto dashing forward, but ruined in place by Paul, who just keeps pumping out damage for the 6 Ferrymen, keeping the Leviathans at bay at the Pyromancer pit, not wanting to walk through the jungle into enemy lines.
Leviathans use a lot of resources themselves. Every ultimate off the map for the 6 Ferrymen. Adapting, the only one holding onto his own, but it's Aurora who finds wrong Q, and he dies alone. Man, that is tough. Shinto just gets back to base a half second before he could have peeled out for his support. Instead, now it's a free pick for the Ferrymen.
Blink by Adapting. Gets away from the CC from Baskin. Nice little heal from Final K to get a little bit of extra chip damage in, but now it's the Fire Giant for the Ferrymen without wrong Q. It'll be a 5 versus 4. Ultimate is back online for Sino. Blink available too. He'll jump right to the back line towards the Panda Cat. Doesn't have his ult, but Sino is dead the moment his ult finishes channeling. Final K low to heal, keeps him alive. It's a roar. It's in who pays the price, and Baskin trades out one, but the ult from Panda Cat is doing big numbers to Baskin's health bar, but Baskin just keeps walking back forward, keeps poking and prodding at this Leviathans team.
Leviathans only lose the one, but the one is a big part of their objective DPS, Adapting a major part of it. Fortunately for a double hunter composition, not exactly the keystone. So the Leviathans, if they can group up quickly, might be able to get some pressure on that. Fire Giant perhaps out of the question. Pyromancer certainly the answer. Cyclone Spin hasn't gone back to base just yet. He's gonna need to soon, down to half HP. And he is sticking around for a real long time.
Paul's threat of ult for a steal, but too late. Leviathan's able to grab the Pyromancer after the team fight. Again, really only losing Adapting during all of that. Leviathan's able to at least get one objective out of all of it. Not the Fire Giant that they were maybe hoping for, but at least able to pull something.
Cyclone's build's a little bit different from what you're used to seeing. Death's Embrace, a lot of sustain there. He'll box forever, and plenty of auto attacks to throw out and AoE thanks to Odysseus Bow. So looking at the blink for Adapting, that'll probably be controlled by Odysseus passive. And every single time you find a taunt from Aurora, that Chain Lightning gonna start ripping through whoever Aurora pulls back in. Interesting itemization from the Shibalanke. Plenty of power from Branching Bola though, so even in sacrificing power to go Odysseus Bow, will be hitting just as hard, if not harder, than Panda Cat, who's playing a non-standard hunter. More of a mage really than a hunter on the Marticarus. Both these teams struggling to find the guaranteed opening. And I gotta think again, it's because of Leviathan's inability to initiate. Shinto blocks the dash. It's time to put in some damage.
Just gonna try and prevent Aurora from maybe being able to group up with the team, if anything. Aurora fairly speedy. Does get slowed down by Shinto. Just keeps chipping away slowly at the health bar, making sure that Aurora can't just back. Can't ult in front of him. Sets up a little Leviathan. Fire Giant. Aurora and Shinto on the opposite side of the map. This is going to be a 4 versus 4, and the Ferrymen have got to get in to stop this Fire Giant. Sino's got Blink, he's got ultimate. Fire Giant falling low, but Paul going to cancel out his ultimate channel. The Ferrymen just standing by. This Fire Giant might just get reset. Meanwhile, Shinto and Aurora keep battling it out. The Ferrymen are having a breakout fight. Let's take a listen in with the team. Now the 6 Ferrymen, they might just lose out on their left side Phoenix, but a big turnaround team fight for them. The Fire Giant might just go their way unless Wrong You can get a steal, but he's sent back to base. 6 Ferrymen get 3, fire for all 5. but it does cost them the one bird on the left, but I'm sure they're happy with the trade they got.
Depends on what they can get done with that Fire Giant. They've got plenty of time to get things done. 20 seconds left on Panic Cat, 20 on Adapting, and 10 on Fine. Okay, Tier 2 tower should be guaranteed. I'm not certain they'll be able to knock down a Phoenix here, not just yet. 6 Ferrymen playing through Paul. Find every single opportunity there. It's his ultimate that gets everything started. It's the first thing we heard on Listan. I one-shot them all. And the rest of the Ferrymen search for it afterward. Seems to me they want the bird.
All charging up. Oh, won't let it fire just yet. Instead, when Final Case up, puts him in the coffin. Might only pull Baskin back, but in response, Baskin jumps up into his own ult. Is able to keep himself away from the clutches of Fine OK. Titan helps push down and gets half the Phoenix's HP. That will reach in as the Leviathans have respawned back up. And are now pushing back into the 6 Ferrymen and keeping them away from Bird.
6 Ferrymen slow on the reset. Clock's ticking on the Fire Giant power play. You gotta knock down the remaining towers, I think, at least, for the Ferrymen to match presence of Shinto taking out the left side Bird. Even if the Leviathans can't reset that left side Phoenix, even if they can't knock it down again, it is permanently weakened now, so an exposed win condition for the Chaos side. It's up to the Ferrymen to make use of this Fire Giant to equalize the playing field. And 1,000 gold ain't it. 2,000 gold with the Primal Fury ain't it. Gotta expose all remaining Phoenixes, or at least knock one down. From willing to say the Ferrymen went out cleanly on that engagement. With the clock ticking ever onward, those opportunities start to slip by slowly. 2 minutes left on the power play. Leviathans grouped and ready to defend, but there's no offense to defend again. 6 Ferrymen taking it real slow across the map.
Cyclone pushing out minions on right. Pyromancer started for the Ferrymen, but the Leviathans are on the way. Pyromancer's got to be secured by Paul, but they'll reset it as soon as Final K walks in. Wrong Yu tries to take it, but not going to do so. Now puts a Runic Bomb in the pocket of Sino. Aurora just out of range of the taunt to Wrong Yu. Backs away as soon as the dash finishes. It's a group up in mid for the Ferrymen to now deal with Tier 1 or Tier 2 tower. Not much there to stand up against the Ferrymen. Ferrymen starting to push up left. The Ferrymen grouping up in mid to go for this Phoenix. While Shinto had to go back to pace. You can just see that threat that Paul keeps at any given moment, charging up that ult, canceling every single time. It's almost the mind games like playing against a Mercury.
It's Paul charging the ultimate, sure, but you're really worried about Aurora. Dash charged up might be the most threatening thing here on the map. That taunt gonna burn away beads. Perhaps life. Aurora pulled in and locked down, but the mid Phoenix is already gone.
This is gone. Aurora's ult channeled to Baskin, and he'll get just enough time to bail out. No dot damage to kill. And Shinto's already landed from his ultimate, so the 6 Ferrymen are out. They get their mid Phoenix. Now they have to go back and defend their left lane. Titan already been exposed to a wave of fire minions, and another one pouring down. The Leviathans might just be able to answer back and try and take this Primal Fury while the Ferrymen have to regroup.
Bit of a fumble there from Panda Cat. Need to utilize that death from above to shred away the defense from Aurora. If he's going to stand still in front of the entirety of the Leviathans for that long, you got to punish him for it. The fact that he walks out alive, just ridiculous. Next time around, I'm sure Panda Cat realizes that that shred, one of the major points in Martikaros' kit, needs to be utilized. Otherwise, Aurora's going to do that on repeat. Dash, taunt, immediately back up. Start to retreat with the ultimate himself. Primal Fury pulled out, but 6 Ferrymen have already done everything I could have asked for on first Fire Giant power play. Expose the base, get their Phoenix back up. Only one more enhanced minion wave to deal with. I'm sure Cyclone Spin will go deal with it soon. Leviathans, they lose out on a lot of their pressure, but exactly what had worked well for the Leviathans previously on Fire Giant can do so again. Send Shinto over towards the left-hand side. Clearly Aurora not able to stop that push on his own. Both of them having the global presence means that should Shinto be needed in a team fight, he'll be able to chase down Aurora over towards it. Instead, though, it's Leviathans grouped up significantly. Shinto here with the rest of his team. Not a lot of vision in pocket. 0 vision in pocket for the Leviathans means the ward battle around the Fire Giant will likely just go to the 6 Ferrymen by default. I wonder. Haven't seen a lot from Adapting this game either. The Maman Brigitte struggling to find those priority targets, still waiting on that true 6 slot, but plenty of damage in build. Adapting, if he just connects with Paul, would just remove him from the map.
Enhanced fire started by the Ferrymen. Levianthans pushing forward, an ultimate from Cyclone makes it tough to get in there. The Ferrymen will get the fire giant. Shinto up in the sky, crashes down with the rest of his team. The 6 Ferrymen, will they stick around for the fight? Do they go and try and call for the retreat instead? Damage from Final K, and the Coffin to try and pull back Aurora, but adapting to the backline and getting melted by the carries. It's Paul to put him down, and Aurora's still alive through all of that. Didn't go down after he pulled into the clutches of the Leviathans. It's still all 5 strong for the Ferrymen.
And Adapting looking pretty uncomfortable on that Maman Brigitte. Throws out the ultimate, hits air, goes to the back line, dies alone. Now it's the Leviathans on retreat. Saito got eyes on all 4. Baskin, Paul not too far behind.
Joe's got ultimates used on Fine OK, but Aegis after means that he'll be just fine. Meanwhile, Cyclone's been split pushing mid. Well, the rest of the team pushes up Paul, lands an evade and punish on Shinto, and gets his Aegis, and now Baskin zones out Panda Cat, taking beads from the Marty. Paul fires off the ult, but just off the mark from hitting Panda Cat this time. Low health bars from the Ferryman means it's Phoenix, and get out of the fight.
Leviathan's not anything on the chase here. Won't be able to stop the 6 Ferrymen from making out like bandits. Right, Phoenix down, mid Phoenix on respawn, but coming back pretty unhealthy. The 6 Ferrymen piecemeal taking apart the Leviathans. The initiation just too strong. Leviathans no answers. There needs to be an answer either directly to Aurora, kill him on dash taunt with Panda Cat's ultimate, or there needs to be an answer to the backline. Wait for dash taunt, jump past him, and try and deal with Paul or Cyclone spin. Backline dive coming from Adapting. You see more from that Maman Brigitte or Wrong Yu as well, but he's proven to be relatively squishy every single time he makes contact with either Cyclone spin or Paul. Both of them doing just immense damage up against him. No, you're right. Looking at that player damage chart, that is not what you want to see. 9,500 from Maman Brigitte. And here's the thing. Sino's only doing 300 more damage, but Sino's only got 2, call it 3 damage items in the build, whereas Adapting is only itemizing towards damage himself. Still trying to get that 6 slot item too. Party punch. Sitting there. How much gold has Adapting got in pocket? Nothing.
1100.
Yeah, that is nothing. I mean, it's struggling on the farm.
6 Ferrymen. Still with a minute and a half to play with the enhanced fire giant.
Yeah, he's broke.
Go towards tier 2. Knock that one down. They're pushing up left. Sino marching down mid as Mid Phoenix has respawn. Cyclone can just utilize that ult to do exactly that. Stand outside the range of Phoenix. Chip away at its entire health bar. Now open up for only the one weakened Phoenix. Paul holding on to the ultimate. We'll cancel it once more, and it's all 3 Phoenixes down for the Leviathans. Dashed off by Aurora. There's a spawn into a coffin from Final K, but it only pulls Baskin back. Meanwhile, Final K's health bar starting to get chipped away from what Paul's able to do. Just constant shot after shot from Paul is just melting through the HP of the Leviathans. As Aurora goes for another dash taunt, just misses Adapting this time.
I mean, Paul's under 0 threat, J-Mac. Nobody's gone towards him in the back line. No one's stopping Aurora, the core of the 2 of them. Just decimating the Leviathans, and now with no birds between them and the throne room, it's just about escorting minions. Starting to work your way in towards the Titan itself. Minions on right, pushed up. Minions on left, not far behind it. Mid, already pushed up too. Leviathans can't leave their base.
Roar dash. Response from Wrong Yu. Shinto in the sky. Goes up in the middle of 5 of them, but he gets turned on instantly. The bead's not available to him, and he gets melted by the 6 Ferrymen. Now in a 5 versus 4, Aurora still just comfortable, as well as Paul. He dashes into the enemy lines and gets some damage up against Fine OK. The Titan under fire with the health bars, looking horrible for the Leviathans, and so is their Titans. The Ferrymen tie up the set.
I'm a simple man, J-Mac. I seize Athena and I put my channel points on it. That is a clear support diff. I like what I saw out of Saito from the jungle, but he didn't even really need to do a whole lot because Aurora carried so much of the initiation. Cyclone Spin dominates his lane, and then Paul just pouring out damage. I'm not even sure the Leviathans hit that guy. He might have 0 damage taken. I would not be surprised.
I would actually love to see that number at the end just to see how little threat Paul was under, because those last couple of team fights, and you can take the last maybe 3 or 4 dashes that Aurora went for, he didn't taunt anybody. It was, I dashed forward, oh, here's an ultimate from wrong you response. I dashed to adapting, oh, he dashes away from me. I'm going to go in the throne him, no, let me just back out again. Aurora didn't even get any value from taunt because he didn't need it during those last 2 fights.
Yeah, just so threatening. Sometimes there's just instant response ultimate or instant response pre-beads. And you have to, because if taunt hits, Paul's been charging the ultimate the entire time. That combo of the two, Athena and Thoth, I don't think you can give the Ferryman that one again.
Yeah, definitely got to get rid of the Athena. Thoth might be in that same conversation, though. Looks great for the Ferryman. They tie up the set. Next game puts the teams on match point. Will it be the Ferryman? Will it be Leviathans? We'll find out right after this break.
I promised I would wait for you, but I'm getting so impatient. Tell me that you're ready now. This room is big enough for 2, and I wanna do that something that will blow your mind. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under when nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Hotter than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on me. Before you, I was paralyzed, all broken down from heartbreaks. Then you came and set me free. You've taken me to paradise, where nothing is a mistake, where we move so flawlessly. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under when nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Hotter than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you.
We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Leave it all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Leave it all over again.
Get this party started. I got the music playing loud. How you like my outfit? I have to say I'm kinda proud. I got my dancing shoes on, and I'm feeling dangerous. Let's get this party started. Yeah, we gon' be adventurous. We went to the club like we always do. This girl caught my eye, said, how do you do? She said, I am not interested, thank you. Then she left the room. Bartender. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. I'll take the usual. I'll have the usual. Give me the usual. Another usual.
That's right. If you want to catch interviews, any games with the pros like battle sounds, things like that, then you can go to youtube.com/SmitePro, which is going to give you access to all of that kind of behind-the-scenes content. We also have things like the Meta Mondays, short-form videos where pros will tell you the kind of builds they're going, things like that we've snipped up. And of course, you can always go to youtube.com/SmiteVod, which is going to give you a replay of every game. And I can say this pretty much ever, all the way back to Season 1. They're all in playlists. So if there's a game that you're really curious about, like, man, I really wonder what was going on in the year 2013, like 10 years ago today, and a lead up to like the first SWC, things like that. I guess that would be, around the right time, maybe 2014. It was all just a lot of fun. So you can go ahead and go watch those. I also recommend subscribing now to youtube.com/SmitePro, the first one that we were talking about, because not only does it have all the content that we filmed with pros up to this point, including interviews and things like that, it also is going to have some really key videos related to interviews that we were filming over the last week and so, especially in the build-up to Worlds, right? There's going to be a lot more Worlds-related content, so thoughts from the players on teams, thoughts from the players on players, thoughts from the players about everything that you can think of. And so make sure that you're tuned in, subscribed, and catching all of that. But it's Gore, it's Trelly, and it's 1-1 here. And the Ferrymen, that game, Trelly, they do, first off, it stays kind of even for a little while. Feels like it's going back and forth, but eventually the Ferrymen do find their leg up and take the Leviathans out.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the ease of execution of that composition. You know, we talked about it previously. Who's going to be diving? Turns out it was as simple as Aurora dash taunts in, Sino dash taunts in, and then they just had so much range. And it's something you don't think about at first. You see Paul, he's got incredible range. But yeah, Cyclone Spin, he can just ult, and he has increased range. You got Aurora, who's able to dive the backline, and Baskin also has that late range. So I just love the way that the six Ferrymen were able to execute their composition late game. Just Athena taunt into all sorts of damage and all sorts of CC. We did see.
The double objective steal was pretty cool.
Yeah, it wasn't as if the Leviathans didn't have some fight in them. You know, they were able to find some objective steals, oh yeah, and Aurora stole the gold at the same time. I forgot about that. Yeah, it was the steals at the same moment. They were able to fight back, but it did seem like the real issue was the damage dealers on the side of the Ferrymen. They were constantly way too far, a really close gap onto. It wasn't as if there wasn't some attempt from the Leviathans to get to like Paul, get to Baskin, get the Cyclone, but it was really, just, I believe, Cyclone. Paul and Baskin were just untouchable this game.
And honestly, yeah, when you have a Thoth that is firing as much, I mean, look, that's like a beautiful Aegis that just pulls you deep into the team. There's not too much you can do about that if you're adapting, because you went for the style of trade. And that really is what it is. It feels like the setup they had, as you had mentioned, like double taunts, things like that, into someone who can do, let's say about 30,431 damage in the game. Is going to get the job done.
That was weirdly specific.
Yeah.
Did you mean like someone like by that or no? Because Paul did exactly that much damage.
Well, yeah, but like someone like Paul,
Okay.
like he's capable of doing that much. I don't think I didn't have him in mind when I said the number, but definitely someone like Paul who does happen to do something very similar to that in this game. And that's really, like you said, that's what it is, right? When you have a backliner who gets to stay alive that long and has the setup that the team has, it feels like it goes pretty easy for you. And unfortunately for the other side, we don't really get to see it. We saw Panda Cat's one kill, 18 minutes in, and it was over in duo. Shinto able to only put one up on the board. Fine, okay, adapting, only able to put one up on the board. And so even though I think the gold lead for a long time in the state even, kill struggles were there for the Leviathans.
Yep. And that's, finishing kills is a big deal, right? You've got double ADCs who are doing fine, Panda Cat top damage in the game, but then you look towards, adapting's damage. And Sino, as a Cirquette, you don't have poke, right? It's just the all-in, whereas Mon, sure, she doesn't want to get too close, and her poke's not great, but that tick damage starts to add up. So I think that, my assumption going into this game that Shinto is the Mon player on this team and adapting probably doesn't want to play a god like that seems to be a bit correct here. Maybe it was just a rough game. That could have been it. There is a lot of CC that he was piloting the Mon into, but didn't get the most value out of that pick, clearly, and I doubt the Leviathans go back to it in the jungle. They may go back to it in mid, but it's just not a goddess that I think that adapting wants to go back to, especially with the game that he had in, game number 1. That Hunbats ran the whole map. This Amon, not quite.
Yeah, there's definitely like that what's it called? That wiggle room right now, right? For a lot of these teams to flip that one around. And more specifically, when you have such a good win record on there as Shinto does. Yeah, like you said, maybe you flip that up. It doesn't seem like the Ferrymen are prioritizing it too heavily overall this weekend. In fact, to the point where, I think we asked Sino in a way kind of about it, but they have not played it. And it doesn't seem like they really care too much about it. I mean, obviously shown there, they think they can beat it, and they can. So do you think, does Maman stay high prio for Shinto and shift over just to mid? Or do you think, does she even just disappear from the set?
I don't think she'll disappear. The Ferrymen clearly don't want to grab her, and that's fine. Like I said early on, I think that the benefit of Maman currently is that not everyone knows how to play against her yet. Not everyone knows how to deal with Spirit Seas, her dash ability that is not easy to play around, right? There's got some odd counterplay to it. So the Ferrymen, if they have that figured out, they're not going to care. They're like, go ahead, play. If we can get adapting and have a performance like that every game, yeah, we're going to continue that. So I can see why the Ferrymen are not going to look towards that pick at all. And the Levianthans, if they want it mid, yeah, sure, they can take it. It's not like Shinto has a bad game hardly ever, but it's just not something that the Ferrymen are going to look towards at all here. They've got their game plan. It's ban out solo laners, ban out the Raijin, the Poseidon, the Outwash, things like that. Well, as the Leviathans are like ban out Sino, right? they are just looking towards Naja, Ratatoskr, all these sort of junglers. So it's 1-to-1. The Ferrymen got their game plan working this time around, so now it's up to the Leviathans to make some changes. Whether that is not to focus out Sino or look for some different priority picks, I'm not sure. But I don't think Aurora gets the Athena again. That would be my assumption. If we had to guess what the Atlantis Leviathans learned during that game there, it was that Athena's not worth giving up.
Yeah, so you give up the Athena. They banned Rat, they banned Erlong, they banned Naja.
Yep.
Sino as well. So we've seen a couple of Circuits. We saw the Naja game. Pele was relatively big earlier this week.
Yep, that's what I thought he was going to go to.
And so, yeah, a little surprising to maybe see like a lot of focus, admittedly, on Sino, very Sino-specific gods, and admittedly, Sino gods that enable Paul. When I see Erlong and Naja, that's kind of what I think of. And Paul, we only saw it the one time, but like willing to play the Vulcan, things like that, right? Where suddenly you're having a much more, in my mind, intriguing conversation about what exactly you're getting out of the Ferryman. Do you need to see maybe any priority towards Paul? Do you want to see... we ask this all the time, but like if he gets banned out, it feels like you're not really banning him out. He's just like, oh, okay, cool. I'll play this other god that no one's seen me play in a while.
It's just, I like the plan that the Leviathans have went for. I don't see any reason to try and ban out Paul. It doesn't make sense, as you said. He's always got to... I still think he could play Hell at this level, and no one's banning that. So I do like the idea of focusing out Sino. It's a lot easier to do, right? They already beat the Circuit game number 1. They don't worry about Rat. That's the highest prio pick in this whole set. The Rat is not getting through this game. Both Adapting and Sino are looking for that god. It's not going to come through. So I don't think that's going to happen. But, yeah, the Erlong, the Rat, the Naja, and then you force Sino on a Circuit. Like, you're okay with that. This time around, Paul had the damage to back it up. Baskin had the damage to back it up and throw Aurora into the mix. He was also pulling beads. That was the conglomerate of things that just made the Leviathan's life miserable. And I think the key piece there is the Athena. So once you take that away, maybe the composition works a little bit differently.
It actually links up pretty well. We're jumping into picks and bans here for Game 3. Leviathans will be first pick. Now, Trelly, as they go through their bans, one of the things I saw in that highlight, and it's something that we actually saw a few times from the Ferrymen, Shinto landing in a fight before his team could get there on the Chernobog, right?
How many times have we seen that?
A little bit too many.
So many Chernobog players go, we're chasing, I'm in there. And then so many teams against Chernobog go, did an ADC that can get 2-shot just ult into 5 people before his tank gets here?
And Athena? I can just taunt you.
Let's just pop this guy like a gusher and move on. And that's exactly what happened. So, yeah, you got to watch out with those Cherno ults, man. You will get there instantly. Your tanks have not yet arrived to the fight when you fly in.
Almost baited in by your team to your own demise. And we saw that the Ferrymen versus the Dragons. I want to say they won that game, but they won that game more against themselves than they did against the Dragons for that one. We were wondering what kind of adaptations Leviathans, as well as the Ferrymen, might make, and as opposed to just the swap over to first pick, the Leviathans do keep everything else the same. They go Rat, Naja, Erlong, Shen. So they have the opening first pick. The Ferrymen decide to deal with that the best way they can think of. Athena, Poseidon,
This is interesting.
and the Chernobog. So Raijin's still, I mean, a whole ton of gods are still up right now.
For me, it's the Raijin or the Alpwash. I can't imagine in any universe that Mammon gets locked in here for the Leviathans. That just doesn't make sense because they know the Ferrymen don't care about it, right? So you take your favorite between Raijin and Alpwash, or you leave them both open. But if you leave them both open, there's a non-zero chance that it's just Raijin Alpwash locked in first
Oh,
for
for
the
sure.
Ferrymen, right? Like Paul takes the Alpwash, you give Raijin over to Baskin, and you say thanks a lot. So yeah, you take your favorite here. Leviathans have chosen the Raijin, and I'm gonna assume the Ferrymen take, Alpwash and blank. Whatever they value the most. It's not gonna be Mammon though. I just cannot see the Ferrymen caring about that god.
They haven't up to this point. So why start now?
Yep.
When you have the opportunity. I'm really interested to see, Yemoja has been in that conversation. Aurora has played her a couple of times.
Do not forget
but
the
she's
name
not been
Morgan
incredibly
Le Fay.
high priority. Could be Morgan Le Fay Alpwash. Although it's
Wow.
interesting to see him get pushed as far down. Will still be a double mage Chelly,
I like that actually.
but they like the Thoth more.
Yep. I mean, the Pwash gets a lot more value into healing. Morgan Le Fay is a catch-all. You can play her into whatever. And Thoth has been insane for Paul. Like, if you can have a deathless Thoth game, which Paul hasn't died this set so far. So if you can have a deathless Thoth game, you are doing a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, it is just so hard to dive. It's so hard to push into. So yeah, I like this. If the Leviathans haven't found their counter to Paul on the Thoth just yet, let's see it. I mean, it's been played into double Daji. It's been played into Fenrir. There's so many different matchups that Thoth has been played into and still find success. So if that's the case, we'll have to see if Adapting wants to cook up one of those options. The Daji is still open. The Mercury is still open. The Mammon is still open. Or you just got to deal with dive. And hey, Rama can help. Poking Thoth out from a distance. That's an idea.
Especially when we've seen, and actually, maybe even more credit to that point. You go back a few metas, it feels like we saw a lot of fights where Rom was getting locked in, and this is going to tell you how long ago it was. Vote was doing it. But Netroid, I think, did it best, where you would watch the Rom, and how did they start that fight? They started the fight with the snipes, half health a carry, and then say, all right, good luck, try stepping up to us.
It's not a bad look. Thoth doesn't have much self-sustain, so I can see the idea. Thoth doesn't love the Kabrakan either. So they are working on that dive, that all-in potential. But this is probably going to be... the Ganesh doesn't look great here. The Kabrakan doesn't care about it, right? You can pop your one and still stun the Ohm. So it doesn't scream to me. Time for Aurora's pick. I mean, this would be the slot
Nemesis.
to grab the Aurora pick, but yeah, they're not going to go towards it. Instead, we get to see the Nemesis. Definitely a god on the rise, thanks to those Erendite buffs, thanks to just Nemesis buffs in general. But I'm wondering if it would got banned. I'm wondering if the Leviathans would have even had the Nemesis on the radar. It's one of those picks that Sino could have gone to, but I don't know if they were that worried about it. They'll just grab it now and let Aurora take his pick a little bit later on.
I'm also going to be holding out for Cyclone. But Shelly, when it comes down to it, when it comes to like, man, I wonder if Blank has this god in their pocket, or if they have something they can go to after this, and are all banned. The Ferrymen feel like they are the epitome of, yeah, we got another one, right? Like they all five seem to just have something else they'll go to. Admittedly, sometimes it gets weird, right? Sino will pull out some things like the Bologna, the Surtur, and then make them work, which is even more impressive. But they definitely have that. But yeah, the Nemesis buffs make that one interesting. Kamazats and Hunbats banned by the Ferrymen, which are things we've been seeing Adapting play pretty often so far this weekend. Of course, with the Ratatoskr already gone, you still have like wheelish picks, things like that. Mammon still on the board. The other side, it's Danzaburo, who, again, good buffs recently. Haven't seen him a ton, but have seen him a bit. Xbalanque, which is what we just saw Cyclone spin on. And instead, a Maui gets locked in here for the Ferrymen, which is, again, if we're looking at parallels, last year, Leviathans go 5 games in the finals of playoffs up against the Kings, who ended up then kind of picking up Maui and making him pretty much their run through Worlds. How do you like Maui into what the Leviathans have?
It's not the pick that I thought Aurora was going to go to, but it was definitely... Aurora's pick was questionable here, right? I called out the Ganesh. It doesn't look great, so I was like, what does Aurora go to? That's his usual go-to, right? He loves the Ganesh in that slot. Set and Ao Kwang, tremendous dive. Definitely set in the mid lane. You send Raijin over to solo, I would assume, but there is always the opportunity to change it up. I just can't imagine you don't put Shinto on the hard carry, and that's the set, right? Like that.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you want Fine OK, who has played set in the past, but you want Fine OK just on the Raijin, and then you let Adapting run through with the Ao Kwang. He said, you know what? I had some trouble with the last magical jungler. Let's go to a different magical jungler. And the Styx Ferrymen answer back with, we don't want to deal with that stealth. We're going to get some eyes in the sky, and that's exactly what Heimdall can provide.
But very specifically, it's from one magical jungler to another one that Adapting has carried on pretty consistently in the past. Like, the Ao Kwang is a threat.
There's one I like a lot better, and it's this one.
And so, like you said, you bring in the Heimdall, which is going to help a little bit with some of that vision. You have things like the Nemesis for shredding through, specifically, I guess, the Raijin, who's going to be relatively tanky, Cabrakan, things like that, but also chasing down some of these picks. But it definitely does feel like Set, Ao Kwang, Cabrakan is going to run down in your face and maybe dive you a little better than what the Ferrymen have locked in.
Yeah, I'm just worried about the Atlantis Leviathans composition seems pretty all in to me, right? Cabrakan wall, settle, run them down, execute a tank. If you don't do that, where's your engage? There's almost no CC besides that, right? It's you better kill off the Cabrakan walls. That seems like the game plan. Whereas if you look at the Ferrymen, Paul still is going to have so much range. I don't see him ever being out of position because Rongyu doesn't usually get blink. That's another thing you have to realize. Cabrakan blink onto Thoth is great, but it's usually something along the lines of Bracer. Maybe you need an Onk. In this game, probably not. Frenzies, Shells. There's so many options, but it hasn't been blink. This game, you might need it because I don't see any way to get to Thoth otherwise. Set has a decent time just like skewering and hopefully forcing a dash and then teleporting. But Paul has been so smart with that dash. He will just hold it as long as possible until his team shows up. Then he'll dash away. Then you can't chase him down. You have to deal with Final Judgment. It can get very annoying. And the other thing, the 1v1 between Nemesis and Ao Kwang isn't fun either. That shield gets tremendous value. Unless you're ulting the shield as Ao Kwang, which is not a good idea early game. Maybe late game you could pull it off. The solo lane fight, that's what I'm talking about. If you show up with the help of Morgan Le Fay, the Nem Morgan Le Fay fight over in solo is going to be pretty gross.
I was actually a little curious. So I see Cabrakan and I see Maui both can enable fights early on, but then I think of Clear, like Rom, right, able to shoot the astral arrows through the wave, Clear a little quicker, but then you've got Heimdall who's got the cleave autos. Do you see duo pressure being pretty high for both these squads?
I mean, it looks like it. Maui's going to help out with the clear, but I don't see too much kill potential unless Cabrakan just pops off.
Well, somebody is going to put their best foot forward here and go to set point. We'll have to find out who as we jump down to Game 3 with the casters.
That's right. Will it be the Leviathans or the Ferrymen pulling ahead and going to match point here in game number 3? We'll have to get through that game to find out. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug here for game number 3. A couple of returning points of the roster. At least for the Leviathans, going back for Rongyu on the Cabrakan this time. And then Adapting going to an old favorite of his, the Ao Kwang in the jungle. Not the magical jungle that we've been used to seeing, but one that, at least for Adapting, has been a hard carry for him over the course of his career.
Yeah, it does have a lot of late game hyper carry potential, but that's not just Adapting here for this Leviathans draft. Shinto's also got it out of set in mid. Initiation not lacking. I like how Taiko drums and Cabrakan in conjunction with each other are going to work for the front line of the Leviathans. And then you've got Panic Cat to start things off from range as well. Should just be able to poke out up against that Thoth. And you might be wondering, J-Mac, why is Mifflin talking about the late game already? We're not even into the 1 second mark. Game 2 has set the pace for my brain. There, what was it, first blood at 13, Second blood at 16. I'm thinking Six Ferrymen and Leviathans both have got compositions this time around that could do exactly that once more. Maybe the most interesting pick on map. Toss up between the Alquang, Nemesis, and Maui. Nemesis a little bit less, so we've seen more of her as of recent. It's going to be slow, though, isn't it?
It feels like it would be, just given the nature of how game 2 went between these teams. We talked a lot about the scaling that both of them really already do have, but I think also for me, looking at Shinto on this set, one of the biggest problems for in game number 2 against the Ferrymen was finding a way to dive Paul. Who's going to get to the back line? Who's going to deal with Paul? Before, it was just adapting on the bomb on him. He really couldn't get that way. Panda Cat, beads used off the stun from Aurora. Wrong, you just got to channel that Tremor into the shell that's been popped by the enemy team. But going back in, I mean, the hardest part of last game for the Leviathans was getting to Paul. Do you think that this combination of Alquang and Set is enough to get to that back line?
I think the issue was twofold for the Leviathans. It was not only that they couldn't get to Paul, which was probably 80% of it, but also there's the Athena. No one was able to deal with her either because they had Panda Cat on a hunter that was not really a hunter, essentially a mage on Marty. So I think strengths there in that the initiation from Aurora is a little bit weaker this time around, but also the ability to dive is much higher for the Leviathans. It's not just adapting, it's not just Shinto. Wrong you as well can make it a little bit more difficult for Paul to exist. That cage really does put a hamper to evade and punish. No in-kit answers to it for Paul. Well, Paul doesn't seem too concerned about it as of now, and shouldn't be, because for what we know about supports in this matchup, they generally like to hover that dual lane until around the level 10.
Paul gets a poke to Shinto, but Adapting is returning quite a bit back to him. Paul sent a few hieroglyphic shots Adapting's way. Some help from Sino just to alleviate some pressure. Now it's Shinto pushing Paul under tier 1 tower, but the range of that Thoth means that Poke can just keep poking away at Shinto's health bar to make sure that this set does not have an easy time in lane. You see every time Shinto steps away, Paul's not even really concerned with the minions. He's just been going for Shinto's health bar.
You know, keep Shinto back, and as long as Shinto's under that 70% HP threshold, would make it much more difficult for that set to full in initiate on Thoth. So I like that playstyle. It's something we'd seen similarly from like Thoth versus Maman. The answer is just poke, 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 poke. Difference was Maman's got the opportunity to build lifesteal a little bit more easily. Not going to exactly see the same level of it from Shinto unless he decides to go crazy and move in towards a Soul Eater, and that would be wild. And I think pretty unlikely here. So this style from Paul of I'll just simply poke out and then I'll clear the wave once my next ability rotation is up is something that can be pretty consistent for the first 10 or so minutes of this laning phase.
Mage is back in the solo. Final K on the Raijin. Basket piloting that Morgan Le Fay once more. See the level of involvement throughout the course of this game. Pretty quiet from the solo in game 1, or game 2 I should say, and I guess given the credit of how the game itself was going, probably a reason we didn't see too much of them rotating over. Paul lets the ultimate rip, dives in, gets beats from Shinto, still fires into the damage. Now Sino showing up. Shinto jumps over the wall, and Adapting is on the scene now. Paul in a bit of danger, used the beads early just to remove the slow from Adapting. Now Sino and Paul trying to turn things right back to Adapting, but now he knows he's got a target in Paul with no beads.
Yeah, but who's going to close gap on Paul now? The only reason that opportunity arises is because Shinto was nearly able to be knocked down. Don't imagine Shinto's going to be playing too far up while his beads are down, and Paul can just switch up his playstyle from poke to clear waves for the next 2 minutes while he waits on his relic. So Adapting, I think, going to have to work pretty hard if he wants to make that execute happen on Paul. More likely to be able to rotate over towards duo lane, maybe take out Aurora, who's been playing pretty aggressively, but easier said than done on either side. Both these junglers, I think, are going to struggle to find easy lanes to gank. Beads for Baskin means Adapting probably won't be putting too much time over in the solo lane. Maybe you can make a duo rotation if you're Adapting, but it's really just Aurora that'll feel that pressure. Sino, on the other hand, I mean, just nothing easy for him. Wrong you, immune slows. Shinto, that teleport over wall. Real good at avoiding just about everything Nemesis wants to do. Could be that Sino's just here to hang out and shred defense come later on.
Do you see? Blue buff started by both. For a moment adapting, just keeping eyes C. The members of Six Ferrymen trying to rotate down to their blue, but not going to be had this time through. So I guess my next maybe kind of wonder, maybe you can give a little bit of insight towards is, how does the team fight really look for both these squads? You mentioned some of the strength or some of the weaknesses of Sino into this comp, adapting, maybe having a bit of a tough time to kind of get towards this backline. So how do team fights really kind of break out for these two?
Well, for the Six Ferrymen, it's a lot of poke from distance, leverage thoth, and a non-initiation's a good initiation, right? The longer we're staring at each other at max range, the more damage and time Paul's going to have to do that damage. Otherwise, Aurora's got non-committal initiation that doubles as a wall thanks to the landfall ultimate, so locking down either Panda Cat or Rongyu could be a way forward for him. Otherwise, for the Leviathans, ideal initiation is Rongyu runs down Paul.
Fine, okay, uses his ult, but that's not even enough. It's the Six Ferrymen on for first blood on the hands of Baskin and Sino teaming up to take down the solo laner. Ultimate not even enough for Fine, okay, jumps in immediately, but the damage just too much this early.
Yeah, that's one of the weaknesses of mage solos, especially on that first item. Pythag's piece, great for sustain, not so great at dealing with the sustained damage of two enemy gods. And that's exactly what Baskin and Sino were banking on. Adapting a little bit late on the rotation, gets there just in time for the farm. Not the worst thing. Making sure your Alquang pool's a little bit further ahead, so maybe about a half level now for him over Sino. Final K will be just alright, I think, in the soul lane. Falling down early, not a massive deal in this mage matchup because of Pythag's piece having so much sustain on it. Should be able to hold his own still.
Trying to sneak away some mid camps if he can, but throws up the hook a bit too early, comes a bit handed. And a fight over the shield buff goes the way of Cyclone Spin. He's got a small level lead over Panda Cat, about a half level up over his opposition. Stacks in his favor as well, though Panda Cat's had time to go back and pick up a tier 1 item, so fairly even in the boxing tree. Wrong unit adapting to try and grab Aurora. Misses out on the first shot, but can commit the wall. Paul uses ultimate, but misses Shinto this time. Trying to commit towards Aurora. No ult's used though, and he still had the swing available to get out.
And I'm thinking Paul's usage of the ultimate there speaks volumes to the mindset of the Six Ferrymen right now. That ultimate was not, maybe I'll kill Shinto. It's not anything like that. It's more so, get away from my guy, back up, leave me alone. We don't need to fight right now. Wishing he could have that same level of disengage, just pulled back in and simply knocked down. Tycho drums, incredibly strong, adapting. Does channel the ultimate, but Baskin dies a bit too quickly, so gets to hold on to his cooldown and takes the beads off of Baskin. I think another rotation over towards the soul lane in the cards now for adapting.
It happens almost the exact same way that it did to Fine OK. Enemy jungle walks up, you're a little too far forward. Before you can even get to the safety of tier 1 tower, you're already half HP and then dead by the time you cross the line. Now the score tied 1-1, still a small gold lead for the Six Ferrymen up at the time. Or making an early rotation over to Soul Lane. Soaking up a little bit of farm for himself now, level 9. On the Maui, Panda Cat rolls in, but that's because he's got backup. Cyclone Spin has to use the beads to go through the Bifrost. Gets an ultimate away from adapting, so now that one is on cooldown officially, but a big win for adapting to pull the relic away from Cyclone.
And now a little bit more kill pressure in the duo lane that adapting won't need to be a part of necessarily. If Rongyu can close gap on a Cyclone, just connect that stun, Panda Cat likely will have the range with the Astral Barrage to knock him down with another Bifrost disengage. That's one of the unique strengths of Rom, is that boxing matches against him aren't over until he's already used the ult. So often we'll see these ADCs fight it out down to about 40-30% and then just walk away. It's not an option when you're playing against Rom. So Panda Cat's certainly posing a threat here. But maybe a little while until he's willing to actually fight in. Just a light blade in pocket for Panda Cat as opposed to the full executioner for Cyclone Spin.
Thought we might see a 2v2 breakout around the cooldown buff, but Sino able to confirm that one. Slice and dice. Back away, but still keep the 4 players on the right. Even Rongyu now rotating over to Soul. With Baskin and Sino so far back. Not much follow-up the Leviathans have for anything over there, so instead Wrong Yu just continue trying to harass Aurora as he's walking through the jungle. But it's starting to get a pretty significant level lead now for Aurora. 2 up over Wrong Yu. Same point in itemization at the very least, but Aurora's just getting so much extra farm than Ronnie.
Yeah, Wrong Yu spent a lot of time in the jungle, whereas Aurora has wasted no time collecting farm when his laners have fallen down. Maybe that entire wave or so that he'd taken away from Bastion, helping him out a good deal. Ronnie does close it up to a 1-level lead in favor of Aurora, but still significant, especially considering generally when support's ahead, someone else on the team is suffering. I guess you could say it's Paul, about a half-level down as well in mid, but that might just be because Shinto is playing Set, and Set's so good at exactly this, just controlling those mid camps. That burst potential, the mobility afforded to him on this assassin allows him to lean into some of his early career tendencies of being a map-dominant farmer, if we're being mean. Or nice, rather. If we're being mean, it's farm goblin. I think that's what his previous teammates have described him as, but a style that has suited him well and continues to do so now.
Aurora's second item. We've been seeing this pop up a little bit more as of recent. Talisman of Energy. This time second, we've seen it kind of bounce between when you pick this one up, but coupling it with the War Flag. Just feels like this is a massive go button style of item that you couple along with that one. The amount of movement speed and attack speed you gain from doubling those up. Just sometimes it feels like it's so oppressive, especially on sieges.
Yeah, you're gonna have a really hard time walking away from Aurora, but it's not exactly what Maui's about. Sino, initiation on left, will win this trade. Adapting, learning early that Nemesis does not feel good to fight as an Ao Kuang. Good ultimate from Cyclone Spin might be setting him up.
Wrong Yu lands back down, not as good, but Aurora misses the swing. Gotta try and pull Wrong Yu back. A little bit further in, Sino gonna dash in, needs the second one. Landfall from Aurora, pulls Wrong Yu back, and now he's blocked off. The island is in the way, and Sino picks up the kill, but Shinto has dove in. He's using Kingslayer already, but he's taking half his health just walking up to the team fight. It's the sixth Ferryman with another pick.
Yeah, big skewer whiff there from Shinto. Lose out on so much of that damage potential. The sixth Ferryman were considering a disengage. One Shinto had teleported in, but once Skewer's down, they realize we're all still full HP. They can stick around and look for more on map. Gold Fury burning fast, and not a single Leviathan in range. Sticks Ferryman take the first neutral objective, as well as the kill lead in one fell swoop, 12.5 minutes in. Themselves a pretty significant lead. All the while, preparing for this in mid.
Shinto rooted out. Paul charged at that ultimate and cancels it right away. Instead, now it's towards the beacon. Shinto a bit low. No chance he steps up to try and defend this one. So Styx Ferryman will cap the first beacon over a minute after it spawned. How much fighting happened over on left. Gold Fury spawning in. Took a little bit longer for anybody to head that direction, be able to cap up that objective. But now 1,500 gold lead up for the Styx Ferryman after one kill, one objective.
Not much to do on map now. Pyromancer's up. Well, the Ferrymen really are reliant, I think, on Cyclone Spin's DPS to actually look towards these neutrals. Sino's build, decent at dealing with objectives, but certainly not the standard that we're used to seeing. Erendite in second slot, recently buffed, now has 7% movement speed on it all the time, plus 50 some odd power. Helps out a little bit in burst potential, but maybe not as much auto attack as you're used to seeing from a Nemesis. Might restrict his ability to effectively deal with the Pyromancer. We'll have to see whether or not that opportunity even arises, considering fighting on the right side of the map might just favor the Leviathans with Raijin there. Taiko Drums, just such an oppressive team fight tool. Itemization difference, though, between these solo laners. Baskin, eyes for damage. Typhon's Fang finished up in that third slot, whereas Fino K wants to be a little bit more of a facilitator, have that poke online a bit more often, too. 20% CDR accorded to it by the Breastplate of Valor. And some defense. Won't be as much of a threat to the front line or even the back line of the Ferryman as Baskin is, but will certainly be allowed to be involved in the fight for a good deal longer.
Roar stepping forward, does miss the hook. Fino K with a Thunder Crash in around Pyromancer. Styx Ferryman come out there, group up. Be a full 10-man swing over around the objective. Panda Cat just now showing up. Dancing in the mid lane, keeping eyes on Paul and everyone else. As the Pyramans just gets bounced back and forth between the two teams. Paul charging up ultimate. Six Ferrymen, they're just buying time, waiting for an opportunity to maybe swing forward or land a pull. Roar does grab one, but not going to be able to pull Panda Cat any further or any closer towards his team. Pyramans jumps down to half, and Wrong Yu continues to walk forward, but a whole lot of poking and prodding, a whole lot of nothing being accomplished so far. Landfall misses from Aurora, pull on a Final K, and it's an immediate response to the Taiko drums. Aurora caught out of position, but can swing away. Paul rips an ultimate right through Wrong Yu, and Final K, Shinto is low, but the wall for Wrong Yu, she keeps him alive. Basket takes one, but Sino goes down in response. Basket with the double, and Paul with one more. Panda Cat stands his ground, but it's a ground that's shaking out from beneath him. Levianthans to back away. Panda Cat collapsed on by Paul, and as soon as the Aegis fades away, Cyclone puts him in the dirt.
Man, that fight starts well for the Leviathans. A blink out of the landfall for Wrong Yu to reposition, but blinks a little bit too far and creates an opening for the Styx Ferrymen to walk forward without worrying about the support. From there, Leviathans taken apart one by one. Wall peel from Wrong Yu nearly makes Shinto a scarce target, but Baskin over the wall takes him out with the ultimate, and from there the Ferrymen continue their siege onward, and Leviathans had nothing left in the tank to fight back. Shinto isolated, dealt with. Panda Cat left alone in the back line, buys time with relics, uses both of them, but dies nonetheless, and the Styx Ferrymen take the neutral objective on the way out, icing on their cake. Look at the Leviathans. Relics across the board, only one still available, and it's beads for Shinto. I'm thinking the Styx Ferrymen should try and force a fight sooner rather than later. They maintain beads on 3, Baskin, Paul, Cyclone spin. Maybe if you can move in towards that Oni Fury and force the Leviathans to respond again, we could be looking at a repeat of what happened on the Pyromancer.
3,000 for the Ferrymen after that fight, getting the Pyromancer, getting a few picks, setting up their opening for Fury, but not going towards it just yet. Sino and Aurora lurking in the area, getting some wards down just to spot out if a Leviathan's rotation comes through. Paul can always just keep eyes on where's Shinto at. Shinto has been trying to get active in a lot of these team fights, but just hasn't been able to finish off some of these kills, missing out on a couple of skewers. Aurora missed the hook. Fast dash out from Shinto. Escapes from the clutches of Aurora. Styx Ferrymen, though, just mounting up this defense to try and start up the Fury.
Yeah, those relics still not in a good spot for the Leviathans, but the Styx Ferrymen taking a much more subdued pace to the last few minutes than I would have expected. Chester, stolen, movement speed over to Sino, but the grouping won't lie. All of the Styx Ferrymen on the left side of the map. Oni Fury pulled out, down to about 50%. Sino has spotted a few targets towards mid. Realizes now it should be an easy pickup for the Ferrymen, and it is. Oni Fury over to the Chaos side, and Stygian Beacon defended by Sino.
Sino holds the point. Ferrymen walk forward, but the Leviathans can group up without Panda Cat, or at least a few more seconds while he marches up the mid lane. Styx Ferrymen on the platform. Hook is good on the Fine OK. Gets the Thunder Crash out of him. And it will be the second beacon now going to the Styx Ferrymen as well. With no Pyromancer up, nothing much for the Leviathans to do. They scatter back through the winds, head back to their respective lanes. It's just the Ferrymen controlling every point of the game.
Yeah, they realize there, the Ferryman that is, that Shinto shows himself on right, so no world where the Leviathans want to fight. Panda Cat rolls back, avoids the landfall. Has Aurora done too much?
Knockback from Cyclone, and he used the beads to get out of Adapting's ultimate. Frost taking him out. Are the snipes on point from Panda Cat? Needs all three, but misses every single shot. Cyclone and Aurora play perfect bailout for each other, and both of them escape the clutches of death.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin just got a bit too far with that Bifrost. Looked to me like Panda Cat was out of range. Couldn't have known. Doesn't know exactly where Cyclone Spin had put the other end of that portal, so has to go up to the air and at least try. Unfortunately for him, comes up empty, but fortunately for him, had already done the work to burn through all of Cyclone's relics.
He gets by Panda Cat, but 1v1 for Sino. Shinto, will he take this fight? As soon as Cyclone shows up, I don't think Shinto wants to take this one, but he'll still go for Cyclone.
Really?
Not enough damage. The 2v1, can Adapting get
No way.
Frost in time.
Another one?
Adapting can't get it. It's used the ult to try and get Sino away, but Aurora has returned to the scene. The The back and forth, the relics, the Bifrost. Somehow Cyclone lives through all of that.
Sino's just in the right spot at the right time to peel out for his ally. Cyclone playing well around his Bifrost. And Shinto and Panda Cat fall prey to the bait. Styx Ferrymen push their lead even further. And just in time for the Pyromancer to spawn up. But is it the Pyromancer that they're after? Because Final K has shown himself on left. He's headed back to base now, cancels his back. This is free.
Adapting might be able to at least know that it's happening, but Adapting's not going to step into that pit 1v5. Fire Giant to the Styx Ferryman after a back and forth fight on left. Then it's the Ferryman a couple of kills. And now a Fire Giant, a Pyromancer. The Styx Ferryman just ballooned this lead now up to nearly 7,000 gold, sitting around that 6,500 mark for themselves. And Leviathans, all of their efforts have been for nothing. They've tried 2-3 different team fights and they've come up empty-handed in both of them.
No executes from Adapting. Shinto hasn't hit pay dirt yet either. And both Adapting and Shinto are going to run into an issue pretty soon. And that issue is Nemesis has a great counter matchup into both of them. Either one of the magical or physical assassins of Leviathan, should they find themselves in a 1v1 up against Sino, will simply lose it. Itemization favoring Sino, a massive portion of it, but his kit also just counters straight up everything the Leviathans want to do, unless Adapting is using his ultimate to break shield. But even then, Sino's got enough movement speed and dashes to just disengage afterward. This Nemesis, massive threat on map, has just done so much. All the while, the quiet looming threat that is constantly there for the Styx Ferryman named Paul has gone untouched and unscathed.
Aurora is keeping Shinto busy by himself, so the rest of the Ferrymen can push up left side, tier 2 tower. We're aiming for a Phoenix, but it'd be a bit too much for the Ferrymen to go for now. Tier 2 tower still standing both in mid and solo lane. So the Ferrymen group up in mid with the help of their minion wave and start pushing forward, but we're at the point where Aurora is keeping a mid laner busy at full HP by himself. It's looking great for the Ferrymen. Or landfall at the mark. The taunt from Final Case ultimate though, are pulling him back in the tower. Baskin is low, but a big ult from the mid laner. Paul puts wrong you at half. Snipe's not quite there, but Paul is low. Adapting tries to get down the backline, but he's just falling too low. Shinto forced down even to the Kingslayer, and Paul takes down one with the help of Cyclones and set him up just to remove him off the map. Tier 2 tower. Now the threat. The Styx Ferryman will head straight to it. Final K taunted back, hit by the Dragonflight, and it's a double kill for Paul. Panda Cat stands his ground, but only to fall down. A roar. Credit for that one. It's Adapting and Shinto left to defend.
Leviathans are going to need a miracle here. Adapting, no ultimate. Shinto, no ultimate, and the Ferryman strong.
Runic Bomb dropped down, but Shinto's health bar removed. Adapting out of the fight, and Sino chases him aside for the Styx Ferrymen and put themselves on match point.
The Leviathans overcommit to a defense on tower and lose the game for their efforts. I understand the idea. Lose the tower, Ferrymen back up, put more gold in their pocket, can reset to right, and put even more gold in the pocket. You gotta draw your line in the sand somewhere, but that fight goes south so fast. Aurora finds so much value from that landfall. Even with the Cabrakan cage from Wrongyu being perfect to lock in Baskin, there was not enough damage on the Leviathans to punish them. And from there, it's a resurgent reinitiation from the Styx Ferrymen, and the rest is history. Just walk it down.
I mean, Final K also just got a perfect use of the Taiko drums, kept two locked inside that tower for so long. But it comes back to a bit of what you highlighted earlier, which was Final K went more defensive in his style of build with that breastplate of Valor. Just didn't have the damage follow-up. Shinto and Adapting tried to get to the back line, and as soon as they step foot near Paul, they've immediately got a beeline out of the fight, and then they just get picked off one by one.
And my mind goes back to the first death segment. Trelly highlights beautifully that Adapting is one of the best traditional jungle players that we've got in the league. When he's playing his signatures, when he's playing the assassins, things look really good. That was a legacy Hunbots game, and since then has departed a bit from that standard. Ao Kuang maybe close to it, but still a mage. Maman Brigitte, a specialized character. And since then, since game one, we just haven't seen that dominant Adapting performance that the Leviathans need.
Gotta see the step up from the Leviathans for game number 4 if they want to tie this and have that chance for game number 5. And now it's the Styx Ferrymen on match point. We'll see if they can close it out in game number 4.
I promised I would wait for you, but I'm getting so impatient. Tell me that you're ready now. This room is big enough for two, and I wanna do that something, something that will blow your mind. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than a summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on Before you, I was paralyzed, all broken down from heartbreaks. Then you came and set me free. You've taken me to paradise, where nothing is a mistake, where we move so flawlessly. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than a summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. dancing all these tears away. No time for bad love, bad love, bad love. I'm dancing all these fears away. Don't need you.
Well, it's a 2-1 lead for the Ferrymen. And Trelly, this one goes extraordinarily well for him, right?
Yep.
You know, you go back to game 2, it's pretty even for the most part, but there's several fights this time around where, okay, yeah, you killed off Sino, you lost 4 if you're the Leviathans. Or, hey, you poked out most of the Ferrymen, also Paul, for some reason, still 75% health, and he's dealing a lot of the damage back. It just feels like that maybe more or less replayed on repeat for every single one of these fights. The Ferrymen just come out on top, whether it's DPS-wise, coordination-wise. They really spearhead through the Leviathans this time.
Well, the Ferrymen's composition worked in a multitude of ways, whereas the Atlantis Leviathans had one singular goal. It was dive. You have Paul, who is this easy-to-kill Thoth, you would hope, and you've got a Set, you've got a Cabrakan wall, you've got a Dapping who can blink to the back line. All of that needs to happen all at once, and if you don't win the fight off that play, if you don't win the fight off that dive, there wasn't much else engaged, right? Look at the CC on the side of the Leviathans. It is wrong you and a cloud of dust. Like, hopefully FineOK comes in and hits Tycho drums, but up until that point, we didn't even get to see much of FineOK because this game ended a lot quicker, right? Before the Solanders got to rotate out too often. So because of that, if Paul's not dying, the comp's not working, and Paul has not died this entire set, not once, and he's going to the Thoth consistently. So, unfortunately, Sino has a fantastic matchup into the Ao Kuang. Just, you know, you never care about that 1v1. Paul's consistently peppering
Look
damage
how far
from
back he
distance.
is.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Anytime someone closes gap, he just dashes away. There was no fear.
I know, I was mentioning to you, I think it actually is this fight.
Yep.
Watch where adapting.
He's
So he
farming.
goes off to the right. He starts the green buff.
He's farming as we speak. And I said, in this moment, he's farming for next game, bro, because this game's over. And what happens? They get almost wiped right now.
Yeah, 2 more kills. And he's still behind him, if you're wondering. There's only 2 people in front of him. He was coming down mid. And it's just little moments like that, right? Where, you know, you're 1-2-1, and you only get up the 7k damage, almost 8k damage, which admittedly, it's not too terribly far behind. I mean, 5,000 separating you and Sino. But realistically, when you see everyone hitting, you know, 5 digits over on the right-hand side of the screen on the Ferryman outside of Aurora, that tends to go and show that they are not only just dealing a lot of damage, but they're doing it pretty safe when you then also correlate that to the death column and how low it is for everybody on the Ferryman. So, team comp that just goes right, plays well, and plays clean. Which also means to me that there's got to be a bigger shift, I think, for the Leviathans in the draft.
Yeah, that's the big difference maker. I think they have to completely shift the mindset. It doesn't have to be an all-in composition. They beat Paul in game 1. They did not have to kill him. He was 1-0. Like it doesn't have to be full dive. They just need consistent CC. It can't all be on wrong you. Whether that be the Hunbats, that is probably not going to get through again, but that was a great look for adapting, or some form of CC in the jungle. I think that could be a big switch up because, sure, like I said, the Raijin provides a bit, but it just was not enough to consistently dive here. I don't think they're going to go back to a composition like this. Whether or not they completely shift the mindset is one thing, but I think more CC, more consistent CC, and probably more of a physical jungler would be in the Leviathan's future.
Well, unsurprising. Actually, Jelly, I'm going to let you guess. Just pulled it up real fast. How many deaths do you think Paul has, like, across the event?
Across this event?
Yeah, this event.
Let's see. They 3-1 twice, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
It's single digits for sure, almost certainly.
I can, you know what? Thumbs up. It is absolutely single digits.
Let's go with 4. No. 6 deaths total.
You are danced right
Was it
around
5?
it. It's 5.
5 deaths total.
I will give a shout out because I sorted just by KDA. Haddix is second with only 4 deaths actually. And
But how many games did Haddix
But
play?
yeah, Paul now has 1 more game
Okay.
played. And so there's going to be a little bit of a threat there. Yeah, Haddix with the least amount of deaths, but Paul with the highest KDA is 6.7 right now. And if he keeps getting kills and not dying in this set, that KDA is going to keep looking real good as time goes on. It's just something Paul brings. But it feels that way for the Ferrymen, right? Because it's not just Paul who's not dying often. I mean, you're seeing, Sino with 1 to 2 deaths, Baskin with 1 death, Cyclone, Aurora both not dying. Like, the team as a whole was very successful in surviving throughout that last engagement. Yep. And it is worth mentioning, picks and bans, Game 4, up at the top. Winner of this is going to be first seed at Worlds. Now, the convenience is that the Leviathans, in this case, if they end up losing, would be second seed. So loser is going to be on the opposite side of the bracket, which means the only way for these 2 teams to meet again is they'd both have to win their quarterfinals, they'd both have to win their semis, and they'd both have to make it to the World's Finals. And of course, winner gets choice from the group stages of a team to play in quarters, very similar to how last year worked. Leviathans will get potentially first or second pick, depends on how this game goes for them. They need to prolong this set. Ferrymen, if they won this, would be first seed. Whoever's first, pick of 4 teams. Second gets pick of 3 teams. And then Warriors, since they were third, gets the pick of the last 2. And Dragons, as fourth, would just get the 4th seeded team, whatever that happens to be, to fill out our quarterfinals and give us that Worlds bracket that we can expect to see.
What? Okay, no, they can still pick it in the second slot. I was so confused for a second, bro. I was so confused for a second. If they didn't pick Rat, I was like, they are trolling, but they did. They did pick the Rat.
Yeah. So for the full catch-up, Poseidon, Raijin, Chernobog banned by the Ferrymen. Morgan Le Fay locked in. Naja, Athena, and the Thoth banned by the Leviathans.
Yep.
Maman and Rat gets locked in.
Yep. Well, I said in game 1, Rat would be the most contested pick of this set, and if it just went through both of them, they didn't first pick it, I would have felt so silly. But of course, the Atlantis Leviathans gave up that Rat, got the Rat for themselves so they could give up the Erlong Shen over to the Styx Ferrymen. I'm not quite sure if it's worth it, right? You got to weigh the options. Of course, this Rat is fantastic. It solves a lot of the issues I had with the composition last time, where you get early CC, you get more engage, you don't have to rely solely on wrong U. But Sino on Erlong has just been, I mean, that exactly what the Styx Ferrymen need. Like, that has been the answer. So we'll have to see. It's going to be a battle of the junglers, man. Who is going to be able to facilitate more, adapting, more of a hard carry, more of a, I'm going to get these last hits, I'm going to get these kills, and I'm going to continue to just make my mark across the whole map. Or Sino's more of a, hey, did you see how I set up for Paul there? You see how I set up for Baskin there? You see how I was at every single blue buff spawn? It's going to be difficult, but because this Rat has been contested by both teams, and the Leviathans were the only ones banning the Erlong, maybe the Leviathans got out ahead.
Sino has played 9 games in the Road to Worlds leading up to this on Erlong, and he won 8 of them. He only lost the 1 game on the Erlong Shen, has an 89% win rate, had an 87.5 on Rat, so it really makes sense to get rid of it. Meanwhile, at least in the Road to Worlds leading up to this, Rat was only played once by adapting. 3 times so far for this event. And he's got a 100% win rate across all 4 of those games. So, definitely a really good look. And like you said, it gets the Maman, who we saw in Game 2, did not look great in the jungle, back maybe into the hands of Shinto to solidify that. Ishtar is well locked in for the Leviathans. Sobek, Heimdall banned out by the Leviathans. Amaterasu. And who will be banned out by the Ferrymen? It will be the Charon that gets taken care of. How do you like the top 3 from the Leviathan so far, specifically Maman and Ishtar?
Oh, I have to ignore the Rat.
Yeah. You already talked about how much you like him.
I really like the Rat. I'm indifferent towards the Maman. I think that
they don't matter because there's a rat.
Yeah, I think that the players that have shown that they can pilot her very well, I've been impressed with. It's just hit or miss, right? Are you good with Maman? Do you understand the ins and outs of her passive? Can you get this Soul Seize ability and not get dragged the whole way, or Spirit Seize into the whole way into the enemy team? Shinto has impressed me, so I will give him the stamp of approval. Shinto can play Maman. With that though, we see the Discordia come in. Is that Discordia support, or is it goes over to solo? Okay, makes more sense than solo for sure. We'll have to see, but either way, that's a question mark.
The good news for him, I mean, as far as mages go, you've got another mage on your team. Rat and Maman for the Leviathans this event, both rocking 100% win rates. So they are looking real good with those. Ares gets locked in.
Okay, it's solo.
So it should be Discordia solo. Maui, Xbalanque, so some successful picks from the Ferrymen to round things out. Morgan Le Fay, Apwash. The one thing that is missing, I would say, is the combo, right? So when I think Erlong, and of course Paul right behind him, do you think Morgan Le Fay or Apwash, whichever one goes towards mid, has the follow-up that Sino's going to be looking for to make that pick work out?
I imagine... I'm thinking in my head because, again, I've already said this. How many times have I talked about, Paul and Baskin taking Morgan Le Fay and Pwash and then just going back and forth? More often than not, it is Paul taking the Morgan Le Fay.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, he'll be like, you know what? Give me the Pwash here. Give me the Owl Pwash here. So it doesn't matter to me as far as matchups go, but I always think it's better to have the Morgan Le Fay. If I had to pick one of them to be full tank as opposed to, a full damage, Alpwash dies a lot quicker, right? So I'm thinking give Paul the Morgan Le Fay. He can self-peel, give Baskin the Pwash. But the Ferrymen, they're going to do whatever they want. If I have to discuss about the value of the Discordia solo, though, that's an interesting one. As far as I'm concerned, mages are good in solo lane, right? That's just a blanket statement. We figured that out by now. Good range. The passive on adapting might go crazy because you got to assume this rat is going to get active early. But how good is her setup late game? How good is her ult late game? How good is her survivability? Those are answers that we know too with full damage Discordia, right? Insane. You group up for Strife, you get the golden apple to your head, that's gonna hurt. I have not seen how good she does with the tank build, so I'm excited to figure that one out. But the passive on adapting, that sounds good.
I'm actually really interested in seeing it as well because, coming into this, we've seen and maybe had hints of, the Poseidon, right, and what he was going to be able to do. But I would still say I'm pleasantly surprised by how successful in solo Poseidon was compared to what we've kind of known as, the staples over there, the Apwash, your Raijins, your Morgan Le Fays. And so maybe Discordia is one of those, right, where it comes out of nowhere. But Rat getting active early, that's not only a big deal for the Discordia passive, but it feels like a big deal in general for the Leviathans here. It feels like that's going to be the way they can kind of get this rolling. Him carry it over until Shinto on the Maman can start to pick things up. We'll have to see if that's how it ends up getting executed, though, because it could be the end of the road, and it could be the Ferrymen standing on top. We'll have to find out in Game 4 with the casters.
Will the Styx Ferrymen guarantee their first seed in this game, or are we going to go to a Game 5? That's up to the Leviathans to decide if this one's going to end here. So we jump into game number 4. It's J-Mac, Mifflin, and Doug once more, giving us the views, the window into the battleground. It will be Discordia solo, another mage, entering the fray over on the opposite side of the map here, giving Shinto back the Maman Brigitte for himself.
You think that Discordia was on purpose, or maybe a misinput, or what's up?
Knowing Final K, I think Final K just wanted to try another mage over there. I mean, between him and Sot, we've really been seeing a lot of new mages kind of pop over there. Even if they're a one-time thing, we've really been seeing those two kind of flex a little bit more of the mages than what everybody else has.
I mean, Discordia solo, it could work. It could work.
It could work.
All right, cool. I'm checking with you.
It could work. I think
Look,
it could work.
It's got Strife, so there's a little bit of that initiation factor.
It's got the apple.
Soul laners always get the Discordia passive anyway, so this way the Discordia gets to benefit herself.
I just took the shortcut.
Yeah.
So I didn't have to rely on someone else. I just do them on my own.
Yeah, if I'm going to go defense in 3rd and 4th slot, I might as well get a little bit more power somewhere. No, I can't talk myself into it. I'm not. maybe he proves me wrong. Maybe he proves me wrong.
That's the best way. Is proven through action, more so than just talks. It's all about that execution for what Final K can do. I did look just to check and make sure I was right in the statement. The Ferrymen are the only team so far this tournament. I'm saying that so far as in these couple of minutes. Wrong, you did manage to steal that one away.
Goat.
They're the only team who hasn't gone to the Mama yet. They've banned it a couple of times here and there, but even in first pick or second pick when they get a couple of options too, they have not gone towards this Mamon pick just yet.
I'm not sure that they have a player that Mamon's playstyle fits necessarily. When I think of Sino right now, it's facilitator jungle, and when I think of Paul, it's long-range nuker or hell. So maybe you could put it in the soul lane, but I'm not wholly sold on Mamon solo either. So I'm with the Ferrymen kind of sticking to their own game plan, sticking to their guns, playing their style. And it's clearly worked out well for them, match point in grand finals, by the way. So maybe Mamon Brigitte a pick that they are not overly concerned with. And perhaps one they don't value all that highly, because I believe they've let it through the majority of the games they've played so far. And further emphasized by Shinto being the one piloting it right now. There are answers to it. A lot of people on social media and Reddit saying the answer is CC. I'm going to sit here every single time and say that's the answer to literally every god in the game besides tier. But I think the true answer, it really is persistent damage on field, so you can prevent people from just sitting inside of one of your allies and then dashing out to safety, and I think Opwash brings a good deal of that. Or perhaps just having some long-range nuke ability yourself to keep her back, and between Basket and Cyclone Spin, they got that as well.
I think Des brings up a good point. And really discussing the two picks of the junglers. Sino going back to the signature Erlong Shen. Of course, he's hit 7 out of 8 times. He pulled under tower, but only ends up taking one of those tower shots. One more. He could have gone down there, moved that bolster defense coming in handy. Give himself a little bit of extra help there. But again, talking about the junglers, Sino only one loss on the Erlong Shen for the mini games he's been able to play it. Adapting, only having gone to the Rat a few times so far this event, and including the Road to Worlds regular phase. It's a 100% win rate on the pick for him. So really now, a battle of probably the best that both these junglers have for this event.
And only one of them gets to maintain that spotless record. Speed buff invaded by adapting on the left side, matched now on the right by the 6 Ferrymen taking away that blue buff. Keep your eyes on adapting though. That is a crazy wraparound.
Looped back, Cyclone Spin just now aware of it, but the stun misses. And that might just be the end of the fight. Adapting, gonna try and pull the purple buff away, but Roar pulls it back in, gets the beads from the Rat. But Panda Cat's nowhere to be found. He's just farming up in the lane. The 2v2. Purple buff does get stolen away by Adapting and Wrong U, but that was a costly steal for Adapting. No more beads for 2.5 minutes.
Worse still though for the 6 Ferrymen duo lane, zoned away from 3 of their melee minions. Only able to get farm from the archers there all the while. Sure, Panda Cat not rotating to the fight, but got the solo wave, so should be a pretty significant advantage over for him so far as farm is concerned. And Ishtar certainly more capable of fighting back into the Shibalanki than what we had seen from Artikaras previously, so putting Panda Cat in a good position. A great start for the Leviathans. I wonder why Adapting used beads there. Maybe he had misread the situation, just got pulled in by one of Maui's 3 or 4 pulls and said, I think it's the one. I don't want to be stuck here. Uses the beads, but it was the passive. So it doesn't really help him out a whole lot there. Regardless, losing the beads this early on a god like Rat, not exactly a massive deal. Generally, Rat's going to win in that slot anyway. Still will have the global presence, still will have CC immunity in kit thanks to that ultimate. So I don't imagine he slows down his game too much.
Fishing for maybe Paul, maybe Basket, but both of them too far away from him at that moment. So this is the ultimate dunk in. Make sure those mid camps go the way of the Leviathans. Maybe the biggest point on that little team fight, as you mentioned, losing out an entire wave for Cyclone Spin, or nearly a whole wave there. And now 2 purple buffs that Cyclone's been denied. Just hit level 5 off the last minion of that wave, while Panda Cat might just be hitting 6 off this first one. So the 1 level lead already, maybe now force the hand of Sino to rotate over. Shield buff is his priority, but Rongyu's been on point of being there for steals. Sino just goes ahead and gives up that shield buff to guarantee that Cyclone Spin's able to pick up his next one.
Yeah, you don't want to see Sino get hit by chain there. Would be very detrimental, would have not allowed him to disengage, and then Panda Cat already finishing up that Devourer's Gauntlets, got damage behind him. Cyclone's going to have to head back to base soon. Can I see gold in pocket, Doug, real quick? Just wondering how far Cyclone Spin is away from finishing up his item. Not far at all, just needs to finish up this wave, head back to base, but could be an opportunity for a duo gang. Wrong you. Closes that gap, but not quite able to connect with Cyclone Spin there. So we'll be back to base here. It should be finished stacking item, but if he has to defend this purple buff, won't have a whole lot of damage to play with. Fortunately for him, the duo of the Leviathans, unconcerned, will let that one go. All the while, though, even further delays his back, so we'll likely miss some farm and tower here.
That's where Aurora comes in. Lands the hook on Panda Cat. Might be able to hold this wave out of tower long enough. A lot of mobility afforded to Cyclone Spin on the Shibalanka. That dash, considerable distance. We'll take a little bit of damage from that one, but make sure that Cyclone misses out on nothing in that wave and can try and get some of those stacks started up on the Devourer's Gauntlet. I think every so often we tune into this solo, and I'll be keeping my eyes on what Final K is doing with this Discordia. Build path seems to at least be the same. Vamp Shroud, Pipe Bag to the 2. I wonder if you even deviate from the norm.
No,
going
probably
on
not.
this Discordia. Probably just the exact same style build.
I think so. Mage solo is a bit limited. You need to have that defensive capacity, but you still also want to have the sustain to be able to poke from your direct lane opponent, so Pipe Bag's first slot makes sense. Defense second slot. The only deviation I can imagine seeing is whether or not Final K feels confident to go towards Typhon's Fang in third, like we had seen from Baskin in the previous game, or whether or not it's going to be defense again. I would imagine with Discordia, you probably do want to lean a little bit more so towards some of that defense. Discordia, great poke potential, of course, but that leap being such short range really makes it easy to jump on her. So we'll see how Final K develops his build as the game starts to go onward. Adapting. Contact with Aurora, but it's about the farm, and he's taking it.
His way back camp. Wrong you. Still continue to zone out inside the jungle. Cyclone Spin still a bit behind. With all those waves and those buffs denied from him. Kept him still about this half level to a level down from Panda Cat. Junglers get too involved. We saw Adapting earlier go for the purple invade. Sino's response was come back and help on the next purple, but haven't really seen them go towards the soul lane. This mid has been very quiet this game. Paul and Shinto just farming up like it's nobody's business. Like I haven't got another care in the world for the two of them. I wonder where we see that first breakthrough for these two teams.
Yeah, generally it's going to be in that soul lane before defense is fully finished. Junglers love getting involved against these mage solos. But both of them, Baskin and Final K, have some semblance of safety in their kit. So maybe it's the dual lane instead. Panda Cat uses the ultimate.
Stuns out Aurora, but now Panda Cat's got nowhere left to go. He's trying to box in Cyclone Spin, but he walks in with the darts and takes him down with the Rising Jaguar. First blood over to the Styx Ferrymen, and it's off the aggression that the Leviathans had started.
And look at the net worth charts. All that work that had been done just previously by Panda Cat essentially washed away now. Parity in gold between both Cyclone Spin and Panda. Experience should be caught up just about entirely as well. First Blood Bounty putting a lot of work in for that Shibalanka. And Shibalanka passive, how it works, power, all that itemization starting to catch up. Stacks at parity once more as well. Man, that was 9 minutes of pressure play from Panda Cat, washed away in a second by a rotation from Sino.
I mean, you heard Panda Cat dash forward, and immediately Aurora and Cyclone 180 pivot their head and say, oh word, it's time to fight. Use that Darkest of Nights. Aurora immediately jumps in. Fight breaks out, and the Styx Ferrymen win out on that one handedly. One kill, given over to Cyclone Spin. Start up that passive stacking for him for that free power. You know, I wonder if maybe we'll have to hold that as the junglers duke it out. Sino drops about 40%, but Adapting still going to lurk inside this jungle. Almost guarantees an opportunity to steal more farm away in the left side.
Yeah, that's a good play from Adapting. Just says, my damage happens much faster than yours. You're going to have to land a lot of auto attacks to match my output. Sino not willing to commit to it. So in sending Sino back to base, Leviathan's going to have an opportunity to look towards that Gold Fury. Cyclone Spin nearby. It's going to be close.
Nearly takes away with an auto, but not quite enough damage. Fury goes to Leviathans, but Aurora wants a little bit more. Wants to get range for that landfall, see if he can pull Wrong You back, but
Don't work.
As long as Rongyu's got those flames, he's able to prevent being pulled back. Hit from Sino, pulls off from Panda, and a response from Adapting, but neither of them can go for the commit with Aurora still lurking inside the left jungle. Just a couple ultimates traded out for effectively nothing.
Good fight back from the Leviathans, finding their small opportunities on map. That was a risky play to pull the Gold Fury with both dual lane members of the Styx Ferrymen nearby. Cat also has to play pretty safe here. Has bead still, but would lose it if we were able to connect that pull. Instead, it's a reset as Panicat clears out the wave, but half his tower gone in the interim. Styx Ferrymen keeping their slow pace. It seems to me the Leviathans are trying a little bit more so to get aggressive. Even the first blood going over to the Ferrymen, it was a counterplay to Panicat getting aggressive. Ferrymen want to play for that 5-on-5 mid to late game. So far, been doing a good job of mitigating loss. The Leviathans taking that Fury, a great start for them, can desync those neutrals. Might give them the opportunity. Let's go ahead and pull that Pyromancer. But that's where the unknown element resides, right? If the fight starts to shift over towards the right-hand side of the map, we get an idea of how well does Final K play on this Discordia, what does it look like in the engagement. And also a very different relic selection in second slot for Final K. He's picked up Frenzy, and he has gone towards defense in that third slot. What's the idea for Frenzy Discordia? I mean, it's just that he wants it, I suppose. It's going to help out on Objective Burn, but I think Objective Burn is pretty decent on the Leviathans between Maman, Brigitte, and Ishtar. Very interesting choice.
Rongu, chain up for 3, gonna pull back a couple, but it's a top by Sino. Grab Rongu back, another pull from Aurora to lock him down in the landfall. To try and block off the path, so Rongu's able to weasel his way around and Adapting. Helps to set up the kill for Sino, picks up the double kill, and now it's just Aurora left alive. As Shinto collapsed on a Paul, stunned inside the empty, the crit. Big ultimate from Shinto, but it's Aegis out by Paul, who's trying to run through, but he's fighting into the crypt. It's a trade out of the mid laners. Shinto gets one, but Paul responds back.
Styx Ferrymen overcommit on the wrong view, lose out on a lot of their value there. Still available, we'll have it now, but Lonnie, a little too tanky, wouldn't have died to the tower regardless. So, it's another small win for the Leviathans. An uneven trade. Fortunately, Paul able to at least take down one with them. If Shinto grabs that kill for free, things look real dire there. Instead, it is just a 2-for-1 essentially. Leviathans, though, push their lead significantly. Only thing they're suffering from is the fact that they had done too much already. Nothing for them to fall back towards and push. Nearly knocked down the Tier 1 tower on left. But Aurora go rewarded, and towers being a zero-sum game means even the pixel of tower HP there will prevent that global gold from going to the Leviathans.
It's a 2k gold lead for the Leviathans after that. A bit late on our decision from the mid laners. That 1-for-1 trade, very close. Shinto having his ultimate Aegis out by Paul. Thought that was going to maybe be the end of the fight there, but just enough of that burn. I mean, we didn't see the mid laners for effectively 12 minutes of this game. First team fight they show up into. They trade out their lives against each other. And now we start to see some of the strengths of Paul going for the more full damage style of Op-Watch. We've become almost so accustomed to seeing him in solo lane. Maybe forget just how much burst damage the god really has.
But it is Paul, so saying full damage, not exactly right.
Full damage for Paul.
Yeah, this is a Paul build. He's getting his cloak. Maybe a Mantle of Discord again. Wouldn't hate that. Into what the Leviathans have got for themselves. Pyromancer back and available for the first time this game. The Leviathans playing fast. Unconcerned with Oni Fury on the opposite side of the map. This one will go quickly. Aurora doesn't really have a lot of steal potential.
Goes for landfall, but no island. Pyromancer destroying that one on impact. Golden Apple thrown out by Fine, okay, and will be the Pyro guaranteed over to the Leviathans. I'm starting to wonder if maybe this Frenzy was just because of what Rongu goes for first relic. Typically, and I'm a firm believer in the Blink Ares mentality. A lot of supports love having that Blink style, but we've been seeing so much more of them just going for the team fight style relics. Maybe if that was the decision, was
wow, this is fast.
You go Blink, I go Frenzy. Leviathan's gonna try and put their team to use as the Oni Fury down to half HP. Aurora pulls Shinto, but Shinto's level 16. Paul shows up. And with the threat of an Opwash nearby, the Styx Ferrymen force the Leviathans away from the objective.
And pull it themselves. Gold Fury Still down to about 50%. Wrongview nearby has ultimate. That's a big threat.
Gotta use the Corpse Explosion to guarantee you the Ferrymen get the Fury, and Adapting jumps up onto the tree. But will he land back in the fight? Is he not going to bail out Wrongview? He's just left to the wolves of the Styx Ferrymen. A 5-man collapsing plus the Fury now puts the Ferrymen in a bit better of a spot. It was starting to slide out of control for the Leviathans, but a good turnaround for the Ferrymen to keep alive.
Should be another tier 1 tower to top off those golds as well. No way Panda Cat can defend that one on his own. Cyclone's been able to knock it down. That was a very interesting play from the Leviathans in that I like the idea to play fast, stick to the objective, but the reset into immediate full disengage gave so much time and space over to the Styx Ferrymen. They pull the objective, put themselves in a decent position, drop it low, and the Leviathans think to themselves, how do we initiate a fight easily? They haven't really got it. They don't have a dash taunt equivalent. It's either going to be no escape from Wrongview or it's going to be Adapting's dunk, and besides that, that's really just it. Panda Cat maybe, with the Sacred Swords, could get something started up. Speaking of starting things up, Leviathans, they love playing dangerous. Fire Giant pulled.
They tried for the Fury, now they go for
Spotted.
the Fire. Half HP, Baskin and Sino.
They committed?
On the scene in the middle of all 5. Fire Giant down to a quarter HP. They need to crit by Paul. Landfall, the
Wow.
Styx Ferryman steal it away. Sino pull back, but he gets a heal before he goes down. The only casualty of the fight, as it's 176 damage from Baskin to steal the objective away.
And it gets worse before it gets better. Tier 2 tower on left. I'm not sure if Cyclone's got the damage for it. Shito's on the way. It would be worth it.
He does.
Oh, it would be. And he does. Cyclone Spin grabs that one. Only thing that might punish him is if he lines up with Panda Cat on the way out. Here's the thing. Faster now. Dash goes further. Thank you, Darkest of Nights. And I'm thinking Cyclone Spin might just be out. It's wrong. You falling in mid? No way.
Tier 1 tower might be the threat. Cyclone pops Aegis. Paul knocks down Tier 1 tower. Sets Tier 2 in left, Tier 1 in
those
mid.
charts.
Fire Giant
J-Mac.
steal.
Come on.
And look at the jump up. We went from a near 3K lead for Leviathan, and in just a couple of minutes have jumped up to 1,200 for the Ferrymen.
Levi's get a bit antsy on their neutral objectives. It happens on gold. Group up, pool, can't do it. We reset and got punished. This time they say, group up, pool, Fire Giant. We are not resetting. We will not be punished the same way. And unfortunately for him, it's even worse. Styx Ferryman at a numbers disadvantage simply walk in and take the objective from him. Great stuff. Paul's ultimate, a big proponent of that, as well as Sino's disruption, 9 turns blessing. And now it's the Leviathans off their own proactive play that find themselves on the back foot. Cyclone Spin was allowed the entire time to push out left, knocks down Tier 1, Tier 2, grabs waves and catch up to Panda Cat. And the rest of the team now benefiting from Fire Giant can knock down the Pyromancer with very little fight back, I'd assume, from the Leviathans. That would put a Runic Bomb in pocket, make it that much easier to grab the Gold Fury in about a minute when it respawns. The Styx Ferrymen are not so far ahead that they can just walk into the Tier 2s, and I think it's unlikely that we see that. So this Fire Giant's just about extending your lead, or creating a lead, I should say, for the Ferrymen. Maybe you can threaten Tier 2 in mid, maybe you rotate over towards right, take down a Tier 1. But you got to be ready. I want to see the Ferrymen at that Gold Fury. If the Leviathans get to grab it for free, I mean, this Fire Giant would essentially just be a moot trade.
Clear out minions, Adapting pushed up straight out of Tier 1 towers. There's Tier 1 in left now for the Leviathans, but Ferrymen will go for the one in right lane. Take away the Bastion as Aurora tanks up tower. The rest of the team to walk in. Shinto is going to grab an extra one for himself. Over in mid, while Adapting hasn't given up his push on the left side of the map. Ferrymen give up their push on right. Head back just to sway. The Leviathans are pushing further forward into these Tier 2 towers, with the Gold Fury having vision for Leviathans. Should be able to know if the Ferrymen go for it, but it's a matter of if there will be enough people around to be able to stop. You got a couple players, one of those being Panda Cat, from the Leviathans on the opposite side of the map. The Ferrymen can just walk back and take this one. The Leviathans, even with the vision, they've got no control over this jungle.
Yeah, Sino's been doing so much work just trying to protect these Tier 2s, and will continue his job on the right-hand side. Here's the thing, though. Belt of Frenzy and an ADC generally will net you an objective, and it does. Tier 2 tower knocked down. that's just it. I like that play from the Leviathans. I don't think there's a world where they take the fight in neutral territory against the Styx Ferrymen with Fire Giant, so instead split the map, expose a Phoenix. But this grouping maintaining by the Leviathans could be dangerous. Baskin's got no idea.
No tower to go back to stun off the mark. Baskin still has ultimate. Use it, but the damage from Adapting's dunk's a bit too much. And the Styx Ferrymen lose out their soul laner as they go a bit cross-eyed from all of the movement across the map that the Leviathans have had.
Yeah, Leviathan's just a constant threat of you. Are you ready to defend left? What about mid? What about left again? How about right? And right was the right answer for the Leviathans, knocking down the tier 2 and then maintaining presence. Knock down Baskin. Only downside for the Leviathans is all they're going to get for killing Baskin is stopping Baskin from hitting level 20 and upgrading his starter, as well as taking away those relics. So maybe next team fight a little bit an easier target in the soul laner of the Styx Ferrymen. Leviathans, though, have advantage for a few seconds to set up vision around this Fire Giant, but dead even game, just about 1,000 gold, 21 minutes in, not exactly massive. Means that neither the Leviathans nor the Ferrymen going to be confident in their ability to just look at the objective itself. Evaluate burn. I think you much prefer what the Leviathans can do to the Fire Giant with just a moment left alone with it. When you look at confirmation on objective, that wholly belongs to the Styx Ferrymen thanks to Corpse Explosion from Paul. So a tale of two games. Styx Ferrymen would almost prefer that the Leviathans pull the Fire Giant themselves.
Or swims away from Bob. From the Leviathans nearby, defending around this Fire Giant pit. Leviathans once more scatter a bit. Panicat and Shinto heading back over towards mid. Paul was not even in the same zip code as the rest of the team. He's clearing out buffs. Over on the left side, head back to base, trying to hit that level 20 and get that alternate timeline online for himself now. Shinto's been 20 for a bit. Just hasn't had the golden hand to be able to finish up that starter yet. So, nice power spike for Paul, but an extra safety net for him on top of his relics and everything that the team has around him to stay alive in the fight. As it's the Leviathans pulling the Fire Giant once more.
See it.
Paul spotted it out. Call for the team to head back in. Dark's the Nice used by Cyclone. And the Leviathans scatter to the wind.
Dark's the Night, small commitment from the Styx Ferrymen. Not a massive part of their team fight, but certainly something they'd prefer to have once the fighting starts up. Aurora on ward duty takes another in the pit. Won't be able to get much more than that. Leviathans playing it slower this time around. Adaptation from what had happened previously around that Gold Fury and Fire Giant. It's left a bad taste in their mouth that they've learned from. Pyromancer, probably where we see the fight start, but there's no one here from the Leviathans. How much of a fight could it be?
Pyromancer for the Ferrymen. And 2 runic bombs in pocket. Meanwhile, Sino go ahead and cap up the third and final beacon of its first rotation. Send the Titans marching down. Group up, what we see from the Ferrymen. Leviathans have shown they're willing to pull these objectives, just haven't had the damage to burn through them. And are lacking a bit on the confirmation for the kill. Aurora again steps up.
Dodge a chain.
For this ward, trying to take it away, but he can walk right back up and take it. This is a man on a mission, and his one goal right now is to remove any ward possible inside that Fire Giant pit.
And now, looking at the pockets of the Leviathans, there are no sentry wards in play for them, so the Styx Ferrymen will have vision control of the Fire Giant pit, barring some backs from the Leviathans. Seems to me Shinto finally starting to make his way back. Doesn't pick up a ward, though. It's just wrong you with the sentry. Oh, it does, excuse me. Pick up a sentry, there it is. So 2 sentries in pocket for the Leviathans, 3 sentries still in pocket for the Styx Ferrymen, who have already got pretty dominant vision control, at least defensively, around the Fire Giant. So Ferrymen should maintain control, barring some pretty egregious errors from them. Titans start to move down the center of the map. It's not the junglers lining up. Instead, it's the teams, both teams lining up here. You want to make contact with enemy Titan first so you can knock it down without sacrificing too much of your own. How much of a fight are you willing to take around it?
Paul trying to poke away, fine, okay. Titans clash right in the center of the map. Sino and Adapting square off. Sino's going to keep up this chase to Adapting. Lands the Ming, taunts him back, gets beads from Adapting. Sino's just going to heal back up what Adapting had done towards him. This 1v1 is not one that Adapting is necessarily going to win, especially with Aurora waiting around the corner. Chaos side, Titan sit back first. Order side still half HP. And the Ferrymen beeline towards the Fire Giant. They might just go for the pull and make the Leviathans answer back.
Adapting still has ult, so he can get there, but no beads means no safety on landing. Aurora, first forward. Wants Shinto, pulls good. That's another set of beads.
The ultimate from Shinto, the Ferrymen pushing forward with Rongi going in. Let's listen with the Ferrymen on the fight. Just the moment you thought they were going to stop fighting, you hear a roar, oh, I plucked Ares, and everybody turns on the dime to try and pump things back. They go to the Fire Giant, but now it's Leviathans collapsing back in. Their health bars are still fine from the team fight. And a 6 Ferryman with Sino at half HP, Cyclone similar spot. They won't commit to the objective just yet.
Man, Aurora could really hit the high note, huh? That was wild. That's one way to pierce through the noise of a team fight. Make sure the team knows. Unfortunately for Aurora, Ares is very tanky right now with a 4-slotted build and a fully maxed out bolstered defense. So, not easy to knock him down. 6 Ferryman able to reset a bit. Pick up a few more wards in pocket. 2 standard for Cyclone, 1 sentry for Sino. No wards in pocket for the Leviathan. So again, this vision battle that has constantly been in favor of the Ferryman remains as such. But look at the relics. No beads for adapting, no Aegis for Panda Cat. On the other side, beads lost for Baskin, Sino, and Cyclone Spin. Around all at the same time. Means that the Leviathan should have slight advantage on initiation, but their composition isn't exactly suited for it. It's really just Ares that is posing that threat, and each of those picks, or for the most part, most of those picks, have got some form of CC immunity to deal with it. Baskin with his ultimate, Cyclone Spin with his dash. So easier said than done for the Leviathans to optimize on this time.
Nora goes for the hook, misses this time. Drops yet another bracer down around his team. One behind them for escape, one around Pyro for fight. Baskin zoned out by Fino, but it's a roar by himself, de-warding again. He just keeps getting spotted out by the Leviathans, and ultimate from Panda Cat gets used. But if I just gotta say it, I've never seen someone this aggressive to use Eldritch Dagger's secondary part of the passive of Ward Vision like Aurora's been doing.
And look, I wish there were a wards killed stat so we could tell you just how much Aurora's done. I'm willing to say it's a whole lot, and it's worthwhile in these thin margin fights where information is half of the battle. The 6 Ferrymen have dedicated a lot of their resources doing exactly that. Leviathan's maintaining defensive position, ever concerned about that Fire Giant pool. Instead should maybe concern themselves with the Pyromancer. Third Runic Bomb in pocket, that's 3,000 true damage now for the 6 Ferrymen to play with. Who's going to pick it up? It's Aurora now. Two in pocket for him, 1 for Cyclone Spin. Confirmation already belonged to the 6 Ferrymen because of Opwash. But now with 3 bombs, they'd have had it anyway. Leviathan's got to play real cautious on this objective.
So Leviathan starting to group around Fire. Ferryman collapsing back in. Sino's clearing out a wave in mid to now rejoin the team. You know, the thing about it, more props to Aurora for it. Got the bracer. And Eldritch Dagger, I think, puts it on a 50-second cooldown. Reduced further if it is killed. Means less than every minute. Just does this, walk up. Oh, what wards are here? Found another one. What wards over here? Found another one. So now it might just cost him his life. The Leviathans try to take down Aurora. Let's take a listen in with the Leviathans on the fight. Nearly pick Aurora off that time, but again, so slippery on the Maui. Able to roll out of the Leviathan's fight. They pull. That is the Leviathans to try and grab the Fire Giant away, but 6 Ferrymen just keep sticking around.
Man, Aurora just so tanky there. I thought for certain the Leviathans had him. Once that chain connects, once all that damage is coming through from Shinto, but the rest of the Ferrymen were not too far behind Aurora, and Aurora clearly learned nothing from this, says, I'll be walking up once more to do the exact same. Punish me if you can. Leviathans weren't quite ready for it this time around. Reset from both teams. Relic round up. Beads maintained for every single member of the Styx Ferrymen. Leviathans, on the other hand, similarly have their beads, but no Belt of Frenzy and no Blink for adapting. Means that Leviathan's not at full strength just yet.
That is a landmine there.
It is. Don't walk into that one. Leviathan's be able to clear it out pretty easily, given a little bit of space, but this is generally the pace of game that I think you could expect from this late game between these two teams. This knife's edge, this slight tightrope that they have to navigate, where one misplay, one misstep, one misinput could really be the difference maker for either side. You gotta commend Aurora for his willingness to be this far forward as often as he is, always trying to find an opportunity.
Is it at this point we now classify it as insanity from Aurora, maybe insanity from the Leviathans for thinking they can stop him from doing this consistently every single time that bracer is up, every 50 seconds. It's Aurora walk up, drop bracer. What wards can I see with my timer? He's gotten at least one just about every time that he has done so. And Leviathans just didn't have enough damage the last time. Nearly got him, almost 20% or less HP. But it's just not enough against Aurora. So tanky on this Maui, and once again setting up around Fire Giant. As Aurora, the lone front line, even Sino's not with him. He's trying to go for a wraparound. Maybe to the backside of this team fight.
He's got adapting.
Spots out adapting.
Gets the ult.
Trades out ultimates with the Ratatosker, not willing to utilize his beads to escape this time. Now adapting without a major ultimate. Strike from Finoke. Gonna chip away slowly, but Fall on the Plosh heals it up instantly.
Aurora's taking the most damage here, but adapting not having his ultimate means there's not a lot of chase down potential for the Leviathans, even should the Styx Ferrymen start to lose on the engagement. Should be able to disengage relatively safely, thanks to the magical Lua from Aurora. Fire Giant still not pulled. Baskin fishing for poke. Neither side able to break this stalemate. I wonder if there's anywhere you could send Sino or adapting to try and create some pressure on map. Sino seems to think his home's in the back line. He's met up with them again. Shinto blinks in. Bree beads to avoid the stun. He's made it out. Shinto commits the ultimate.
Blink and ultimate away from the Maman. For the cost of Sino's beads this time.
Did you see Paul?
I did not.
Paul connects damage onto Rongyu as Rongyu's trying to line up his blink onto Sino. If Paul's not there, Sino's dead every single day of the week. So again, these narrow margins. All Rongyu needs to do is get into range of Sino, and that is a free pick because he had just used his beads previously. Unfortunately for him, the Styx Ferrymen always playing together. Able to peel out again.
You gotta talk about a bit of the weight of this set as well. First seed, stay on the side against the Jade Dragons in the quarterfinals, and whatever teams then qualify later on in groups. Loser of this one, you're on the same side as the Oni Warriors. A tough battle to get through semifinals into finals. The only time, the only chance we could see these two teams battle again would be grand finals at Worlds, just because of their nature. But does one get maybe the slightly easier path? Does one get the tough path going through the Warriors? Could come down to one dance around Fire Giant. Leviathans, Rongyu comes up empty-handed with the ultimate.
Wanted
That's
Sino.
a major team fight down for Leviathan. Styx Ferrymen continue to walk up with this Fire Giant. And Aurora maybe getting a bit more aggressive as Baskin keeps up his poke around the wall. And Sino's found Finoke. Taunt misses, stun from Panicat. But it's just zoning from Baskin with these sigils over the wall.
Aurora's holding on to that ultimate, waiting for a perfect opportunity. The Leviathan's not going to give it over, and neither side able to break this stalemate. If Sino pushes mid, he doesn't have safety until his beads are back up. If adapting starts to push, even with global presence, has proven that he does not win the 1v1 up against Sino. And those are the only two I would trust to split. Instead, it's a Fire Giant pull from the Ferryman, but not committing. Not this time around. Aurora's taking a lot of damage here. Might be forced back to base.
Haven't seen Aurora go back since the last time that he nearly died to Leviathans. He's sitting on 2,000 in pocket. Not enough for a full item just yet.
Hasn't leveled up in like 10 minutes either.
He's been sitting at level 18 for such a long time, sitting on gold. Maybe go into lane and get a little bit of this extra farm. Sell that sturdy stew, or maybe that stew is what's been keeping him alive during these. Does sell that one off. What does he buy as his final item? Stone of Gaia. And maybe in response to Rongyu's ultimate.
Maybe, or even Shinto's ultimate would proc it as well. either way. If he's saying, I'm not going back to base often, and if I do, I'm worried about the Fire Giant, one way to keep your HP high is that Stone of Gaia passive. Will help out a good deal, and it is a massive HP infusion, but it will only give further value to Panda Cat's build. Kin-size Odysseus bow. It'll be a real difficult task for Aurora to start walking through all that. That said, if Aurora's already on top of Panda Cat, the fight's probably gone pretty well. Fire Giant. It's been enhanced for a while now. Neither side quite capable of pulling it. What's the way in? If Sino could go connect a taunt on a Shinto or catch out Panda Cat, that would be phenomenal for the Styx Ferryman. It would create space for Aurora to then punish with the landfall. For the Leviathans, I think we need to see a bit more for Shinto in the back line. He's been playing like a standard mage as far as positioning is concerned. Throws out that second ability for max range, has been chasing out Sino when he shows up in the back line, but if Shinto could just find Paul or Cyclone Spin, if he could just dash into him, I mean, that's maybe 50% of their HP on its own. Has a lot of burn to play with, a lot of burst as well, but won't be able to use it. He's playing this far back.
Roar tries to stun Fino. Takes a gold Naplet. Sino into the backline. Just caught this time. It's beats out by Fino. Kane. Leviathans taking a bit of poke from Baskin and Paul. Aurora, the only one not healthy, but the Stone of Gaia is going to keep him healed up. Fire Giant pulled by the Styx Ferryman. Keep eyes on Shinto, on adapting. They still have their ultimates available. Aurora is low. Rongyu goes in.
He's real low.
And he'll grab Aurora back. He's going to heal Aurora. The knock is there for adapting. And Aurora's the first one down. Meanwhile, Shinto in the middle of 3 has got to get out of danger because they see the Crypt is there from Paul. Fire Giant down to 10% health. The Styx Ferryman can't get that one back. The Leviathans grab fire, but Cyclone's taking Rongyu. It's a 1-for-1 trade of support, but the health bars are so low on the Levi's. The Ferryman, and specifically Baskin, might just chase this until he can't go any further.
Fire Giant over to the Leviathans, 1-for-1 trade. It's Aurora down first. Caught out and dropped low, commits to the Fire Giant and can't walk out of it. From there, Rongyu pulls him back in, and the chain CC of the Leviathans knock him down. Rongyu has to trade his life, but a trade worthwhile with enhanced Fire Giant on the rest of his team. And finally, the stalemate is broken. EFG gonna simplify these sieges. Only 2 tier 2 towers still standing for the Styx Ferryman. And Panda Cat gonna have to do a whole lot of work to knock down what remains of them. Styx Ferryman, though, certainly not a slouch compositionally on base defense. Good luck working through the wall of damage that is Paul, the poke aficionado that is Baskin, and Cyclone Spin as well. With his ranged auto attacks on Darkest of Night, it's going to make it very, very difficult for the Leviathans to work their way forward. One of the weaknesses I had brought up initially with this composition with the Leviathans is their ability to initiate fights. I think we'll see that even further compounded in these simplified play spaces around Phoenixes. Probably won't see too much play around these tier 2s. Gold, not exactly a massive deal, nearly 40 minutes into this game. So instead, play around your strongest point, and I think that is the bird.
Cyclone's been waiting a little more gold to be able to buy Elixir and Power Potion. By the way, no inventory slots for either him or Aurora right now. Both of them holding on to double Runic Bomb. There's the Elixir of Power for Cyclone Spin. Still about 150 gold off before he can get that next Power Potion. Still one more tower now for the Leviathans to chop through before it's defense on the Phoenixes. Enhanced Fire Giant means they can make quick work of those structures. What will the split be for Leviathans? A 2-2-1, maybe a 3-1-1 at that. But leaving Shinto by himself against Sino. Maybe a little bit of help from Shinto and Adapt and grouping up on that side of the jungle. Bit of an odd split, though, for Leviathans on this push.
Worth noting that Adapting is going to be at any of these Phoenixes at a moment's notice, so putting him on the furthest makes sense for me. Left side, the most valuable. That's the one the Leviathans want. Might just be. They'll have to take consolation prizes elsewhere. Shinto and Rongyu putting a lot of work into mid. And on left, it's Cyclone Spin holding his own. Nowhere able to push in just yet.
Lino uses the Frenzy to try and get some extra push, but immediately snuffed back. It's Paul on the Alpwash again. Just drop those bodies in. You don't want to stand in the area. Gets dashed away and now gets 4 of the Leviathans on the left side. Shinto lurking in the jungle. 3 Ferrymen on point. Baskin on the way. Leviathans to get their first chance to play an aggressive offense, but it's a wrong use. Health bar low.
on, the chase.
The shield has been burnt through. The landfall takes him down. That's one.
Here comes
For the
adapting.
sixth Ferryman, but adapting on the tree.
Can't do it.
Where will he land? It's over towards mid. Dashes to the opposite Phoenix.
He might have that.
There's a wave there, but he's being chased out. Cyclone Spin won't let him get this one for free, and in fact, Shinto tries to break his way back to the base, but he's spotted out by the Ferryman.
The base defense from the Six Ferrymen is incredibly strong, and the Leviathans cannot figure out how they want to start their siege. Wrong U tries to create space and then realizes, I'm just Ares. Bolster defense is only doing so much. Chains are threatening, but no one can follow up because the second they step into range to follow up, there's so much AoE damage on the Ferrymen that they'll just lose out on the trades of the Leviathans. Not quite able to break the base, not this time. Left side Phoenix dropped low, but having not killed it, will have time to fully regenerate. And so, thus ends the EFG. And it's right back to that neutral game again, J-Mac. We danced for 10 minutes, and the dance begins anew in just a moment now. Still 4 runic bombs in play currently for the Six Ferrymen, 2 each per duo laner. Leviathans, I think, should be able to grab at least 1 for themselves here. Six Ferrymen still trying their best to clear out some of those waves, create some space for their Phoenixes. I don't think adapting can commit to the left-hand side, but he's certainly showing a bit of presence there.
Phoenix is at half. All he needs is a few seconds with full build at this point to try and take him, and maybe he's going for the wraparound play.
He'll step on a ward if he goes towards the Ferryman.
Gets out wrong U. One goes to the ultimate, but Aurora responds with his own. Traded out, but adapting. He's not taking us down as quickly as he had hoped for, taking too much damage, in fact, so he won't even get the left side Phoenix yet. But now that the Ferrymen know he's there, they're just going to go for the Fire Giant. It's going to be 4 versus 5. Adapting will not be present for the fight. The Ferrymen are turning down the Fire Giant. They've got to take down the damage to confirm it. The Ferrymen get it, but will they keep up the fight? Aurora's got no ultimate, and the Ferrymen chase in. The Leviathans are trying to bail out. Adapting still sticking around the left side. He's going to have to go back and help defend for his team. But the tier 2 tower is just enough safety for Leviathans. Ferryman will not continue forward yet.
EFG on all 5 of the Ferrymen, and Cyclone Spin doing 505 per auto attack onto the tier 2. Make short work of it. Leviathans able to disengage, and it was a coin toss. Saw Final K step up, walks through the emptied crypts, pops the Belt of Frenzy and says, I will at least threaten the Fire Giant. Unfortunately for him, comes up empty on the steal. Adapting is able to break the base on the left-hand side, but that's where the Ferryman would have pushed with Fire Giant anyway. I wonder now, this grouping from the Leviathans is dangerous. They're stepping on a lot of wards on their way forward. Nobody's showing presence on the left-hand side either from the Styx Ferrymen, so those enhanced mini waves will start to push up. I wonder what is it that the Ferrymen are fishing for here? Are they concerned about a Leviathan's OG Mouse Esports play, trying to work through the Titan? Or is it that they're trying to find any individual member walking through the jungle? Only one they can make contact with here is Adapting, and Adapting should know now that someone's on the beacon. Where are the rest of the Leviathans going?
Everybody else wrapping around through right jungle. Throwing down some ward coverage. I think Simon
worried about
just
the back door?
The damage from the Unruly Magic. Gotta know, Styx Ferryman dumped all 4 runic bombs at that Fire Giant, so now none for these sieges. Enhanced Fire Giant still makes it simple. We saw what Cyclone did just a couple games before on the Xbalanque. Walk up within just out of auto attack range, pop that ultimate, pop a Phoenix, no problem. Could be the same call, but the Ferrymen have not stepped beyond the halfway point since they pushed the Leviathans back to tier 2.
I mean, the Leviathans would instant kill the Titan if they could all get into the room, and so the Styx Ferrymen clearly playing concerned about that backdoor potential. If their left side Phoenix were up, they could feel confident in their ability to push, but because it isn't, all the Leviathans need to do is get into the Titan room. Styx Ferrymen have set up a defensive line of wards on the right-hand side and the left, so no one's going to sneak past them. But that left side Phoenix, being down, has got some enhanced mini-waves starting to leak their way forward. Fortunately for the Styx Ferrymen now, no Titan to defend, so they can start their siege in earnest.
Work on the Chaos Titan first. Cyclone's been melting through that health bar, and that gives them a few extra seconds before theirs jumps in. You head over to the left side. Simon's going to try and clear out some minions. But Cyclone's getting poked out by Fine-OK.
And he's
Tries Unruly Magic. It's good damage, but it's not enough to hold firm. Meanwhile, the Leviathans haven't pushed up the Titan just yet. It's still slowly walking its way down mid. There's a large stack of minions starting to group up. On the side of the Ferrymen,
They should have it.
Cyclone spin, takes down the Phoenix over on left. That will answer back with some firings of their own. That's just the seeds they needed. Got to head back though. There's a stack of minions waiting for that Titan.
But they've already exposed the left side Phoenix now, so enhanced minion waves versus enhanced minion waves for the Styx Ferrymen. Titan will reset. Has not taken too substantial damage just yet, down to about 90%. Maybe threatening in that the Leviathans were already capable of backdooring, but less threatening now that the left side Phoenix is on the mend. Just a few more seconds left until that respawns. Where are the Leviathans going again, though? This is so dangerous for them. If the Styx Ferrymen are grouped at all, would still have the advantage in the fight thanks to EFG. Maybe the Leviathans hedging their bets that at least one member of the Styx Ferrymen to the left side concerned about the Phoenix instead. Reset back to neutral once more. This time around, it's the Styx Ferrymen benefiting from the dead Phoenix. I mean, true 5-on-5 this time around on the Fire Giant, unless Adapting tries his best to split push again, but I don't think the Leviathan's going to be willing to make that trade. Considering the Styx Ferrymen showed a lot of respect to that backdoor potential. It's going to have to come down to a true 5-on-5 engagement, but apparently on the wrong side of the map. Primal Fury will help out a lot in actually dealing with the Fire Giant, but you'd really think the Styx Ferrymen would prefer to set up a bit of vision around the pit itself.
To have their Phoenix back on left for the Ferrymen. Now Adapting's got to defend against fire minions on his side of the map. The Ferrymen have all reset themselves. Immediately head back to base. Reset because Fire Giant just a few seconds from spawning back in. The Leviathans have done a good job of walking up and checking around corners, dropping any hostile wards they may have had, but Aurora, the man of the hour, with the wards destroyed that wish we could have the track number on at this point.
It's got to be around 40 by now.
I'd like to, he's placed 41. I believe that includes bracers. It does. He just dropped another one in. Can he find anybody else by themselves? Fine, okay, Shinto, Panicat here, Adapting wrong you. Notably missing from the team right now, but
look at the left waves.
Adapting rejoining in. Waves started to stack up left side. The Leviathans are on a timer at this Fire Giant.
Leviathans realize that whichever team pulls the Fire Giant will likely have disadvantage on it. So this time around, willing to give up defensive position to the Styx Ferrymen. The Ferrymen have not got the same level of burn. It's wrong. You in first. Big ult.
Styx Ferrymen starting the fight. Can they get out? Let's take a listen in with them.
Double kill. Killing spree. Killing spree.
Let me pass on the torch.
The fight nearly goes disastrous for the Styx Ferrymen. Quick group back from Cyclone. Able to help take down Shinto, who was the major thorn in the Ferryman's side during that fight. Nearly 2 perfect kills for Shinto. That timeline gives him an extra moment, but not able to go further beyond that.
Yeah, but that timeline's on cooldown for 333 seconds, J-Mac. Paul holds on to his. So it'll be difficult to shut down the mid laner now, the Styx Ferrymen. And talk about that pluck timing from Aurora. If Shinto gets dash off, gets into somebody, maybe the rest of the Leviathans could surge forward with him. That said, Sino, Baskin, both dead for 20 seconds. 3 versus 4. Leviathan's defensive positioning. Aurora has eyes on it, but the Fire Giant's already been pulled down to 80%. Confirmation still belongs to Paul, but he's nowhere near the pit.
Going quickly to Panda Cat's damage. Aurora the only one there. Adapting in the sky. The lights have been shut off for the Leviathans, but Aurora's health still looking a bit worse. Dive in by Adapting on top of Cyclone Spin. Gets the Aegis away from him, but the Fire Giant's going to go to the Leviathans once more. A second enhanced Fire Giant for the Chaos team. 49.5 minutes. The left side Phoenix, though, danger. Minions have pushed in. Can Leviathans get there in time to save its life? They do. and now we return back to a state of neutral.
But the Leviathans struggled last time around on their Fire Giant siege, and this time Shinto doesn't have it either. And so, breaking the base will prove to be a very difficult task. Difference is, left side Phoenix having already been broken, that's as healthy as it's going to get, at about 90% or so. Styx Ferrymen will have a harder time holding that one. Keep your eyes on Paul, his ultimate, all important. That's the way to force the Leviathans back. Cyclone Spin as well has really been key on base defense. That Darkest of Nights has made it difficult for the initiation of the Leviathans, and all that range from the Styx Ferrymen keeps them back. Styx Ferrymen's job's easy. They know their defense is strong, so don't leave the Phoenix line. Leviathans, though, can't possibly know that, so watch as they slowly snail their way across the map, checking every single one of these corners, concerned that behind any one of them could be the full force of the Order side team. Oni Fury will help out a bit to enhance minion waves all the way across the board. It seems to me the Leviathans perhaps a bit more willing to play that 5-on-5. Last time it was a 2-2-1 split. Didn't quite work out for them. So maybe a 4-1 with adapting in mid could be the difference maker. Maybe you put Shinto on his own. Still got Blink, still got beads. But not having Fire Giant means any damage that connects with them likely to stick. Fortunately for Shinto, staying in build will help out in that regard.
Leviathans group up as 4. Adapting, searching out mid. Styx Ferrymen on their defense to try and hold back Leviathans. 2 minutes left on the enhanced Fire Giant for Leviathans. Not too many more opportunities to go for a push. His minion wave's gone. Cyclone's dealt with him, but so is a lot of his HP. Paul gonna resustain. That gives the opportunity for the Leviathans to walk in. Left side Phoenix down. Adapting on the tree, but he'll head over towards right. Will he go for the Phoenix? Instead, he pushes up, clears out the minion wave, but that's one bird down now for the Ferrymen.
Those Ishtar snipe auto attacks, too much to deal with. Cyclone Spin dropped low, forced to disengage, and without him, the Styx Ferrymen not great on the defense. Really need his damage output. Sino loses the beads, and the Leviathans making some good plays here, simplifying their engagement, creating win conditions. Now Sino, very, very risky for him to step forward.
At the same time, though, Final can't lose his beads off a pull from a roar. Paul getting poked out by the snipe autos from Panda. Gonna have to resustain with the corpses of his own. Fortunate for him, able to do so easily, but Cyclone's low, landfall, missed everybody, wrong you, blink to the back line, he's got 2 chained up, but none pulled back. It's a tournament back on wrong you, and he is down. Paul gets the first kill, and Baskin nearly takes down Shinto. The Ferrymen, not pushing out because it's Panda cast with a massive ultimate to stun out a few. And the 6 Ferrymen lick their wounds. They've got to go back to base. Sino's by himself.
Good blink.
The blink gets him away from adapting.
Adapting connects stun, that's Sino's life. Regardless, Leviathans knock down the mid Phoenix. 2 birds broken. And still 4 strong from the Leviathans. Wrong you doing a lot of work. It's not pretty what he has to do. It's a dirty job, but he's getting it done. Goes into that back line, finds 3-man ultimate, separates the engagement, and creates space for his team. Once more trades his life, but for high value. Ronnie's off the map for 40 seconds though. Styx Ferrymen starting to move themselves forward. The Fire Giant hasn't got much time left on it. Maybe the Ferrymen can start their own siege in the 5 versus 4. But the base is not pushed up. Left side gonna have minions moving in quickly. I like this though from the Ferrymen. They're going for a winning play.
Keep eyes on adapting. He's behind the entire team right now. Aurora walks into the Phoenix, but he's not going to find anything with the hook this time. Meanwhile, Leviathans can just try and keep them here. The Golden Apple hits Aurora with the triple stun from adapting in the jungle. But the Ferrymen now have to run on foot all the way back to base. The Leviathans are just buying more time for these minions to keep pushing in. One more fire wave into the throne room. The Leviathans might just head over and start regrouping because Fire Giant's coming up in a minute.
I think that Fire Giant now essentially confirmed for the Leviathans if they can continue to stop these backs. Styx Ferrymen will not be able to get there in a good position, not through the vision of the Leviathans. Ward's still haven't been placed though by the Chaos side, but left side Phoenix, mid Phoenix both being gone, both minion waves pushed up towards the Styx Ferrymen side of the map. This one might just be free for the Leviathans, and if that's the case, base defense, although strong for the Ferrymen, is going to need to be just perfect with the Titan at 50% HP. I don't think that the Styx Ferrymen can take a fight on Phoenix line. If Fire Giant goes to the Leviathans, the Ferrymen are going to have to meet them on neutral territory. This could be an opening though, adapting on the left-hand side. No way the Ferrymen could know it. Hail Mary team fight perhaps just outside of Phoenix line. Aurora showing presence. Levianthans showing respect. Go ahead and reset the objective. It's a slow play on both ends. 55 minutes in. Nobody wants to waste their time. Nobody wants to go home with the L here. Six Ferrymen, of course, have that one game buffer. A bit less risky for them. Fire Giant dropped low.
Frenzy start up on the Levianthans. Fire Giant goes their way. Quietly, the Six Ferrymen step up, but not much more for their fight. Adapting blinks in, stun on Baskin, but not doing as much damage you'd hope for. Adapting goes up, and the Levianthans might be in danger of the double pull from Aurora to Wrong U. We'll chain him a few players, pulls back Aurora, Paul goes down, and it's a second one with Baskin falling apart. But Sino takes down Shinzo. It's 4 versus 3 now. Sino and Cyclone have got to team up, but Adapting has found the wraparound to the back. Cyclone's low, but Cyclone takes him down instead. And Final Cave falling apart. Not going to be able to stand in this fight.
Titan's
but it's low health bars. Sino goes down. The Levianthans have 2 healthy players left, and one of them is their carry in Panda Cat. They can walk right up. It is up to the dual lane of the Six Ferrymen to defend against the Levianthans. Wrong U, marching forward. Panda Cat on the way, being zoned out by Cyclone. No, it's a blink in by Wrong U onto the Titan, but the damage dealers can't get in. Cyclone spin, pops the Aegis, but his life is traded out instead, and we are going to game number 5.
Wouldn't have it any other way, J-Mac. The Levianthans, it is a grueling match for them. One flubbed team fight around the Fire Giant, one overcommitment from Paul, and all of a sudden it's a game 5 situation. I thought maybe Cyclone Spin had done enough towards the end of that game to at least buy himself one more base defense with the boys, but instead, a commitment onto the Titan is all the Leviathans needed, and it's poking and prodding. It's 3-4 back-to-back Fire Giant sieges where they take down 1 bird, then they take down 2. Minions start to work their way into the Titan, takes away 10%, 20, 30, until eventually they get all in, and it looks good.
And the Titan never gets a chance to heal back up on the side of the Ferrymen. Maybe that was their call, just to go for the fight and say, well, either we win it here or we lose it here. And unfortunate for them, their coin toss lands on tails and they end up losing out on the team fight. Cyclone Spin does the best that he can during that, but when there's 3 people barrel stuffing you and one of those is their tank just right in your face blocking the damage, not much you can do left on the defense.
And even on that last team fight, I didn't exactly see how it happened, but Paul is so far forward, isn't he? Throws out the Empty the Crypts, tries to play inside of it, gets the alternate timeline, and then is pulled back in again by an Ares ultimate. He was not allowed to play that fight at all.
Atlantis Leviathans take us to game number 5. The battle for first seed will be concluded with one final game. We'll bring that to you right after this break.
I promised I would wait for you, but I'm getting so impatient. Tell me that you're ready now. This room is big enough for 2, and I wanna do that something that will blow your mind. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Hotter than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Before you, I was paralyzed, all broken down from heartbreaks. Then you came and set me free. You've taken me to paradise, where nothing is a mistake, where we move so flawlessly. Do you know the things you do to me? Touch me and I'll make you understand. Yeah. Do you know the things you make me feel? I can show you if you take my hand. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Hotter than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. Put your hands on me, on me, on me. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Let me take you under where nobody can see. I just wanna dance, dance, dance with you. Harder than the summer, so put your hands on me. Put your hands on me. Every time I close my eyes. 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 Every time I close my eyes.
Why did I stay? I should be leaving. Hear what I say without even speaking. My compass is off, why did I choose you? I'm just too lost, I need to cut loose. I keep it in my head, I keep it locked away. My friends think that this is over. Guess it's the price I paid. Played with the enemy, now I got you on my shoulders. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love again. Let me love again.
Let go and let me love, let me
go and let me love again. Let go and let me love, let go and let me love again.
Wanna let go, I wanna lose you. Fall out of love as you're supposed to. This was a phase that I was a mistake, but I can't move on with something in these days. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love again. Let me love again.
Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love again. Let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me love again. Let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me love again. Let go and let me love, let me let go and let me love, let me love again.
Let me love again.
Well, that's right, Smite fans. It's tied 2-2. We're going Game 5 at Trelly. It's after damn near an hour of gameplay to get to the end there for the Leviathans. You can see Adapting had his head in his hands at the end. It takes so long to get there, but they get there. And now one game stands between one of these two teams and first seed at Worlds, the power of choice of opponent from the group stages, being on the opposite bracket of the Warriors, which I think is a really big win, as well as an opposite bracket of the other team that you're facing right now. So there's a lot going on there, plus a little bit of cash in the pockets for winning and being able to win the Road to World playoffs. It all comes down to one more game, Trelly. There's a lot in that game.
Yeah.
And the hard thing in my experience of breaking down 56-minute games
is to remember what happened.
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. That's the hardest part. The second hardest part is making it sound like literally anything at 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 25 minutes, in this case, 35 minutes, probably even 45 minutes, makes a difference when it comes down to that last fight.
Gore, that fire giant dance started 40 minutes ago. So honestly, it's hard for me to remember exactly what really broke it open.
When I was just a young boy.
Yeah, I was just a young man, and now we get to talk about this absolute barn burner. You know, if you guys are just now joining us, placement for Worlds on
Where
the
have
line.
you been?
And I mean, maybe they were sitting around like, oh yeah, I forgot that SPL. It's going on. Oh my goodness, it's still going on. That's crazy. You know, Game 5. But with that being said, we've been talking about how these teams will not see each other again until possibly the World Finals. That is the only moment if they both make it. And if this is a look into what our possible World Finals could be, man, it is going to be insane because that's exactly what this matchup is. 48 minutes in, the thinnest of margins. Aurora constantly stepping too forward, baiting his life. I thought that he was going to die so many different times just going for some of those wards. But this fight here, where Shinto is able to pull 2, get his alternate timeline off, and just stall for so long, I think was the start of the end. The Leviathans, after their first DFG, they break the base. They get 2 Phoenixes down. And then the minions start pouring in. You could see, I believe it was, Rongyu blinks in, gets a lot done, 2 Phoenixes down, but dies. The Ferrymen have one choice. They're like, listen, our base is broken. We've lost like way too much. Let's just run it down. Let's try and get mid Phoenix. Maybe we can win 5v4. They could not go forward. They could not break the base. They had to retreat. And afterwards, I mean, when you look at a Titan that week, it was clear. The Leviathan said, you know what, we're going in for the all-in. It was just Cyclone Spin, and I believe Aurora left to defend, and they just did not have the damage. They just could not finish it.
Did you catch how long Cyclone's death timer was at the very end?
No.
It was 84 seconds. That's how long that game went. It was almost a minute and a half that he would have had to wait for a full respawn. Granted, he didn't have to. The game ended before he could. I guess in that sense, he's waiting even longer because then there was a break timer.
Yep.
This timer that's going on because we're on the desk,
right.
and then like picks and bans for them. So there's still time that he's waiting to respawn. So when you're in a late game like that, what are the Ferrymen missing? Because it feels like, first off, we saw Paul get his first 2 deaths of this set in that game, and one of them was at the very end of it. And it does feel, I see that Thoth ban, it feels like that's a little bit of it. Do you think if Morgan Le Fay was in mid and Opwash was in solo, maybe things are a little different for the Ferrymen's team fight, or do you think that doesn't make that big a difference?
I'm going to honestly say the biggest difference that I saw was the poke, and who was doing most of that poke was Panda Cat, right? This Ishtar, the ranged auto attack. Sure, Cyclone Spin has ranged autos when he ults. Panda's got ranged autos like every 10 seconds, and he was just half healthing. He did something like 50,000 damage. No one was even relatively close. So, turns out that Ishtar was a massive threat towards late game. I'm thinking a Hachiman maybe could have leveled the playing field, right? You get those ranged autos as well. You say, hey, you can't just poke me out. I can also poke you out. But when you're in a hour-long game, I mean, I don't think any one team comp was worse. I don't think any one idea was worse. It's just thin margins. And as far as I'm concerned, this is just a completely new game, right? Let's just put that hour-long banger behind us and get into peace and peace.
Well, Game 5, picks and bans. Ferryman first pick to catch up on the bans so far. Poseidon, Rat, Hunbats. Other side, Thoth, Athena, Naja. Ferryman first pick the Chernobog. Leviathans respond with the Raijin and Morgan Le Fay, not really fearing the Opwash right now.
Not fearing it. Something to consider. They banned the Thoth, so that's the real pick of Paul's they were worried about. Mammon, not even looked at, and for good reason. Shinto probably felt pretty useless for a good portion of that game just because it was a poke fest, and Mammon does not have poke, right? She has all in, and unless someone commits to you, you can't all in. There was a time where he got a lot of use out of that god, but if I were to guess, I didn't think that we'd be seeing Shinto Island once again, especially with the matchup on the line. But Nemesis comes back. Outwash comes back with the Chernobog. A global presence, maybe the difference maker, right? Who cares about the 30-minute Fire Giant dance when you can send Chernobog over to left lane, get a free Phoenix, you can ult over, pull someone away, and now it's a 5v4. I like what the Six Ferrymen have done here.
Do what Adapting was doing, but better, right? You know, that Ratatosker got away with murder and then some. So that gets limited. Camazot's locked in for the Leviathan, something you had actually highlighted, but has been a go-to for adapting pretty often throughout the phase that we just watched, this Road to Worlds. And then bands start to roll through one more time. Baba Yaga, which has been one of Paul's most successful gods this half of the year, alongside the Amaterasu, banned out by the Leviathans this time, which has been a go-to ban from the Ferrymen. The Ferrymen instead take care of the Ares, recognizing the draft they have as of right now, and they get rid of the Onher, who has been one of the most picked gods so far this tournament. So now, Trelly, if you're looking for some frontline presence, where are you leaning? As well as maybe even Hunter presence, because it looks like there's a lot on the board for both of these teams.
Wow, this would be a surprise if it was the... I thought the Ishtar would just come back, just as quickly, right? I mean, Panda Cat had such a fantastic performance, but I guess it is something to note that he had a Discordia passive all game. Maybe that's the reason he liked the Ishtar so much, right? He had top damage from like minute 1 to minute done. So maybe that's the reason this time around, hovering the Iza. As far as frontline goes, Yamoja is still available, but do you want to put that much weight onto your support? Sure, she can start up the fights really well, but I'm just thinking about how Aurora was playing Maui, and you can't be that, I guess, out of position on like Yamoja, right? It's not as easy. Maui has so much, juke potential with the Mystical Alua, with the bracers, things like that. Yamoja does have the Riptide, but it's a lot more telegraphed. You know exactly where she's going to go. And in the switch up is over towards Uller in Game 5. Still a pick that can come through and absolutely carry a game, but the performances we've seen recently have been hot or cold. I want to see that full crit build come online, though. I'm not talking like fail not full red items. I want fail not Demon Blade Deathbringer. Like, I'm trying to see full crit damage Uller, because that's what really brought this pick back into the meta.
It's something that could be powerful. It's nice to see. Look, after a 56-minute game, I'd imagine there's a little bit of exhaustion that probably seeps in, because late game, you have to imagine, you take one step out of a position, you're just gone. And so you have to be focused. You have to be in the moment every single second of it. And yet you got giggles going on in the Leviathans booth. Yeah. Both Panda Cat and Rong Yu laughing up while they can. I think Panda Cat maybe even begging for them to lock in. And will get exactly what he asked for. So Vulcan, which is something I think I mentioned to you sometime this. I don't know, man. It's been a long one. I feel like he's come up in the conversation. And Ganesh, who was mentioned a long, long time ago. But at the time, I think they were playing Kabrakan. You had mentioned that the Ganesh maybe wouldn't be a good pick into that. Now locked in, no Kabrakan on the other side. Very classic Ferryman draft, it feels like.
Yep. I love that the Yamoja was overlooked here. Like I said, I think just too high stakes to count on making sure you get value. Don't get me wrong. The healing can be useful as well, but that ultimate is hit or miss, and a 30-minute fight at Fire Giant, you're going to get some opportunities to go for it. But neither Aurora nor Rong Yu want to risk it all on Yamoja. They want to go for more consistent, easy-to-hit CC. Nox and Ganesh are going to be the picks. They both like the silences.
But they might both like silences. Do you like the Nox is the true question right now, Trelly.
Gora, I mean, we've casted a few games now.
Yeah.
What do I always say when you ask me if I like the Nox?
I'm gonna be honest, my brain's a little fried.
Okay. I said I've been, once I saw this mage meta.
Oh yeah, you thought she was gonna be coming back.
I've been waiting for the Nox to come back. I'm glad that she's back in the sense of, pro scene. I don't want to see her in my rank games. I don't want to see her at all when I play Smite. But I always figured that this pick would come back, because what has been the issue? Starting fights. Who can engage very easily? Nox. You sit around a corner, you place your silence. If you land that shadow lock, it's go time. If they beads, guess what? I'll do it again. It comes back up. It's just very easy to hit CC. I think that's where the Fafnir was coming from as well. This comp doesn't scream to me objective shred, but hammer, go. Hammer, go. That's the plan. So I can see where Rong Yu's head was at. Similar plan for the 6 Ferrymen. Dharmic Pillars. If they're stuck inside, Earthshaker is a pretty easy target. If they're running away, you run them down with Nemesis. I can see exactly where the 6 Ferrymen are going as well. Game 5, these are the comps they whipped out, and man, this is interesting.
last time we saw Paul play Vulcan, I think it was actually me and you casting it, there was a lot of focus on, the backfire, the turret, then the meatball, then the ult. Like, he didn't level up that ult until, he literally had to. Level 17 plus. He put a point in at 5, and then level 17 was the next time that we got to see it.
Right.
Do you think that you're going to expect something similar? And also, what do you do when you don't have, like, the Naja, which I believe was being played in that game for the setup?
That's what I'm saying. If Paul doesn't put points in Vulcan ult when he's got a Naja, he's not going to do it now. It's just you get so much more value because the ult is missable. I would say Vulcan would still be decent without the ult, right? Because your 3-1-2 just gives you so much damage. Your turret got buffed. It's very annoying. The backfire is also very annoying, very quick, low cooldown. The ult's great, it helps burst on objectives, but more often than not, you're using it at your feet for peel or on objectives. It's hard to land a max range Vulcan ult because everyone goes, you guys hear that? Oh, there's a big red circle. Okay, let's get out of here. And then it sets up for your other abilities.
Let me saunter lazily to the left, and I'll just be safe all of a sudden. Yeah, he has to be good without the ultimate because the ultimate, like you said, is only connecting some of the time. But all I'm thinking now, I can see like a Dharmic Pillar Prison into like a Vulcan ult, which admittedly you can also just walk through the Dharmic Pillars. But you take a lot of damage in the process, and that's something you can't risk because right now it's all on the line. It's Game 5, 2-2. Who will get first seed going in the Worlds? The only way to find out is to go to the casters.
Thank you so much, Gore and Trelly. The final game of playoffs to decide who is going to be the #1 seed going into the SWC. Winner gets first, loser still gets second place. But a nice chunk of prize money over to the first place team comparatively.
And second place.
Second place gets the prize money too. You're right. Reiterate.
They're in the money.
They're in the money. They're in the seeding. It's a great spot for both of them. It comes down to this one final matchup.
Wow.
For the Ferrymen and Leviathans. And a tight-knit poll between the fans at home, 51-49. We have yet to hit the true 50-50 on a poll just yet. It's about as close as we get. And what better way to have it in this Game 5?
And J-Mac, in Game 4, I opened by talking about the late game team fight before we got to 0-0-0, so I'll wait. So the late game team fight this time around, I think, has the potential to be a bit different. In Game 4, a lot of the conversation was, how do we break the stalemate? How do we break this staring at the fire giant for 20-minute stalemate? And essentially, the Styx Ferrymen draft the break. Chernobog. That's the difference maker. That global presence and ability to be at the fire giant while simultaneously generating threat on map is something the Leviathans are going to have to figure out. If I'm on the Leviathans right now, I'm thinking to myself, look, if we get to that point in the game, that is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. I don't know who we would send over, if anybody. So I'd like to see the Leviathans set a much faster pace early, and they've got a composition for it. Adapting in particular on this Camazotz can really start to outpace something like a Nemesis. The pressure on map is significant. Even if you don't necessarily win the 1v1 up against Nem, and you might until about level 6 or so, you can still outpace her on map and drag Sino across the map by the nose. I think that needs to be the strategy for the Levi's.
Can I just say, what better god to go into a Game 5 with for a roar than the one that he turned to me at the beginning of the phase for Fantasy Points said, it's the year of the elephant, and I'm going to play a lot of it.
Pretty sure it's the year of the water rabbit.
I don't know what the Zodiac years are at this point. I've lost track. I was the year of the rooster.
There's been a lot of years, you know.
I know I was the year of the rooster. That's it. That's all. That's about all I know from it. For a roar, Cyclone in danger. Beach Goblin adapting, blinks into the lane. Cyclone using the minions to try and body block, but with 3 people around him, it's just too overbearing, and adapting strikes first.
And now it's time to play with that pressure. Panda Cat already in a pretty decent position. Dash forward from Wrong Yu won't net him too much. Sino tries to confirm the shield buff. Won't get it. A roar stuck against the wall. Does Panda Cat have Hail of Arrows? Does not. And a roar will make himself a difficult target as he regenerates over the next few minutes. So not only does Adapting get to lane first, he also rotates in late towards the shield buff and steals it from Sino. Time wasted for Sino, pay dirt hit for the Leviathans, dual lane pressure found, and first blood bounty over towards Adapting speeds up an already fast god.
It's the perfect god you were talking about to expedite the pace of this game for Leviathan. So now level 4 for Adapting, the first blood gold. She'll be able to get him that Jotun's Wrath very quickly. and just repeat that. It's being down for 100-second on Cyclone. You've got another target for that dual lane. If you can get there before those level 5s are achieved for the two of them, we'll have to see if Adapting makes his way to left once more. Now what does the Ferrymen do across the rest of the map? Cyclone's in a bit of threat, knowing that Adapting can jump over at any given time. So what do Paul and Basket? Is this just sit back, farm it, and say, okay, if you go to duo, you go to duo, but we're just going to keep getting our own game going?
J-Mac, completely honestly, I cannot see the 6 Ferrymen with this composition starting aggression anywhere on the map except for where Aurora is. Look at where their CC's coming from. It's just Aurora. You got to knock up on Paul, and then you got slows from Basket and slows from Sino. It'd be very difficult to lock anyone down on a gank. So once Aurora starts to rotate out, maybe aggression starts to spawn up around him. Cyclone Spin's got a bit of CC on his own and can join the map anywhere in just about a moment once he ticks over to level 5. But as far as the Ferryman's MO and game plan, it's wait and farm up, and the Leviathans are quite the opposite. It's not even as if the Leviathans fall off come late game. It's just that Adapting is in such a strong spot right now.
We're trying to steal shield buff, gets silenced out, stunned in place, and Adapting is back once more. The level 5's been hit. Adapting blinks behind Aurora. The Dark Pillars are there, but it's not enough to stop the King and Panda Cat. The Leviathans strike a second time in duo lane.
And Sino just can't match that pressure. Maybe he could catch Final K. If Final K uses Thunder Crash in lane and then has to go into the Taiko Drum in response, you could shred that defense and stick to him. We had seen that a little bit earlier in the set. But as far as just starting a fight, it's not going to be easy. A lot of it's going to have to come from Baskin alone in the solo. So imagine we see Adapting continue that exact play style. Keep his dual lane in a good position. One way to restrict Cyclone Spin from rotating across the map is to keep him down. And putting your Uul in the lead is a great way to start that up. So now, Leviathans not exactly that far ahead with resources, but momentum certainly on their side.
Both members of the dual lane, Wrongyu and Panda Cat, level 6 to the 5 that was just achieved right before that last fight for Aurora and Cyclone. Adapting, keeping up pressure in left jungle. Another mid camp goes his way. And has really been able to afford him to make these rotations to duo. Sitting around mid for the moment. We try and get some poking over towards Paul. Screech is good. Bats off the mark. Sino Blink ultimate in an immediate bat out of hell from Adapting. Bails him away from a fight, but now it's Sino and Adapting no ultimate. Adapting just walk up alongside Shinto and take yet another mid-Harpy camp.
And you see what happened? Final K had already made his rotation as well, so if there was any fight over that mid-Harpy, would have gone the way of the Leviathans, as Baskin had not quite matched that rotation. So Leviathans as a whole playing much faster this time around. Cooldown buff on respawn, controlled by Levi's. Left side shield buff on respawn, controlled by Levi's. Mid camps also went Levi's. Everything early, favoring the Chaos side. 6 Ferrymen doing their best to mitigate loss. Control whether or not that green buff goes down. Make sure that red buff isn't getting evaded. Neutrals might be going to the Chaos, but it has not spread any further into the 6 Ferrymen side of the map. Their jungle buff still secure. Keep my eyes on Adapting. Jotun's finished up. Power spike significant. And it's a much faster item than Atalanta's bow from Sino. The value that they get, very different. Sino really wants a fight to go long so he can leverage all those auto attacks as well as the lifesteal. Adapting wants the fight to just happen immediately, get his cooldowns back, and then do it again somewhere else. So burst potential over to the Leviathans for now.
Paul gonna try and poke Shinto. Clears the wave with ultimate. Wonder if he'll head back to base. Still sticking around the lane over anything. I think what I'm waiting for is this first beacon spawn to see if we get rotation from the Soul Lanterns. Basket been able to hold a slight lead over Final K with the rotations that Adapting has made towards his buffs in the early stages. I wonder if we see these two mages rotate out for that first beacon, or if they wait until that first objective, that Gold Fury, that Pyromancer to spawn in, and maybe try and go that direction. Sino's not going to give up, even with the lead that Adapting's pulled for himself. Experience is relatively equalized between the two of them. Sino and Adapting both at level 8. And Bastion's just going to go ahead and clear out some Bastions. Use the corpses from that ultimate. Make sure he can nearly take those ones out. And he's got the time, he's got the resources to do so.
Yeah, Bastion's getting the better end of that 1v1 matchup. Already starting to nurse a slight lead over in that Soul lane. Has controlled the totem relatively well. It's been going largely even, slightly favored to Ferrymen on the right-hand side. Some of those blue buff rotations. The reason we see Adapting not exactly far ahead is because he's spending a lot of his time in these lanes. He's spending a lot of his time fishing for damage. Comes up in a pretty good position on the left side, but those rotations towards mid coming up empty versus Paul have allowed Sino to catch back up a bit. But Adapting's not here to be the farmer. It's not exactly his concern. He's here to be the bridge pick and pick up the pace for his team and put them in a good position. And looking at Panda Cat, he's done that. Looking at Shinto, he's done that massively. Shinto sitting at 11, Paul just now ticking to 10.
Well, the Gold Fury, Aurora's nearby, had movement, but Adapting jumps on top of him. Cyclone jumps in the shadow of Adapting to jump over into the team fight as Sino's made his way over to the left side. Great attempted pull of the Gold Fury, but he's spotted out by the 6 Ferrymen. Good eyes on Aurora and Cyclone for jumping in there to slow that one down. Because if Leviathans could have gotten that Gold Fury, that might have just broken the pacing wide open.
Look at the relic selection from Wrongyu, J-Mac. We already talked about where the CC is coming from on the Ferryman, and it's slows across the board. Already a greater Heavenly Wings for Wrongyu, so slow immunity so long as he's nearby will make it even harder for the Styx Ferryman to commit to one of these fights. Dharmic Pillars will still apply the damage. It'll still shred away some of that defense, but it's not going to lock anyone down, not for long. Slice and Dice, not exactly the greatest. Baskin's first ability, just for that slow. I really like that answer from Wrongyu. Wouldn't be surprised to see something maybe like a Relic Dagger, just to make sure that that's available even more often. I think it would go a long way for Wrongyu.
So how potent the Relic Dagger was in the previous game, especially for Aurora. The Eldritch Dagger Bracer combo just gave him so much control on vision around Fire Giant. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw Aurora go back towards it one more time this game. Instead, opted for the Frenzy first Relic. Haven't really got to see much use out of it yet, as it's been the Leviathans barrel stuffing into the Ferryman's jungle time and time again.
Yeah, that Frenzy in first spot tells me that the Ferryman's plan was an objective-focused game plan. And when you look at their draft, it's really good for that. Good burn, good secure, but hasn't had the opportunity just yet. Now it's Baskin in trouble.
Uses the beads, but taunts it back again. Jump from Adapting and a bat out of health to swipe the last of his health off of the map. 3 kills for the Leviathans, Adapting with 2 of them, and the assist on another now gives him a nice lead back up, 1 level over Sino. What will Leviathans do with it from there? The Ferrymen know that there's 2 on the right side, but they're not grouped up to try and go for gold just yet.
Yeah, and you couldn't really do it, not with Wrongyu and Panda Cat both at full HP on tower line, so even with Sino there, not a whole lot to accomplish, and was even pinged out by the Leviathans, realizing that he's hovering the left side of the map. Levi's doing a good job picking up a bit of pressure. And now Baskin without beads, I think a good place for Adapting to put some of that pressure again. Fine, okay, just needs to connect the taunt once with Tycho Drum, and the rest of it's guaranteed CC.
Walks in, gets stunned inside of the Silence Puddle from Wrongyu. But Adapting, first on this side of the map again, gets yet another shield buff. Denied to the Ferryman and away from Sino to keep pushing up that lead. He's already started to establish for himself. 2-0-1 on the bat, still lurking his way through the jungle. Red buff's up, just a moment. Shaman camp up as well, just to add more farm to his pocket. Meanwhile, haven't been able to see Sino get active. I think he put it best earlier. Adapting is there before Sino even has a thought in his mind to head over to one of these lanes.
Sino's gonna have an easier time as the game develops. Baskin taunted back in, but Vampiric Bats, not enough damage. Screech not there. Cyclone Spin joins the fight. Final case low!
Already used the beads and the Aegis. Adapting to try to buy some space. Gets in front of the advantage. Cyclone Spin goes down. Killing spree for Adapting, but he gets stunned. But passes that third ability from Baskin. Swipes through, back under tower. Aurora's here to make sure the fight ends where it started. Over in the solo lane. Aurora Baskin now grouping up, Adapting sticking by. The Leviathans are going to get more on the opposite end. Tier 1 tower might just be the trade out.
Tier 1 tower on left, and potentially a Tier 1 tower on right in exchange. I don't think they want to keep up pressure on the left-hand side, so Aurora's rotation guarantees that Baskin's allowed to stick around. But the issue of Panda Cat continues to loom as his lead grows even further. Transcendence plus Yoke is a massive power spike for this Ull. I'm not sure Cyclone Spin is going to be able to hold his own in lane against that.
Do we see any group for an objective? Pyromancer is still down for a little bit.
Aurora's in
already
trouble.
dashed. Has Darvin Killer jump in by adapting, but Silence is
Stuck.
locked in place by Wrong You. Shoved out of his own trap that he had laid. And Aurora trying to run as fast as he can, but it's not very far. It's Shinto now on the board with his first kill.
Could be Gold Fury time. Dash forward from Wrong You finds Paul. Beats forced, but maybe too much.
Wrong You taken out by the ult from Paul. Fine, okay. Use the Taiko drums to try and pull Paul back. A good turnaround by the Ferrymen gets their first kill of the game, but Panicat gonna go for a solo kill on a Cyclone Spin. Jump on top and one more end dance shows him who the king of the lane is. It's Pandacat all day.
Pandacat yucking it up, laughed in the face of Cyclone Spin, said, make it a little harder next time. Knocks him down in the 1v1. That power spike just too much to deal with. Cyclone had beads, but Dash being down would have just lost the relic as well as his life, and the Leviathan's ADC gets to throw his weight around a bit more. Thought we'd see the Levi's maybe move towards the Gold Fury there. Instead, neutral objective looked at first by the Ferrymen and taken. Pyromancer going to help out a bit, but maybe just a consolation prize as they realize can't exactly defend the Fury.
Fury 2, the Atlantis Leviathans, is already a 1,000 gold lead from their kills. Close call, Aurora right around the corner, not able to grab that. Now 2K lead up for the Leviathans, 3,000 in experience. Some of that's starting to leak through from the dual lane and the solo lane. Both Fine OK and Pandacat a level up, even Shinto starting to be able to pull a lead over Paul in mid.
Pandacat's going for the full burst build. Hydra's in third slot. So hits the axe, auto cancel, 3-1, auto cancel. All of a sudden, Cyclone Spin, who was already melting just previously, gonna fall that much faster. One of the downsides of knocking down the tier 1 tower as quickly as Leviathan's had is that if Pandacat wants farm, he's gonna have to play pretty far up. Fortunately for him, Cyclone Spin not holding wave at tier 2 means that the farm will eventually make its way over towards him. Fine, okay, in some trouble here. Slow's good, but should be able to fear him out.
Pushes Sino away, but he puts Cyclone away as well. Beats down for the ride. Thunder Crash away, but Cyclone has caught it out with a blink of his own. Aegis now used, but it's not enough. And now adapting over the wall, jumps into the middle of the fray. Bat out of hell to swipe on in, but he needs a little bit more. It says hit the last swing. Cyclone used his own beat now, and adapting just pumping out damage. The Aegis has been used. It goes into the wall to try to mute some time, but Shinto is waiting for him on exit. It's another kill for the Leviathans. They're
Aurora's
second
in
for the
trouble.
mid. And Aurora Baskin trying to get out of here. Aurora starting to fall low. Shadow lock in place by Wrong You, but Baskin takes down one. Ult from Paul is good on Wrong You, but Aurora is still trapped in the middle of 3. Shinto picks up the killing spree, while Fine OK is keeping eyes on Baskin, who's got a good path to the back line.
Baskin on the chase, connects some damage onto Shinto, but with no ultimate for another 5 or so seconds, not sure he'll have the damage he needs. Uses beads to keep moving forward. The Dragonflight sends him right back where he came from, and the Leviathans win out on aggression once more. Fine OK, self-peel with the Taiko drums, punishes Cyclone Spin for making the rotation, and somehow, someway, Pandacat matches rotation speed with the Chernobog. That is just ridiculous. That's game sense, realizing exactly where he needs to be.
Joins up with Fine OK, 2-0-2 for Panda, 3-0 for Shinto, and adapting at that 4-1 now for himself. That's really dictated the pace of this game, and we're sitting almost 2,500 up for the Leviathans, which feels like it should almost be a lot more when you put it that way. I mean, 9 versus 2, kills on every front of the map. Cyclone's down 0-4, Aurora 0-3. But Aurora's tied in XP with Wrong You, and Cyclone's matching pace with Pandacat.
Pandacat's been forced to make a lot of those rotations early. Cyclone, of course, still pretty behind, about 800 gold of the lead, essentially in the pocket of Pandacat, maybe a few hundred for adapting, but otherwise largely even across the board. And I think the difference is this is now a game where in maybe 3-4 team fights we've seen, the Leviathans have been willing to just ignore Paul. Paul's taken very little damage, has not been able to match that damage output. So the Leviathans are essentially fighting around him, eating around the part they don't like. Six Ferrymen got to find some way to keep Paul involved in these fights.
Paul leaves a turret down. Being poked away, Aurora, half HP. Final gets to the Taiko drums, tosses it back in. The ultimate from Paul nearly takes out Fino.
Good
He's
lord.
able to Thunder Crash out. The combo of mages from the Ferrymen just shy of the damage they need for a kill. And instead, it's Aurora's life taken out by the Leviathans.
Fine, okay, took a lot of damage there. Still makes it out just ever so barely, even through the defense shred of the Dharmic Pillars. Maybe if Cyclone Spin makes the rotation, that fight goes even further in favor of the Styx Ferrymen. Instead, it's the Leviathans who take their one, get out, and perhaps grab themselves a neutral objective as well.
He does drop Bracer and a Pyromancer for his team. That gold lead now to 3,000 for Levi's after Beacon plus Pyro. With the Runic Bomb in pocket. Now a bit extra for the team. Aurora going back into the Relic Dagger once more. Bracer and Frenzy are his combination this time. Maybe we see a bit of that. Matched by Wrong You though. Already has his Bracer fully upgraded. Could see him go that way, but immediately the Styx Ferrymen, they're giving it in. They'll take a mile. Primal Fury left open by the Leviathans, and the Styx Ferrymen capitalize off of it.
Styx Ferrymen absolutely needed that. If the Leviathans take that Fury, we start to approach that red alert 5,000 gold lead, where team fights feel so heavily favored to one side. And so the Styx Ferrymen do guarantee themselves the Fury, but it cost them a lot. Dharmic Pillars still available. They can just get Aurora in there. Might be able to slow down this Fire Giant. Leviathans, they're looking for the fight anyway.
Collapse to Aurora, Shadowlock in place. He throws Storm Killer on 5, but Paul doesn't have the follow-up ultimate that they would love to have. Aurora taunted back by the Taiko drums. The Leviathans might just go for the reset to fire. Instead, maybe thinking twice, knowing that Paul's ult could still be up. Remember, they weren't there when that Fury went down. So Leviathan's going to play cautiously around the objective.
Yeah, but they did have vision on it, thanks to those oracles, so should have known Paul's ultimate was down, but is coming back up now. Leviathan's cheeky attempt at the Fire Giant crushed there instead. Try to jump onto Aurora, but Aurora's just a little too tanky now. He's got some good defense items. Gauntlet of Thieves stacked up, Talisman of Energy, Silver Breastplate. It's hard. Leviathan's get patered on initiations onto him. Magic defense, maybe going to take a slight hit, considering he's essentially running out of itemization slots when compared to Wrong You on the other side, who's just upgraded the Compassion and got himself a Binding. Leviathan's keeping up their pressure. It's that fast-paced game we were talking about. They want this Fire Giant to go quickly, but they don't exactly pose a massive threat to it without Panda Cat.
Leviathans go now. Wards attempting to be re-established by Wrong You, whether Ward in hand or a Bracer available in his pocket to try. Gets him that D-Warding through, but even Sino making sure to invest a little bit of gold for vision for the team. Can't have Aurora do it all like he did last game. He certainly didn't, actually. Looking back at the previous game, Baskin had like 40-some-odd wards himself. I think
Our game.
I think it was 56 that Aurora put down, and half that game he had 2 Runic Bombs in his pocket. So that was just coming from that Bracer tech that he's been using. Styx Ferrymen is holding out more than anything. I think you're right to call from last game and still into this game. Late game be the name for the Styx Ferrymen.
And we're starting to approach that point of the game where they can leverage the strongest part of this draft. It's Cyclone's ability to push and also be in the Fire Giant pit.
Paul's got ultimate though. The Leviathans got to recognize this. They pull away from fire to try and poke Aurora, but they didn't give it up just yet. Sino lurking around the backside of the fight. Paul still holding on to ultimate, but Sino's been spotted. Shadowlock keeps him in place for a moment, but a fast speed gets him out.
Fine, okay.
The fire has been reset once more. Meanwhile, Cyclone Spin, he's given up his chance on the fight for now. Split pushing, takes down tier 2 in left, and starts working towards the Phoenix before backing out.
Has to back up now with the Leviathans on reset. The Styx Ferrymen starting to slowly leverage this draft. This is one of the most difficult things to deal with. Cyclone Spin's actually got a lead now, but Rule's real good in the fight.
Sino uses ultimate, Euler jumps away. Cyclone though into the shadow by the wall. Panda Cat's got backup now. As Sino hits the slice dash, backs away, but some good poke from the Uul. Make sure that Sino and Cyclone can't stick around, especially with Wrong You on the way.
Yeah, Cyclone goes up to the Living Nightmare just a little bit too quickly. If he waits out the lead from Panda Cat, would have had the chase down, but similarly, once he's in the air, has vision on the entirety of the Leviathans and realized how many of them were coming to peel out for the Uul. So, backs himself out with Sino. And even just taking away the ultimate from Chernobog, significant for the Leviathans. Don't be concerned now about that split push and a teleport combo. The Leviathans can go ahead and find some sort of POI to force a response on from the Ferrymen. Be a really good time to do it. Halfway to the cooldown from Cyclone Spin's ultimate. Pyromancer taken. I'd like to see them play fast on this fire, but unwilling.
No pull of fire for Leviathans, just that Pyromancer. 2 runic bombs in pocket for them. 1 for the Styx Ferrymen. So still a bit of a coin toss around the objective. No matter who starts or ends that one. Beacon is available, 3rd one of the rotation. So Sino will once again cap this one out. Allow these Titans to start marching up these 2 lanes.
The duo lane of the Styx Ferrymen is
0-8.
0-8,
Yeah.
and they're both ahead.
That is insane.
Is that not crazy to think about? I mean, a lot of that is because PandaCat has been rotating on map, trying to keep that pressure, but the defensive capacity of the 4-man core of the Ferrymen, barring Cyclone Spin, has prevented the Leviathans from leveraging it to its full potential. That Fire Giant needed to go down while PandaCat still had the lead. Now, PandaCat can rotate over and try and prevent the split push from Cyclone, and Cyclone's going to join the fight on fire, or has even decent odds in the 1v1. It's a tough spot for the Leviathans.
I mean, matter of fact, Sino's pulled ahead of Adapting, who is the one starting all of these team fights. Who was getting the kills over and left, rotate to solo, help get kills there. Sino 1 level up, mid's dead even despite Shinto being 4-0 the lead. Or I should say, more than anything, the pacing that should have established the lead for the Leviathans just hasn't been there. For the last 10 to 15 minutes of this game, the 6 Ferrymen have essentially caught themselves entirely back up. I don't think we've broken anywhere past 3,000 gold of a lead for the Leviathans team yet.
And it's just that one stumble around the Fury where the Ferrymen grab it for themselves, and it just completely crushes the pace the Leviathans were setting up until this point. Keep your eyes on Paul, though. Did you see that exchange? Hail of Arrows is doing a lot of damage right now.
Him and Sino getting a bit clipped by damage. Titans meet. And it's the Leviathans knocking down 1 first. Aurora able to check out the Shadow Lock this time. Wrong you, not able to leverage the lockdown. But now with 1 Titan down, the Leviathans head over right. The Ferrymen got to be quick on killing this because it's the Leviathans over to the Fire Giant. The 6 Ferrymen quick on the scene, maybe recognizing that a trap is being laid for them.
Yeah, Fire Giant's not pulled just yet. And still isn't. Now finally has been aggroed by the Leviathan. 6 Ferrymen corralled, but Sino on the edge should be able to get vision on it. Now that the Ring of Fire spawned up, the 6 Ferrymen fully aware of the pull.
It's another commit to Aurora, but Sino ults adapting instead, gets the bat out of hell as being turned on by Fine OK. A lot of damage from the Taiko drum, but wrong use health bar. Worse for wear on Leviathan's side. This Nox is going to have to go back to base. The 6 Ferrymen have stopped the Fire Giant push once more and keep this game nearly tied up.
Yeah, PandaCat's doing a lot of work on this Uul right now. That axe connecting with Sino, forcing the beads. Prevents Sino from sticking to Fine OK. And allows now the Leviathans to pull the Fire Giant. Baskin is real close by. Sino, 80%, but still healthy enough to contest. Levi's, this is dangerous.
This is an awkward pull from them. Commit from Fine OK, and Thunder Crash to Sino. No beats available. Blink coming back up as the Empty the Crypt used by Baskin. The fire, though, never got reset. Aurora walks back in the pit, and Fine OK has lost his beats. The combo of Cyclone Spin is a bit much, and the health bars are low on the Leviathans. They can't stick around for fire. Only Shinto is really healthy, along with Wrong Yu, and the Styx Ferrymen will now pull up the Fire Giant. Basket doing the best of his own. Wrong you is dashed
There
in.
it is.
Vulcan ultimate there to secure for the Ferrymen. And Paul able to help out with the squad. 6 Ferrymen, Fire Giant on all 5.
Fire Giant on all 5 and plenty of gold to collect on map. Don't even need to go to dangerous territory with the Pyromancer respawning with the Oni Fury there. Tier 1 tower in mid, a foregone conclusion. Leviathan still in base, licking their wounds. And so that gold now starting to swing in favor for the first time this game towards the Styx Ferrymen experience as well. The Leviathan's draft had to play fast. That's where their advantages lie. Now the Styx Ferrymen, having extended the match to around that 30-minute mark, find themselves in the driver's seat for the first time.
And how does the composition for Leviathans kind of scale now as we have approached that 27. That fast pace early benefited them for 10 to 15, but now we're past that, and with the Ferrymen ahead, how does this look for Levianthans as it plays out?
I mean, it's going to be tough, J-Mac. I'm keeping my eyes on adapting. It's almost adapting entirely. It's almost completely his job to deal with Paul. Someone has to get towards Paul, and Camazotz can do it safely. Blink, Screech, Vampiric Bats immediately in the Bat Out of Hell, and just try and DPS race him. All the while, though, the rest of the 6 Ferrymen are not just going to watch idly. The silence and defense that Aurora gives over going to make it even more difficult for adapting. The rest of the Leviathans can't exactly close that gap, and if nobody's stopping Paul, this Vulcan hits very, very hard right now. Otherwise, you could do what the desk was talking about, Shadow Lock, non-committal initiation, just connect with one and pray that the damage output of Final K, Shinto, and Panda Cat is enough to knock someone down. Up against a tank, I don't think they've got it. Final K has got a very defensive build. Shinto on Morgan Le Fay is not exactly a 100-0 character, and Panda Cat is not itemized to deal with tanks either. He's more so about the 1v1 dealing with those squishies.
Walks up, silence. Gets Taiko drums from Final K.
That's big.
No damage value, no CC, no relics burned from that. And the 6 Ferrymen can just reset. Basking on the outwatch, throw corpses right by the wall, pick them up, resustain as Sino goes for the split push. Actually stole blue buff away from adapting all that time. And all that waiting around. Ferrymen poking and prodding at the enemy at the tower as well. Fear misses from Shinto. Sino has rejoined the rest of the team, and tier 2 tower in mid will fall down. The Leviathans, not wanting to full commit to a chase, lose their structure. They might lose not much more beyond here. Pyro's down, Fury's still gone for the time being. Ferryman just waiting around, maybe for a pick. And Final K with Thunder Crash, he's back to safety.
Yeah, I just got some valuable information there, and it's that Wrong U is not tanky. Keep your eyes on Sino, he's going in.
Jinto low, Cyclone jumps into the backline, but Final K's got ult back. Earthshaker clips Final K for almost all of his health. He's got to get out of the team fight. And he empty the Crypts in the middle of the Phoenix. The Leviathan falling back as their mid-Phoenix is falling down. Panda Cat is low. He's used both of his relics, and Cyclone finishes the job. The damage from Baskin
Where's Adapting
is going to
going?
outforce Adapting's hands in the backline. But he's Bat Out of Hell away. It's one down on the Levi's and a mid-Phoenix for the Ferrymen.
Panda Cat picked out, lost both of his relics. Shinto without relics as well. It's a bit of a trap set here by the 6 Ferrymen. Cyclone Spin and Aurora playing very far forward. Will not find Shinto around the corner. Instead, want to play with pressure while they've got it. 30 seconds on the ADC's respawn. 6 Ferrymen, 5 strong.
Bracer down for Aurora, 4 versus 5. Garmin Killer around 2. Final K silenced out. The damage to the Phoenix isn't quite there yet. Aurora's health bar is low, but the Phoenix is even worse. Earthshaker again, this time it's an Aegis from Final K. And the Leviathans will at least hold firm under the pace, but they've now lost 2 birds to the Ferrymen.
6 Ferrymen, they bided their time. They waited until they were strong. They held against the storm and now have finally broken the base of the Leviathans. Game 5, world's first seed on the line, and the Ferrymen making a good argument for themselves. 2 birds off the map. Primal coming up shortly. Pyromancer already there, but I think it's just get back to base, get some vision on map, and force the engagement around the fire. This is a massive gold swing. You'll see it reflected in 5th and 6th items. You'll see it in the relics as well. Leviathans haven't exactly had time to upgrade any of their relics, just about. It's just Wrong U. Sting on the Bracer. Hasn't even got the Entangling Wings just yet either. 6 Ferrymen in a real good spot. And the issue continues. What is the Paul answer? Where is it? Who's gonna do it? It's gotta be Adapting, but if Adapting gets hit by Meatball, dude's just dead to that. I mean, Wrong U can't tank it either. Someone's gotta get this job done. Maybe if Adapting can upgrade a Scorching Blink, just get behind Paul, get into the Bat Out of Hell immediately, things could go down.
He's going to want to walk up to the 1K crits from Cyclone. Sino gets spotted out, Shadow Lock hits, and the damage not quite there. Final K up into the Taiko, drums to the target killer, locks in 3. But the Earthshaker misses from Paul. No targets connected with this time. That's 3 ultimates traded out for 2 on the opposite side. It's the 6 Ferrymen walking back to the Fire Giant. The Leviathans are healthy from this. They still have a couple of ultimates for the team fight.
Paul, no ultimate, so confirmation lacking now for the Styx Ferryman. Shinto has not reset. He's going to be sitting at about 80%. Needs to get back to base soon. Someone's got to deal with these minion waves. It's adapting. So the Styx Ferrymen now realize we have a numbers advantage. It's time to push.
They've got all of them here. Moneyball, it's only Panic Cat and Wrong You to defend. Fire Giant down to 25. Frenzy Pop, Fire Giant for the Styx Ferrymen. The Levianthans trying to bail out of the fight as quick as they can. But Cyclone has gone to the back for the 1v1 on Shinto. 2 crits. Put him down to 100 HP, but Shinto is still alive. Not enough damage from Cyclone yet to take him down. It's fire on all 5, and the Ferrymen on the retreat.
Adapting, hunting, wants to find that low HP target. Cyclone not exactly as low as he once was, but Paul!
Adapting, gets to the sky in time. Paul Legas is worn out, but Adapting can't dive in the middle of all. Meatball just off the mark. Darmic Pillar nearly takes him down. Thunder Crash out, but Aurora keeps up the chase. Silence, watch Adapting in for Baskin to take him down.
Man, that is so tough. That Darmic Pillar was massive from Aurora. Locks down 3, slows him down, and the Leviathans unable to escape with 15 seconds left on their Greater Wings cooldown timer. Tier 2 tower goes down easily. It's 40 seconds on Adapting, and the only one low is Paul. He doesn't have Aegis, but he's maintained his beats.
Ultimate should be up in a second for Paul. Baskin being chipped away in health, same with Aurora, but lurking around is Sino. He drops the mid Phoenix. Meatball just off the mark. Aurora low, Thunder Crash in.
Sino's going for it?
But Sino might just try and end the game, or it might just be a distraction to bail out the rest of his team. 20 seconds until Adapting is back up. Sino gives up his push on the Titan. The Ferrymen might just have to give up their Phoenix push.
You sure about that? Shinto dropped low. Is that ultimate good? Forces the Aegis. Shinto is out of range regardless. He takes Wrong You with him, but a valuable relic stolen now by Paul. And the Styx Ferrymen, I mean, they rode it up. 20 minutes, they waited. And then for the last 14, they dominated.
Styx Ferrymen knocking on the door to victory now. They still got to get through 2 more Phoenixes and a full healthy Leviathans on their next fight. This is a team that started out their year not so great. You look back, this is a team that was 3rd in their division, tied legitimately with the Eldritch Hounds at that point, but have risen through the rankings, a first place finish at Masters, and now working their way towards a first place finish for playoffs in Seed 1 to the SWC. The glow up over the course of the first phase till now has been insane by this Ferryman team.
But it's not over just yet. 11,000 gold, sure. Experience no longer matters. Elixirs of power and pocket of both Baskin and Cyclone Spin. Wards, they've got the advantage there too. Mid Phoenix off the map, but you have to kill the Titan to see the victory screen. And the Leviathans have done a good job of maintaining their base. Fire Giant power play still has some significant time on it. So we'll see if the Styx Ferrymen try and regroup on that right-hand side. Surprised to see this. I thought if anyone would be split pushing, it would be Cyclone Spin instead. Sino, who is pretty safe on this Nemesis, is going to be the one doing it himself. 5-man grouping from the Leviathans in mid, trying to figure out exactly where all the rest of the Styx Ferrymen are. I really do like the 1v1 potential of Sino. Adapting can't stop him, which is why we see Shinto here as well.
2 versus 1. Sino blinks past, takes half of Adapting's health. Sets aside
That's too much.
towards the Phoenix instead. Adapting jumps in, but Sino's able to shoot down the pass. Meanwhile, it's a big ult from Paul. Final K is nearly gone. Sino's not done yet, as he nearly takes out Adapting. The Leviathans are losing on all fronts. They've lost their Phoenix. They still maintain the one on left side, but Sino, his loop arounds in this fight has been insane.
Sino must have known where Shinto was. He must have saw the door open or something, because that pathing was ridiculous. Dash through the enemy Titan room, meet up with the rest of the Leviathans on the right side Phoenix, while the rest of the Ferrymen are just absolutely barrel stuffing them. I love the response from Paul. Every time we see Final K go into Taiko drum, Earth is shaking on his skull every single time. And it's half of his HP every single time. If I'm Final K, I'm thinking to myself, why'd I even buy defense? I'm clearly not a tank.
Just keeps getting hit one too many times. Fire Giant, though, up in a minute. Leviathan's grouping around. While it's the Ferryman in left jungle. Not sure if they'll stick to a full commit to left side. Walking in as a full death ball through the mid lane. It's just Sino, the lone agent, once more. Now with the Runic Bomb in pocket. Could try and solo agent the Phoenix if needed. For the rest of the Ferrymen, they'll work on capping up this next beacon. Reset as fires up in just a few seconds. 6 Ferrymen still holding control and momentum of this game. The Leviathans holding back on their defense. Mid Phoenix about to respawn. That puts only one bird they'd have to defend over on the right side.
Leviathans have really good vision around the fire giant, but not in it. So the 6 Ferrymen will reveal themselves on the way towards the pit. Fire giant on the spawn. 38 minutes in. Enhanced. Mid Phoenix back for the Leviathans. Adapting should be able to keep those waves out easily on his own. And neither side willing to step up just yet. Initiation can be hard to come by for either of these teams, but Aurora has clearly shown that Dharmic Pillar is on its own. So threatening, the Leviathan's been forced to back up every single time. Difference is, Entangling Wings is available for wrong Q, so it can immune all of those slows. But also, adapting without beads might just be a juicy target for the Ferrymen.
Sentry Ward inside Pyro Pit. Final K's been spotted out. Sino
Where'd he go?
and Paul have already taken out 75% of his health. And Cyclone, I thought maybe would have gone for the commit for the rest, but with adapting nearby, he can't. But maybe that's because Aurora has lost similar levels of health. Difference is, Final K's got plenty of lifesteal. He'll heal that back up. And Wrong You just getting poked out by Paul.
Just one more wave for Final K to be back at fighting strength. Aurora back to base will join his team in about 10 seconds once he gets towards that fire giant pit. If Sino could just stick nearby, should be able to stop that sustain. Instead, Final K right back to full, so gonna have to work through all of that once more. Take a peek at the relics. Temporal beads down for Fine for 100 seconds.
Now it's the 6 Ferrymen stepping back up to Fire Giant. Braces are down. Fire Giant has started. Leviathans have got to step in the pit fast because the Fire Giant is going. Let's listen with the Leviathans on their defense, see if they can hold back. Opportunity for Leviathans, just can't get inside the pit in time. That's secure from Paul on the ultimate. Was able to secure the Fire Giant. The Leviathans have now got to go on a 4-man defense against the Ferrymen, who got all the time in the world. 50 seconds until adapting is back up for defense.
EFG on all 5, 2 runic bombs in play. Right side Phoenix weakened. I'm not certain the Leviathans will put up a defense there. Instead, in mid, perhaps their last bastion of safety, because you can't let the Ferrymen into the Titan room. They've got that level of burst. The Titan would just die.
Ferrymen are gonna push forward. Aurora low, but the mid Phoenix down. Final K away from the team. 28 seconds. Let's listen with the Ferrymen as they end this game.
Killing spree.
Not nearly as loud and robust as maybe some of our other teams out
called
here,
it.
but so I got to hear 6 Ferrymen. They're happy with their win. They get that first seed.
A simple call. I believe that was Wooney says end. And the rest of the boys say, absolutely, I'll drop
GG.
every bit of damage I have on that Titan. The second the Ferrymen got through that mid-Phoenix, it was over. If maybe Vulcan Ultimate's down a little bit beforehand, there would have been some team fight potential, but Vulcan Ultimate legitimately did like 40% of the Titan's HP. Then the crypts are emptied and nobody wants to stand between the rest of the Ferrymen and the Titan itself. Good stuff. That is a clear difference in ideas. The Leviathans say we need to win early. That's what our draft's about. We got to roll through these objectives. And the Ferrymen did just enough to keep their head above water for 20 minutes. And then afterward, I mean, we saw it. It was absolute dominance.
It's the problem in the story that we've talked about so much over this phase, and really this year for this Ferryman team, is you have to be able to stop them from controlling the pace of the game. Leviathans, they held it for 10-15. But the 6 Ferrymen, they wait it out and they say, well, this is exactly where we want to be. We're 2,000 gold down. This is perfect territory for us, and they wring control right back for themselves. They're able to close out this game, your #1 seed going into the SWC from finals to first once more. We'll see if the Ferrymen can make another run.
And man, the game really did simplify once Cyclone was allowed to start split pushing. Once he's knocking down the tier 1, the tier 2, the entirety of the level lead is washed away. He's 20 to Panda Cat's 18. Leviathans couldn't get anything done around that Fire Giant pit. I might actually say the real turning point was the Gold Fury that the Ferrymen snuck away, because from there it just felt like all the wind in the Leviathan sails was just stolen.
Gotta say, seeing Paul on full damage compared to his little hybrid build, You can see the
Oh,
difference
looks
in
good.
damage numbers this game. The Vulcan comes out big, and the 6 Ferrymen, your #1 seed going to the SWC. A big congratulations to them. That's it for me and Miff here on the castle. Throw back to Gord Trelly on the desk.
Trelly, they get exactly what they want there in that last game. Although it takes them a little bit to get there, right?
Oh, for
Early
sure.
on, it spikes for the Leviathans. And maybe, you had said, wouldn't it be weird, maybe awkward, I can't remember the word you used, if it went, we went from that 56-minute absolute banger, and then it goes like 20 minutes, and one of these teams just like, oh, he got out-drafted, got outplayed, roll him over. Instead, it starts off looking that way, right? Like the Leviathans are in the lead, but then team fight and team play, and specifically objective play for the Ferrymen just stands out.
Well, I think that's the difference maker, right? As Mifflin said, the Leviathans didn't really draft for that late game, right? They wanted to get ahead early, which they did. They tried to go towards Fire Giant. They tried to, contest towards these objectives, but they didn't have the burst and they didn't have the shred. I called it on the desk early on. I said, I need to see this crit ruler because that's how you're going to pressure Fire Giant. Panda goes for the full ability damage, and sure, it was able to get a solo kill on the Cyclone spin, but every time the Leviathans tried to push their lead, they just couldn't commit to those FGs. They couldn't commit to all those objectives, and they couldn't out-secure Paul, so they wouldn't even try, right? It wasn't like they 50-50'd and lost it. They just wouldn't even try because, like, wait, Earthshaker is, like, way more damage than anything we can do here. I mean, just a fantastic performance from the Ferrymen, and I have no doubt. I was not listening into their comms. But I have no doubt while they were falling a bit behind early, it was let's get late game. The Cyclone spin will catch up. He's on Cherno. He will be able to catch up for free. Let's just get late game. We got no stress here. We got no problems. And that's exactly what they did.
First seed won right then and there. First in the playoffs. And a team that now wins a whole lot of things, Trelly, right? The money, the tournament. You get your first pick of team out of the group stages in early January. We had mentioned it, but now if you look at the 4 teams that are qualified, you're on the same side of the bracket as the Dragons. Meanwhile, Leviathans, Warriors are going to be on the other side, of course, all waiting in their quarterfinals for some opponents. That's going to be conversation that you will see, I think, throughout the next month, right? Especially as we qualify SCC challenger teams and bring them in. But realistically, just looking at this weekend and looking at this phase, I think as a whole, right? 1 set loss for this team. And it was to the Leviathans 3-2 just a month ago. Now, not only able to find revenge, take themselves the lead there, but also win this tournament. It's got to feel good from bottom to top.
Yeah, I would say so. And this is a team that has, it's one thing to be on top during the regular season. There's a lot of tournament teams, so to speak. There are teams that really turn it on during this moment. It's another thing to hold it the whole time and then still hold it during the tournaments. And while it was a very close set, come out on top.
The Ferrymen were accused of that in the past as well.
100%. 100%.
But you have to imagine, again, how great it feels, again, to dominate to the regular season, to qualify into this as the first seed, to then come in here, qualify to Worlds. Then right after that, immediately get yourself first seed at the Smite World Championship on January 12th. Of course, you don't got to take it from me. We've got the Ferrymen standing by for an interview.
That's right. It's the whole of the 6 Ferrymen here. Congratulations, guys, on your first seed for the SWC. And Cyclone, I want to start with you. Jumping back into the team this year, bit of a rough start for the phase. Now here, first seed at Masters and first seed going into the SWC from this event. How does it feel being back with the squad?
It feels great. We had a really rough scrims going up to this Masters, but we managed to pull it together for this and won it.
Looking good out here on that one. Congratulations on your win. Paul, Vulcan, man. Talk to me about what was the decision to go to the Vulcan in Game 5 here. What was the call for going for that kind of a pick compared to kind of your more kind of hybrid style of mid builds you've been going?
Dude, I just wanted a big boom, bro. You pick Vulcan, you just throw out the ult. If it clips somebody, they're literally disappearing. So it actually ended up being really good into the Raijin too, because he's like playing tank, he's trying to dash in and stuff. Send that out, boom.
Big damage, make people disappear. Same with the Titan at the end. Congratulations. Baskin, jump back into the SPL after a little time away, done to the SCC. Jump in with these guys, jump in the phase. Still a little bit rough. How does it feel now with this entire team coming back to the SPL?
Yeah, it definitely feels really good. Yeah, this one feels nice, but definitely looking forward to Worlds.
I'm going to be excited to see you guys on the Worlds. Coach, Reels. Man, you picked a hell of a team to coach out here, man. What is it like coaching a squad like this?
It's entertaining. I mean, it's scary. Like I'm in the booth with Slaney and we're like shouting and screaming at the game. It's like having a heart attack. But yeah, it's super fun. I feel like it's so good. I feel like they're one of the best teams playing from behind and like coming back into games. They never really like lose focus. They never think they're out of the game. They always know they can come back and win. So like, yeah, I mean, it's a super good feeling to watch them, especially like from a comeback as well. You know, to come back and yeah, it feels really good. So another day in the office.
Another day, but now it's an SU first seed for the SWC. Congratulations. I'll let you sneak behind me. Aurora, you're gross for that combo, man. That Eldritch Dagger Bracer tech that you brought into this event and now made it work out. I think you had like 60-something wards in last game, thinking things out. What goes on in the brain of Aurora for sets like these? You get through, you're into game number 5, you got to really bunker down. What's going through your mind to keep the team in lockdown?
Just stick to the plan, and that's all we got to do.
Hey, that plan seemed to work out for you. Congratulations, Aurora. Sino, you've also got some weird stuff going on. You started out the year a bit rough. The Warrior jungles weren't really working well, but you found some picks that work for you. They looked really good. First off, big congrats for you jumping back in with this team. What's it been like going with these guys and now qualifying to Worlds?
It's definitely nice, you know. It's definitely nice to have the best players in every role, so I just can pick at the easy characters, do what the team tells me to do.
The easy characters for you. Is there a hard character you had to play so far this year?
I can't play hard characters.
Well, congratulations, Cy. Congratulations to all of the Styx Ferrymen for your first seed at the SWC. We'll see you guys at Worlds. We're going to throw it back to Des to end out the day.
And congratulations once again to the Styx Ferrymen, the playoff champions for the road to Worlds. And Shelly, of course, it's that road now that they're going to be, I guess, paused on, right? They've coasted down to where they need to go. Their first seed going to Worlds. It was not an easy path to get here. 9-1 during the regular phase. Knock out the Dragons, knock out the Leviathans, who give them a lot of their trouble. And the second seed going to Leviathans. Again, first seed gets first choice. That's the way to think about it. There's going to be group stages. The week before Worlds, the Ferrymen will get to choose their quarter-final opponent from any of the other 4 qualifying teams. Leviathans will get second choice. Warriors will get third choice. And the Dragons will get whoever's left at the very end there on the same side of the bracket as the Ferrymen. Kings and Ravens, they're not out completely. You're just not going to see them for a little while as the 5th and 6th seed going into the group stages. They join the Gladiators, the Hounds, soon enough. And I'll spew some dates here in a second, but they'll join the EU SCC champions, the NA SCC champions, and a 8-team bracket that's going to be grouped up, I believe, 2 double elimination groups that lead into a qualifying group, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. And then the top 4 teams from that are then going to go to Worlds and get chosen by our 4 teams here. But you cannot you got to take in the Ferrymen, because right now it feels like they are the team to beat, and Leviathans are right there on their heels.
I just can't believe that we get to sit down with the best players in Smite, their first seed, the greatest minds in the game, and Paul says, why'd you pick Vulcan? I like Big Boom. And Sino says, oh, I can't play any hard characters. like Paul likes Big Boom and Sino only wants it. You know how like we track the god's difficulty?
Yeah.
He hovers over the jungler
It
and
says
goes,
easy.
Easy? Okay, I can play that one. Like if it says anything besides that, he won't play it. Crazy. First seed. Good for them.
Filter, assassin, type in easy. Exactly what you need. Yep. The thing is, though, you look at this team, you look at the squad. First off, that's an improvement, I think, over I'm just gaming. I like Big Boom.
I'll take it.
In the right direction, and of course, they are the team to beat, it seems like now as we approach Worlds. For all who are tuning in again, December 7th through 10th, that's the EU SCC Championship. 14th through 17th of December, that's the NA SCC Championship. That's going to give us 2 teams per region that go to the qualifier group stage for SWC January 4th through 7th. Of course, all culminating on January 12th through 14th at the Smite World Championship live in Arlington, Texas. But from myself, from Chelly, everyone back in production, of course, everyone here at High Res Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hey there, Smite fans! SWC is right around the corner, and of course, with that comes qualifier season. SCC teams, as well as the remaining SPL teams, are all going to be fighting in order to get themselves into that main bracket in Arlington, Texas on January 12th. But before that, they have some grueling competition to go through. Across 2 weeks in December, the 7th through the 9th and the 14th through the 17th, we'll be heading down into the SCC for online qualifiers, first in Europe, then in North America. Our challenger teams will be joined by 2 open circuit teams in order to fight for their right to go to the SWC group stages on January 4th. Across 4 days, these 8 teams per region will compete in 2 double elimination groups in best-of-3 matches. After a grueling weekend of tough competition, the top 2 teams from each region will move forward to the group stages on January 4th, joining the Hounds, the Gladiators, and our other SBL teams from the playoffs for the rights to go to the Smite World Championship. So let's go ahead and talk about group stages. The SCC Championship teams are going to be joining our 4 SBL teams in order to qualify for the Smite World Championship in January, just a week later. After these teams finish their fight through the bracket, they will be selected by our 4 SBL teams from the playoffs in November to determine where they stand on that bracket. After that, everything will be about the Smite World Championship live in Arlington, Texas on January 12th until we crown our champion on the 14th. There's a lot of excellent competitive Smite on the horizon, and I hope to see you there for every single minute of it. So make sure you're following us on Twitch, on YouTube, and of course all our socials in order to know when to watch and where to watch. But until then, my name is Gormizer, and we'll see you through the qualifiers.